Good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we are going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together. Okay, who am I lying? It's going to be an hour. Celebrating the third anniversary of this podcast. Woo! It's our third anniversary. So I am excited to get to share that with you. I cannot wait to see what we got in store for us today. It's going to be fun. There's going to be glitter involved. So get ready for that. So today, can I really pull off a glam look in my, let's just call it liberties? So together, we're going to do a full face tutorial. We're going to hang out. We're going to look over James chapter 5 as we kick off on our last chapter of the book of James. So remember, while we're live, you can ask any question you want on whatever platform you are on. Hang on just a minute. I see I got some sound happening over here. There we go. So you can ask any question that you have, whether it be something about the makeup I'm using, the application I'm doing, the technique, something about the Bible verse, whatever. Ask that whatever platform you're on, and I will do my best to get that answered. So while we are getting everything set up and ready to go, this is your opportunity to hit like and subscribe and to share this episode with someone that you love and care about, and someone you know that would just like to have a little, zhuzh up in their makeup routine. Or they're really working hard to memorize scripture. All the above. So go ahead and give me a shout out where you are coming from. Let me celebrate your location as well as our third anniversary. So go ahead, again, hit like and subscribe, share the episode, grab your lashes, grab your palettes, grab your brushes, and then get on back here. Let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8. Can't wait. Come on in, sis. Grab your joy, take your place. We're talking beauty, talking scripture, talking God's good grace. From blush to Bible, He's the one who makes us glow. Faith on your lips, love in your soul.
All right. Gosh, I love our theme song. Okay, so shout out. Oh, I got some happy anniversaries. Woo, woo. Yes, my hair did change. Thank you. I'm glad you like the deeper pink. It's actually the same color. It's just when your hair is shorter, you can see the darker. So, anyways, long story. But yes, thank you. Glad you like that. I was finding myself coming home every day and sticking a clip up there. And so why do you got longer hair if all you're going to do is put it up? That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so onward. Our scripture verse foundation for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then all of our scripture verses, I know I said that we are starting chapter 5 in James because we are continuing to press on with our work through in James chapter 5. And just like in this picture here this week, we've got a crossword puzzle in the coloring page. So for those of you who like crossword puzzles, enjoy that. Now, our verse for last week, oh, there we go. So I hope you enjoyed that song. That one was really super fun. Let me see if I've got that one so I can play just a little snippet of that for you. There we go. Okay, so last week's song was called Grandiose Selves by Sailor Soul. And the scripture, while broken up, is directly quoted in this song. So let's take a listen to Grandiose Selves. This was actually 2 weeks ago.
She's got it all handled, or so she claims. Family, money, faith, her name. Won't pray with nobody, won't ask for help. Thanks herself first, puts God on the shelf. Quietly thinks she's doing better than most. As it is, you are full of your grandiose selves. All such vaunting, self-importance is evil. In fact, if you know the right thing to do and don't do it, She sees her sister breaking.
Okay, I'm going to let you listen to the rest of that on whatever your favorite streaming platform is. And for now, we're going to be listening to the song from this week, which takes us to James chapter 5, verse 1 to 3. And that is going to be, well, like I said, it's what you're listening to right now. I know I saw it on Spotify this morning, so hopefully everybody else will catch up in the near future. So, we have been so far looking at like common man individuals and what it is we say and do. First, we looked at how faith and works go together. And then we looked at how words matter. And then we looked at how you treat people is important. And even if you leave something out, that's important too. Because week before last, the song that you just listened to was all about, even if you know the right thing to do and you don't do it, that for you, that is evil, which means sin. Okay, so now we're stepping into chapter 5. And this chapter 5, or the beginning of it anyways, is all about and focusing on rich people. So initially, when I was looking at this, I thought to myself, well, that's not me. I struggle to pay my bills. Sometimes I have to go and get groceries from the little, handout thing. So this does not apply to me. Let me quickly remind you people that I can't speak for every country because I didn't look up everybody, but I know for the United States of America, if you live in the United States of America, you are the richest people in the world. So this directly relates to us and probably most people who have the technology and the resources to be able to watch this podcast to start with. So I would encourage you, look through the study, because at the beginning of every chapter, we look at what's before it, what's after it, what is the impact, and who is he talking to. So I think your eyes may be unfortunately opened wide as mine were. So we're looking at James chapter 5, verse 1 to 3. This is your graphic. It'll come out probably tomorrow. So go ahead and say it with me. Yes, right where you are. And a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. Your money is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within. You thought you were piling up wealth? What you've piled up is judgment. And that's James 5, 1 to 3. Little bit of encouraging word for you this morning. So the good thing is, and one of the things I so appreciate about James is, I was talking to my mom last night about this. Everybody needs a somebody in their life, at least one, that is going to tell you in kindness where things really are. So while they will love you dearly, they're going to love you enough to tell you the truth. And that is what the book of James is all about. And so this one is definitely going to be a little bit of a spanking today. So Sailor Soul had to throw a little bit of kind of rap and angst in there this week. So really enjoyed that. I thought my mom wasn't going to like the song because I don't think she's really like a rap fan. Too much to my surprise, she listened to the song and at the end she starts laughing and she says, "Hey, just so you know, I really like that." Who knew? My mom was a closet rapper. Okay. So all the products that we're going to be using today are going to be coming from, well, not all the products, but you can find all of them on the show notes, which I don't think have posted yet. So after the podcast, I'll have those up there. They can be found on a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com/shop. Even on the homepage, anything new is going to be right there on that homepage. The calendar, which I think was the last product that was added to the shop, I think it'll be on that homepage as well. So if you do not already have your calendar to guide you through the book of James for 2026, it's already February, doesn't matter. Grab it, keep on going. All right, like any good diet, you cannot wait until January rolls around to start again. You just need to jump in where you are and do it. Okay, and it is called the Bread of Life, so there we go. She needs a rapper name. Okay, so today we're going to be using this palette you're looking at on the screen right there. This is a beautiful palette from You Can Be. This is the, I have to look at the name again because I can't read it. This is the Supreme Spookiness. And when I was looking at it again last night, I didn't see this direct palette on Amazon because, we usually use Amazon links. I didn't see this palette directly on there, but they have other palettes that are almost the same colors. They just call them something different. So, take a look you can see the colors here. So take a look, find what palette they have, or use something you've got. So today's theme, because it's an anniversary celebration, we are going to be using a little bit of a smoky, sparkly eye. So we're going to be using kind of a white, a light pink, a black, a gray, and some sparkly silver glitter. So get ready for that. And just because I wasn't sure, I went ahead and grabbed some extra sparkle for the cheeks. We'll see if we do that or not. Anniversary requires sparkling and glitter. So, okay. Let me get over to here. There we go. I am going to be using a couple of new products today. Okay, so we just said she needs a rapper name. I assume you're talking about my mom, or you're talking about Sailor Soul? Wait for a little clarity here. So, and great to have everybody with me. I am excited to see I got a couple new people in here too, or at least I don't recognize your name. So I'm glad that you're with us too. Whether you're here now or you are watching this later, it is exciting to be here with you. Now, I will tell you something exciting that happened for the podcast in the month of January. I don't actually know exactly what happened, but I was looking at how January performed as far as like watch hours and downloads and all that kind of thing. So not only on the 9th of February, did we pass the 3-year mark? So now we're in the 4th year for the actual day of the first podcast episode. So, woo, 3rd anniversary. But we passed, and I'll have to look and see, but we passed 9,950 download hours just in the month of January. So that is exciting to see. I love thinking about the fact that women who may or may not love Jesus are enjoying playing with the colors that God created and working on Bible verses that are so practical coming from the book of James. All right, so I haven't gotten clarification on who needs a rapper name, so go ahead and tell me who it is that needs a rapper name. And I think that's Anthea there. Who is it that needs a rapper name? And then what is your suggestion? Okay, so we're going to start out with something new. We are going to start out with the milk. This was a product that was originally only available in Sephora, but now you can get it in Ulta Beauty as well. I didn't check Amazon yet to see if that's on there. But this is milk, and this is their heroes. This is going to be the grip primer and then the hydrating sealant spray. So we'll see how this works. So we're going to start out with, let me get that first one out of here. This is going to be the primer. And I have combo skin. This says hydrating. That always scares me. So we'll see if it works or not for combo skin. I'm hoping that it's a pleasant balance between tacky and hydration and will just work marvelously beautifully, and it'll be my new favorite best friend. Okay, so we're going to do 1 pump of that. There we go. We just got a little there. I'm being a little, I was going to say generous. That's the wrong word. The antithesis of generous. Cautious with that. There we go. I'm just going to do that right here. Oh, it's very kind of wet and jelly. Has a weird smell. Okay. I kind of don't like the smell. Okay. We're going to go everywhere. Ooh. Can you hear that? This is definitely sticky. I think that we should find a rapper name for your mom. Okay, so while we're doing this, if you think of a rapper name for my mom, you can put it in there. Now, my mom, I think she's 76 this year. And so, in fact, her birthday's coming up on the 19th. So this is definitely very tacky, so I kind of like that. And how about Boombox Boomer Grandma? I'm going to tell her that. That's so cute. Let me put that up there. There we go. Okay, this is a suggested rapper name for my mom. You know, I am just gonna die if I catch her trying to do the rap with it. My dad, I would not be surprised. My dad would do it hands down. So, okay, I'm gonna grab my concealer. This is the Lancome Tinty Dough Concealer, and this is a shade 090 Pale. Okay, we're just gonna get that a little bit under here.
This ain't just about
any place that you have something you need to conceal. You got darkness in the corner like I got right there. Maybe you got darkness under the eye there. If you have hyperpigmentation, if you got acne scarring, anything that is a color that you don't want, darkness, redness, whatever, this is your tool to conceal. Okay, so I'm going to let that sit there for like just a second while we talk about, let's see, since we are all older girls here, what is one product that you don't use because of your age? Maybe you're afraid to, or somebody says something, or you read an article about it, but what is a product that you don't use because you think you're too old for it? Oh, there we go. Listen to that. Yes. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we're gonna blend that out onto the a little bit because we're gonna be using a primer for the glitter medium. So I just hate to get so many things up on my eyelid. So we're just gonna use the concealer over there. So we're just gonna drag that over. Using the middle finger because it has a gentler touch than the like pointer. We're going to use that there to get rid of that red. Okay, so now we got a little lifted area, but we're all a little bit brighter. We don't have the redness. I don't have the darkness happening. So now we can take a look at adding our foundation. So I'm using the Juvia's Place. This is the I Am Magic Velvety Matte Foundation, and I am the shade 710 Maracao. For some reason, I can't see this morning, so there's that. I already have a dampened beauty blender. I really like this one with the dampened beauty blender. You could try it with a dry one, but this beauty blender, oh, that's too much. This beauty blender was actually made to be dampened. It's the actual Beauty Blender brand. So just run it under water for a second and give it a good squeeze out and get as much water out as possible. You just need a little bit damp. Let's see. I don't use the blushers that are jelly consistency. I can see that. I don't either. I think for me, it's here. Let me put that up there. I think for me, it's kind of a little bit of maybe a control issue. So a couple of things. Sometimes the jelly blushes are made to be, what do they call that? It looks wet and it looks oily. And I just don't care for that look myself because I do that naturally. So I don't need help with that. But they're also a little easier to get out of control. So I don't care for the jelly things either because you have to have another beauty blender. It's another thing you got to tap out. It's another thing that could go wrong kind of quick. So I don't use the jelly ones either. Maybe not so much because of an age thing, just because I don't enjoy the product texture. So, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Jelly blushers. I tell you one that I do. I don't know if this would fall under the jelly category though. I do like the blushes that have the, like the Juvia's Place ones that have the doe foot, where you're just going to do like 3 little taps. Maybe I'll do if I can remember, I'll do some of those next week. I do kind of like those because it's a little thicker. And it's not, well, some of them are made to be like a sheer dewy look. That's the word I was looking for about 5 minutes ago. But most of them are not. They're just a nice tinted color. So yeah, I mean, and we're all different. We all have different types of skin. We all have different preferences. We all have different ways that we like to look. So, you know, there's not really any wrong answer here. Just a curiosity question for me. Let's see. I don't use I don't use Whisper Air skin tints. I feel that they have too many things to hide. I've seen your pictures. I'm sure you don't, but we are our worst critic. But yes, I don't understand the point of taking time to put on a foundation or a skin tint that you're gonna just see through. Like, there was once upon a time, there was a cosmetic company called Becca. And Becca was known for their highlighters, for their under eye concealers. They had so many things going on for them. They were one of the original like natural kind of companies. Shows age. But anyways, so Becca had real good success prior to COVID. Then like right before, maybe 6 months, a year before COVID, they decided they were going to come up with a makeup line called like Zero. And it is exactly what you think. It's a makeup line that looks like you don't have any makeup on. Now, why am I going to spend $28 on a foundation that looks like I'm not wearing a foundation? And it might have been more than that. I don't remember. So unfortunately, that whole marketing campaign and no makeup foundation thing for their whole company was part of their demise. And Becca is no more. They sold their highlighters and under eye concealers to Smashbox, and now they are no longer a company. So that is very unfortunate. But yeah, I think a lot of people do not like the no makeup. If you're just gonna take the time to do it, I want it to look like I took time to do it. That's just me. Okay, but we're all different, and it takes all of us to make the world go round. Otherwise, we wouldn't need stores as big as Sephora and Ulta to make us hit. So now we have our foundation on with all of that talking, so we're all one even color. We are going to set that. I am looking for, there it is. I'm using the Infallible. This is the L'Oreal Blurfection powder. And I'm going to be using my Juvia's Place triangle sponge. I'm going to start out with the pointy tip of that. So we're going to use that pointy. We're going to set it in there. We're going to tap that out. I'm going to start out first under the eye. I know I put concealer up on the eyelid, but I'm not going to put this up there. I'm just going to go under the eye like that. Then we're going to set it in there again, tap it out again, and do under the eye on the other side. There we go. Now we're going to switch over to the wide end of that. We're going to set that in there, tap that out. Sorry, I was listening to the song. Okay. Now we're going to set that in there and do the cheek. And wait, I was working on the video last night. Wait till you see the lyric video. See if I can get that posted today too. I did. Well, I'm not going to tell you. But I tried a new technique for something and it came out super cool. Oh, let's see. Okay, yes. Okay, I'll give you a hint. Okay, here's your hint. Think Santa Claus is coming to town, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer claymation. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so here we go. Do the top before I lose track of what I'm doing here. Okay, we're just going to set that foundation up on our forehead as well. We're going around that eyebrow area. Just out of curiosity, do all countries watch that, or is it just an America thing? Do you know what I'm talking about when I talk about the claymation of Santa Claus coming down to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? I think there's actually like 5 claymation things that they did for Christmas. I just never thought about it not being everybody doing it. Okay. Now we're all one color and we're set. Let's go ahead and add some color where we want it to be. I am using the Pretty All Set because I really like the color of this contour right here. I'm going to be using this one right here. And so I'm going to grab the contour brush. It is a dual-ended It Cosmetics, actually a foundation brush. We're just going to, I have very fair skin, so I am tapping gently in here. But I like that this one isn't quite as yellow as that one up here. It's just a beautiful kind of cream and coffee color. So we're just going to go like whoop, whoop. We're going to go from ear about to the corner of the eye, above the hollow of the cheek. And I'm going straight across, well, kind of a little curved, right up beside, and then sort of joining those together in a curve. Let's do, oops, I almost put it in the wrong one. Here we go. Right beside that temple. Bringing them around together. And usually if you get it and it goes on and it's like too much of a line, like a straight, give it a few circle swirls. That will usually fix just about anything. I'm going to go right here. I'm just going to give it some swirls there. Blend that out. I'm going to do the side. I'm going to go from under the ear, under that jawline to the corner of the mouth. That's going to chisel out that chin. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. There we go. There you go. Now I'm just going to barely whoop in there to do beside the nose. I don't want that to be too dark. Under that tip there, we're just going to narrow that a little bit. Now I'm going to close that because I am in a Juvia's Place shadow mood. I love, this is the Juvia's Place. This is the volume 4. And I want the pink that this particular palette has to offer. I want this one right here. So I'm grabbing my MAC blush brush. We're just going to swirl that in there a couple times. We're going to go right on the top of that, kind of overlapping it. And then beside the temple, right up the middle. And then we're going to go right on the top of that up there. I'm going to hit just a little right there and a little bit right there. Okay, now we need some highlighter. So I'm going to grab my trusty Benefit Cosmetics cookie highlighter. I know this one's almost empty, but we're going to use that one. We're going to swirl that in there. I'm going to go right on the top of that cheekbone, right beside that eye socket right there. Then we're going to go down the center, making sure we hit that cupid's bow. I feel like maybe I need just a touch more pink, but you know what? I can come back and do that at the very end. So for right now, we're going to be done with that. Now, like I said, we're going to be doing like a silver, light pink, and black look today. So for our lips, we're going to be kind of dipping into that. So let us say our Bible verse together, and then we will jump on into our lips. So here we go. It's scrolling around. And a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. Your money is corrupt, and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within. You thought you were piling up wealth? What you've piled up is judgment. James 5, 1-3. Ooh, this is harsh words. Okay, yes. Claymation makes me think of Wallace and Gromit. Absolutely. Okay, maybe I gave you too big of a hint. Okay, so... Okay, I'm not going to say anymore. You have to wait till it comes out. I am grabbing my NYX. This is a lip liner in, what is the shade called? It's called Blackberry. So this is kind of a very like a wine black kind of color. When you look at it though, you're going to think it's black, but if you were to put like a black liner on there, that would be very dark. So the Blackberry just softens it ever so slightly. So we're going to ombre out a pink and black lip today. Yes, Wallace and Gromit. I haven't thought about that in a while. My kids loved Wallace and Gromit. Okay, so we're going to use that tip there. We're going to start out in the Cupid's bow here. We're just going to flick that down to give us that nice V. And then we're going to overline just a little bit, round that out to the outside corner. All right. Now we're going to start out in the center on the bottom. Again, overlining just a little bit, and now we're going to round that out to the outside corners. Just giving that a nice curve there. Okay, go ahead and make sure you like the shape of your outline right now. Okay, now we're going to come just to the inside of that line. We're going to feather that blackberry out just a little bit so we can come back in with that pink and have that nice ombre. So here we go. Just inside of the line you just did, just go back and forth gently. And you're going to do it with a lighter pressure than what you just used. Just like barely touching the skin. And you're just going to kind of zhuzh back and forth. Just one liner pencil width. There you go. And yes, you can use your finger to drag. The only problem with that is when you're using such a dark lip liner, sometimes when you drag your finger, it has a tendency to smear the edge and make it not as crisp. But you can do that. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to use the middle finger. And to the inside of that line, making very sure to not smudge the outside of the line. You can just drag that a little bit, and that will kind of do the same thing. I still like doing the feathering, though. Okay, so I'm going to grab my MAC. This is the beautiful Candy Yum Yum. So we're going to start out with that in the center of the lips. So where you didn't put pencils, where we're doing right now.
And a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament.
Okay, now that we've got the inside done and that's all nice and clean, now go from there to the outside edge where you put the lip liner. And now we'll just kind of soften that edge. There you go. And you can see now you've just got a nice ombre pink lip that is going to go lovely with the eyeshadows that we are going to be using. Okay, let me see what we got now. So you need to have a couple of things ready. One thing is, oh, there it is. You want to make sure that you've got some sort of primer medium. You could try this with just regular eyeshadow primer, but I don't know if that'll be quite great. Love this NYX glitter primer. So I highly recommend for this project that you do, even if the glitter says that it's already in a primer and you don't need a primer, I would still use this, because the difference is that, we got a troll, here we go. So I would still add this to it, even if it says you don't need a primer, because the risk is this. If you don't use a primer of quality like this one by NYX, what is going to happen is you have a great potential that glitter is going to start falling off your eyelid about halfway through the day. Or it's going to like crease really bad. Or it's just not even going to stick on there at all. And before you even finish your makeup, you can have glitter all over your front of your face. So highly recommend that you use a glitter primer. So let's go ahead and grab that. You Can Be Supreme Spookiness Palette. And I think I've used this before, but I'm not really sure. I know I've used it before. I just don't know if I've used it on here before. Okay, so this is what we got here. Woo! That is something special, isn't it? I just love the You Can Be colors. They wear just like you see them. They're beautiful. So one thing we're going to be careful of today. this has a potential with this dark of colors to have some fallout. So be careful and do not overload your brush. Less is more, so you don't end up with it on your face. In fact, we're going to add a little extra powder under the eye here in just a second before we get going to make sure that we have something to dust off in the event we should know was a black fallout on there. So today we're going to be hanging out here. We're going to use a little bit of this one here. We're going to use this gray one here. Then we're going to use this right here. Well, actually, I think we're doing this one here. It's a little bit darker, adds a little more intensity. And then we're going to finish it off with this. Can you see that sparkly? Look at that. Whew. Okay, so that is where we are going to be hanging out today. Let me go ahead and there we go. Got the chat up there. So if you have any question while we're going along, you can ask that. So I am going to start out, like I said, with a little excess powder underneath the eye. So I'm going to grab the setting powder that we were using just a second ago and a fluffy brush like this one here. And a final word to you, arrogant rich. We're just going to grab that infallible. Take some lessons in the mint. I'm going to get some of this on here. Buckets for the tears. And we're just going to do this. When the crash comes upon you. With the goal of setting powder under the eye. So you should actually see like powder. And we're just going to let that sit there while we're working on our eyes. That way we got something to brush off in the event that something ends up where we don't want it to be. Okay, so I'm grabbing a Morphe. This is a M441. Woo. And I'm going to drop it on the floor and have it fall as far away from me as possible. Excuse me just a second. The good thing is Wesley wasn't over there, so I didn't have to compete with my dog for the brush. Okay, so let me take that off. Here we go. We're going to start out in this one right here. Just give that a little swirl. If you have a medium to darker skin tone, you probably want to use this one right here. That's just going to go right up here to give you something to blend into. Okay. So again, this one, medium to dark skin tone. We're just going to use that here. So we're not trying to actually like turn this white or anything crazy like that. We're just trying to give you a little bit of color to have something to blend into. I'm going to set that brush down because we may need that for blending here in just a minute. Now we are going to grab an all over shadow brush. This one is a MAC brush. And we're going to go into this one right here. And I'm just going to get it. Well, I guess we do on both sides because it is a lighter. We're going to go right on here from that where you can feel your bone right there. We're going to go there and then up into that white. You're going to go almost like right up to the top, almost to the brow. There you go. Almost all the way up there. And we can just blend a little bit, just going over where those two colors kind of meet. And we're just going to whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, so that's your light color. Now we're going to darken it up just a smidge with this one right here. I'm just going to get that on one side with one swipe. And I'm going to go from right here, just right there in the middle. And we're just going to blend that up a little tiny. See how beautiful those colors are? Now I'm going to go ahead and take that tip of that, go back in this lighter color. And we're just going to soften the edge where those two meet. There you go. So now we got that right there happening and going on. Now for the fun part. We're going to take another all over shadow brush. And we want to lay a little bit of a gray foundation before we put that glitter on there. It's just going to help you to not have like invisible holes in your shadow color. We don't really need to focus too much on blending or anything with this one because we're just kind of giving it a foundation, like a background color sort of. So we're going to take that other eyeshadow brush and we're going to go in this one right here. It is a frost. I like the way those spread. And we're just going to go right here on the bottom And again, you're not loading this too much because we want to minimize our fallout. And we're just going to color in that bottom part of the lid with this gray kind of color. And again, you don't need to worry about like trying to blend it out or anything because the glitter we're going to do here in a second will take care of that mostly. Okay, so okay, now let's go ahead. Well, let me think. Let's go ahead and do the under eye, and then we're going to come back and do the glitter part on the top. I think that might be a more efficient way of doing this. So I'm going to grab a blender. This is a Morphe M508. I think it could be a 3. So we're going to take that. We're going to do the under of the eye part first. So let's start out with this darker pink color here, just on the tip there. We're going to go from the one side all the way to the other side. We're going to brush that off. I'm going to go into this lighter pink right here. This time I'm going to use the side of the brush. And I'm just going to soften that line. I like that. And your fine clothes stink. Okay, now we're going to go into this color right here, just a little bit, right on the tip of that. And we're going to put that just right here in the very outside corner. You'll see why we're doing this here in a minute. We're just going to give it a little bit right there. And I'm just going to come up around that corner and put it right there on the top outside corner of the lid there. Okay. Actually, I feel like it needs a little bit more of this. Boop, boop. Okay. Again, make sure you don't overload this. Yeah. There we go.
And a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you.
Okay. Oh, that was fun. Hold on just a second. Okay, evidently my earpiece has decided to stop working, so that's a lot of fun. I can no longer hear anything out of this ear, but we'll press on. Here we go. All right. So now we are going to, we've got the pinks on, we've got that light on, we've got the under of the eye in the dark done. Let's go ahead and dive into what we're going to be doing for the shiny, glittery, sparkly part on the upper part of the lid that I promised you and that we talked about. So the first thing we're going to do is put down that glitter primer first. So this again is the NYX. This is the glitter primer. And what does it say? Base Perfection, I believe. So we're going to start out with that. It's kind of like a little bit of a gel. I'm sorry if you're hearing any kind of an echo right now. I have that turned down as much as possible. I'm just going to put that on the back of my hand. We are not going to need that much. Okay, so we're going to take the brush. What is this one? Good question. It is a Morphe M224. So we're going to do this one here, and we're just going to get the tip of it right in that glitter primer, just like that. We're going to put it on the lid. We're going to do one eye at a time, I think. Nah, let's do both of them. So we're going to do that whole right here, lower part of that lid. And the good thing is, even if your primer says that it doesn't need a primer, the cool thing is that you'll just be set up that much better. Or if you missed any spot when you were doing this part, we're going to do that same thing on the other side with this glitter primer. And we're going all the way from that lash line up to right above the fold. And I'm going to come out just a little bit right there. Go ahead and do that over here too. All right. Now that we got that on, I'm going to use that same brush. I'm going to go into this glittery color right here, and we're just going to get it on one side. You can see how well that sticks right there. And you're just going to press that in to that glitter medium. So you don't need a whole lot every time you dip your brush in. You just need a little bit, just a little bit on the tip of that, and then just press it in. I'm going to get a little bit on the tip there so I can work it out over here. There we go. Okay, there is one. Go ahead and get that same thing done on the other side. Again, you're just getting on one side of the brush and then pressing it in. Now, while you may not have a podcast anniversary to celebrate, I'm sure you got something you could celebrate. Oh man, I'm going to get busy. I'm going to have to replay the last 25 minutes. I'm sorry, but the good thing is, once YouTube gets the thing, because I think you're on YouTube, once YouTube gets the video rendered, you'll be able to watch the whole thing. Okay, so I'm going to grab that and get it right here on that side. We're going to come out just a little bit. And again, we're coming all the way up to here. Making sure both sides are ending about the same spot there. Okay. Woo woo. Okay, let me cap the glitter medium as that's now sitting loose and open, a dangerous thing on my table. Okay. So you can take a look at your blending that you were doing earlier. If there is anything that you need to touch up between here and there, you can go ahead and do that now. I think everything looks pretty blended here. Okay, let's go ahead and add, sorry, I'm messing with the volume up here again. Let's go ahead and add a little eyeliner now, which evidently I did not bring with me. Okay, so we're just going to be using today the Too Faced Better Than Sex liquid eyeliner, which is fine. And this will, well, actually that's not fine because, hold on, let me see if it's behind me. It is not behind me. Well, yuck. Okay, so Too Faced Better Than Sex liquid eyeliner. You know what? Let's just use the lip liner. Okay, don't do this at home, kids. My black liner, I don't know where it went. I don't see it up here. So we're just going to use a lip liner right now. We're going to go right here on the bottom. This ain't just about them. And we're going to line over all the way to that inside line on the bottom.
And a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament.
We're also going to line on the water line so that we don't end up being able to see the fleshy part of our skin. So for those of you who have darker pigment. This will actually be easier for you and look better on you. So there's that. Yes. I'm actually not seeing fallout. So we didn't use very much of the black just on the under part. So I'm really not seeing. I had to do a little dust right here because I have a tendency to over flick right there. But that's a me problem, not a them problem. So you should be fine. That's one thing I like about these shadows. You know, while I love a lot of MAC, I cannot stand their eyeshadows. They are so fallouty, flaky, chalky. It drives me crazy. Okay. So now we've got that on the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and give a little liner up here on the upper lid. Okay, that's just gonna kind of darken that out and help that smoke out just a little bit better. Now I got glitter all over my hands. So now we're gonna grab our liquid eyeliner. This is the Too Faced Better Than Sex liquid eyeliner. We're gonna give that just a little bit of a shake. We gave a little bit of a tail over here. So we're just gonna take that and bring that in. And we're gonna go all the way to the inside here. And just give ourselves a nice line. Now we're going to be using a black adhesive today. So when we do that, some of this you may not need as much because it's going to naturally be there from the adhesive. But I just want to make sure that we are good and covered. So there we go. Let's go ahead and do that same thing over here. All the way from the inside edge. I'm going to start out doing that right there first. And then we're just going to come to where the silver is and bring that in. Just filling in that little triangle right there. And we're going to bring it down right to the under, right there on the eye.
Just about them. It's about us.
There you go. We're just going to color that right there.
And a final word to you, arrogant rich.
Oh, man. Gotta hate it when that happens. Okay, I'm going to grab my little bullet.
You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon
And grab that little underliner thing. We're going to fan that down, let that dry and do its thing for a second. Actually, I think we might need a little bit from here to there.
And your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within.
I can't tell if it's a shine right there. Okay, there we go. We're gonna fan that down one more time. I'm gonna take a little tiny eyeshadow brush like this one right here. I'm going to get that in my setting powder and I'm just going to go right there. The eyeliner transferred ever so slightly. I don't like that. So we're going to do that. And then because that causes me to get rid of the lighter pink that I was using, I'm going to grab that smudger that we were using. I'm going to go into that lighter pink just a little. Well, let me get the black off first. I'm going to go into that lighter pink right here, and we're just going to put that right there. There you go. Now I am going to take another smudger. I feel like we need a little bit of lightening on the inside. So I'm going to take a smudger. We're going to go in that white right here or whatever lighter color you used. And I'm just going to put that right here on the inside. There you go. That just brings that out, lightens that, brightens that up just a little tiny bit. Okay, so now we are going to do our brows and then we'll do our lashes. So I'm going to grab the Voluminous Mascara from L'Oreal. That is going to be my brow color while we're waiting for all of our shadows to set and everything. Whatever your brow product of choice is, you're going to go ahead and do that right now. There we go. This does a great job of giving me just a little bit of color and then setting those brows. So I'm just using the, if you have fashion color hair, this is something that you can do. I'm just using the tip of that to give me ever so slight, small amount of color up in there, making sure that I kind of stay away from the skin itself, just coloring the hairs. And a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in the and just coming around to that tail. You'll need buckets for the tears. Whether you're using pencil, pomade, the brow mascara like I'm doing, well actually this isn't brow mascara, but using a brow mascara, doesn't matter, whatever that is, just go ahead and do that now. There's not a wrong answer for the brows. It just depends on the look that that you want for your brow. And I know right now I'm seeing the trend really coming back around to a thinner brow, thank goodness. So we'll start seeing probably pencils become more of a thing because that is definitely easier to control. To get a thinner brow would be a pencil versus some of these other things that they have come out with. Wow, that liquid liner has just gone a little crazy. Okay, let's see what can a good lash fix. So we're going to put a little mascara on and then we'll put our false lashes on. So I am going to go ahead and grab my, oh yay! I'm going to go ahead and grab my Tweezer Man Onyx Great Crib Eyelash Curler. We got that verse scrolling around the bottom. We are going to be using that for our timer. So find your spot here on your lashes. You want to make sure that you can crimp it down, but that it does not pinch your eye. Okay, here we go. Here we go. And crimp. Okay, well, we'll start right here. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. Your money is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within. You thought you were piling up wealth? What you piled up was judgment. James 5, 1-3. Go ahead and switch to the other side. We're going to do that one. Then we'll say the verse with that one. Finding that sweet spot. Here we go. Let's see. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. Your money is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within. You thought you were piling up wealth? What you piled up is judgment. James 5, 1-3. You know that word stink in the Bible verse. So funny. I remember one of the times they were coming through, I can't remember if it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. It's one of the Gospels. They were telling this story about Lazarus and Jesus doesn't make it to Lazarus before he passes away. And I think it's one of the disciples that say to him in the King James, because that's what you did back then, but surely, Lord, he stinketh. I could not help but busting out laughing. My dad was a pastor and I would always get in so much trouble. And so I remember one of the times my dad was getting on me about laughing during church about that. And I said, well, then stop saying stinketh. Oh, the things we remember as kids. Okay, so I'm using the L'Oreal Voluminous Mascara. We're just going to give one coat on the top because we want our lashes to blend in seamlessly with the false lashes. And let's do that on the other side as well.
You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. We think we're blessed 'cause we got more, but heaven's knocking.
There you go. Just one coat. Sweeping back under the tips though, because we want to make sure that everything is nice and coated. This will help give a little more volume with your false lashes as well. And then everything will just kind of blend in a little bit better when you get to that part of it. So the bottom lashes though, you're not going to get lashes there because I've seen some TikTok videos and that just looks weird. So we're going to go ahead and give one coat of mascara on the bottom lash here. But a nice generous coat. And I am really not liking that eyeliner on the inner corner. You have to do some fixing to that. Funny, I thought the thing that was going to be my problem was going to be, let's see, is that adhesive? I don't know. That did help it a little bit. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the mascara on the bottom on the other side. There you go. And we're sweeping back under the tips under that as well. I like to kind of keep my mirror above my face when I'm doing this, because when you look up like that, it sort of makes your bottom lashes stand at attention. So they come out from your skin a little bit better, so that you can't, or it minimizes the possibility that you would end up with mascara accidentally getting on your face. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying it minimizes the possibility. Okay, let's get a little bit over here. Nice. So we got a nice coat of mascara on. We got some liner happening. We've got the lashes prepped and ready to go. This is going to be the Kiss Lash Couture. Oh, the thing is missing. This is the Jubilee, I believe. Yeah, Jubilee. So we're going to use these today. So I'm going to go ahead and pull these off of the tray that they're on. So we're going to use our little lash tool. And we're going to grab it from the outside edge. I'm just going to set that right there in front of me. Let me grab the other one right there. Set that right there in front of me. There you go. We are using a black adhesive today. So this is going to be the Kiss Super Stick. This is made to be extended wear, although I would just call it a great one-day wear. I'm going to go ahead and give that a little bit of a shake so the adhesive product can be all mixed up together. We're going to take it and we're going to do one eye at a time. So we're going to take that mascara. We're going to take that adhesive and I'm just going to wipe off one side of that adhesive. So only one side fully has a product. And we're going to go right over that eyeliner line. Right over that eyeliner line. And I'm going to put it back in. Scrape the one side off again. I'm going to do it over here all the way to the end. Make sure that middle gets some nice coverage. Okay, now that we got that on there, we're going to use that lash tool. We're going to grab our lash that has already worn a couple times, but we can give it a little softening. We're going to grab that right in the middle, and we're going to put that right on that adhesive line. There you go. I'm just going to use the tip of that to work my lashes into that lash and give it a little pressy press there. Give it a little press up so my lashes will be like nice and curled up. There we go. So we got a nice pale pink dark look. Close your eye. Ba-bam! We got glitter. Woo-woo! Okay, so now let's do that same thing. Let's do that same thing on the other side. So again, we're taking that adhesive. We're brushing off that one side. We're going to do the inside of the eye. Right along that lash line. I'm going to put it in. I'm going to get that adhesive on one side again. I'm going to do the outside corner. To the middle. I feel like maybe I need a little more adhesive there. Let's do this. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab that lash right there. Well, let's go ahead and do this. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Get that right there in the middle. And let's set that right there in the middle. And then that's going to go right there on that outside corner. Pressing down, just making sure everything's got good contact and connection there.
This ain't just about them. It's about us.
Here we go.
And,
and let's see. Let's take
some lessons in the mint.
The smudger here. We had a little bit of smudgy happening right here. So we're just going to take that and desmudge that. Just going in that light pink color. Putting that on that. Go ahead and grab that. Put that back over the top. There we go.
Your money is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut. Destroying your life from within.
All right. So, what do we got now? Let's see. Have I missed anything? I don't think so. So, we've got a nice ombre lip. Oh, yes, I did. Okay, so, we put that extra powder on under the eye in case we had fallout, which we didn't really, but it's just precautionary. So now we're going to take that same brush and just swoosh away all that excess powder. Now, I want to make sure that I still have some highlighter on there. So I'm going to grab the highlighter again. I'm going to use my Anastasia brush. I'm just going to swirl that. Let's just go right here. There we go. Now, I think, I said earlier that I grabbed some extra something glitter. So you definitely do not have to do this. But if you are out celebrating something super special and you want a little something extra, I'm grabbing the Color Pop. And this is the Glitterly Obsessed. Which one is this one? This one is Glitterly Obsessed. And this is called So Cute. And this I used before, so the link for this is already going to be on the website, so you could do this. So we're going to unscrew that. And this has a little, like a cap on it, because that's what keeps it from drying out, because it's suspended in a little bit of something to make it stick. So we're just going to take this. I'm going to use 2 fingers. Actually, I'm going to do these 2. I'm going to go right here in this. I'm going to get some of that on there. Ooh, maybe not that much. And we're just going to go right here. Ooh, get out there. Oh. Wendy is going to come to work today with glitter. Literally glitter is now everywhere. Okay. That's okay. Okay, so that is going to go just around, kind of like a C around the eye. We're just going to put that. Don't tap too much. You don't want to muck up your foundation, but just give you a little bit right there. And actually, I think I need a little. We're just going to put a little, in a little triangle right here. Just do a little bit right there. Wendy, what did you do this morning before you came to work? Well, okay, so that just gives us a little something of a punch, little extra sparkle, little extra celebration. You know, this would have been a good one to do for Mardi Gras too, for those of you who have anything to do with that or know about that. All right, so I'm just going to tap out right here. Now, we don't want this to go anywhere. We don't want this to do anything weird over the course of the day. I want it to stay just like this all day and not have to mess with it. So I'm going to grab the milk primer, and this is the Hydro one that was in that container. Going to give it a shake because it looks like it needs a shake. And let's give a spray. Let's see how this is, and please don't be a spitting spray. Here we go. It's kind of a spitting spray. Maybe I should have sprayed it back from about 20 feet. Okay. Okay, so for those of you thinking about traveling the travel size, it's a pretty good spray. Okay. So we'll see how that lasts over the course of the day. I will keep you posted about that for sure. It's a very cooling spray. I like the smell of that one. So we'll see how it works. If it does anything or if it caused any separation in my foundation, we'll figure that out here in just a minute. All right. So key takeaways. What do we do today? So we started out with a new primer. We used the milk primer, and this is the Hydro, I think it's called. Then we pressed on to our concealer, our foundation. We used our setting powder. We contoured. Then we added a little extra powder just as a fluff in case we had fallout from the shadow. And then we just left that sitting there on the face while we did our shadow so that it could catch any fallout and we could dust it off at the end. So in this case, we didn't have too much fallout, so that's a great thing. And then we did a little ombre lip using a NYX Blackberry liner with our Candy Yum Yum from MAC to get us that nice ombre lip. We then moved to our eyes and got a little bit, almost a cut crease, but not quite, going on with some glitter spectacular for our 3rd anniversary celebration. We used a little pink, we used a little black, we used a little silver, we used a little white. Whoop, whoop. So that was using the You Can Be Supreme, what was this? Supreme Spookiness, Supreme Spookiness palette. And then we ended up finishing it off with the milk setting spray. Oh yeah, we added some glitter. That was a ColourPop glitter. So lots of fun today. Thank you for joining me, whether you're here live or you're watching this later on, or you're watching the replay because you had to go do something. So I hope that you enjoyed that. So last week we had a review of chapter 4 in our Bible verses. So we're going to start out, I think it's actually in, so the first one was like 1 to 3, I think. So we're going to start out with, actually, let's go a little bit because we've been going for a little while. Let me do 2 more. Okay, so let's look at James 4, verse 11 to 12. Don't badmouth each other, friends. It's God's word, his message, his royal rule. There you go. His royal rule that takes a beating in that kind of talk. You're not honoring the message by writing graffiti all over it. God is in charge of deciding human destiny. Who do you think you are meddling in human destiny? In the human destiny of others. And then we went on to verse 13. That was 13 to 15. And that was, oh man, this one I struggle with. So I'm going to use a cheat sheet on this one. And now I have a word for you who brashly announced today, at the latest tomorrow, we're off to such and such a city for the year. We're going to start a business and make a lot of money. You don't know the first thing about tomorrow. You're nothing but a wisp of fog, catching a brief bit of sun. You're nothing but a wisp of fog, catching a brief bit of sun before disappearing. Instead, make it a habit to say, if the master wills, and we're still alive. Yes, and we're still alive, and we'll do this or that. Okay, woo. All right, and then we finished out chapter 4 with verse 16 to 17, and that as it is, you are full of your grandiose selves. All such vaunting, self-importance is evil. In fact, if you know the right thing to do and don't do it, that for you is evil. And then we're on to our verse for this week, which is beginning chapter 5, and that is definitely going to need that for this one. And a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. Your money is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within. You thought you were piling up wealth? What you piled up was judgment. And that's James chapter 5, and that's verse 1 to 3. All right, and all of these are coming from Color Me James. Technically there's 4 different versions right now because Amazon's got the paperback. I have some imperfects that are cheaper that are on the website right now. I think I only have like 3 of those left. Then we've got the spiral bound, which is the best for coloring if you ask me, because that spiral bound allows you to open it up and lay it out flat. And then we have the ebook as well that you could use on your phone or on your tablet. I give you the resources for a couple of apps that will help you to color in the coloring pages and also write in the journaling. And so you can go to colormejamesbook.com to pick that up. Also on the colormejamesbook.com, there is a link for an email series. That email series is going to guide you from the beginning of James 1:1. I, James, am a slave of God. It's going to guide you from that all the way through to the end of it. And it's going to show you all the videos, have everything outlined, all of the graphics for the Bible memorization. So you can keep those as flashcards on your phone, whether you like portrait or landscape, your pleasure. You can do what you want to. And so that is there. Now, let me see what else we got. Oh, on YouTube, we have our Beauty and Grace Insiders. So if you're thinking about doing the ebook, the Cherished Queen membership level comes with that ebook. You get that for free. So make sure you follow the directions on your screen, follow through to the email series, because the email series is how it's going to deliver the ebook to you. So just stay with that. In the Cherished Queen, get that book for free. Enjoy that. So let me send you out with a blessing. Again, it has been a delight to hang out with you this lovely day, whatever day it is that you're watching this. So the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, what a wonderful, glorious day it is to get to hang out here together. And I am so thankful for the opportunity to have been doing this for a little over 3 years now. I just pray that you would be with each one of these women who pass through, I was going to say pass through the doors, but that's not quite right, who pass through the videos of this series. I pray that you would have each of them to have eyes to see and ears to hear what it is that you would have for them in this study of the book of James. And I thank you so much for making us women of God, Father, that we have the joy and privilege every day, should you choose to accept it, to play with the colors that you have given us by applying our makeup. So I thank you for this opportunity to just hang out here together as women in Christ, to do that together and to share with each other, to celebrate different things and answer each other's questions and share prayer requests and all that good stuff. Father, I just thank you and praise you that you would send them out this week with blessings. Help us to be diligent in our beginning of studying of chapter 5 and work with us on our inefficiencies, like my rough end of chapter 4. And just give us that extra measure of grace to hide those words in our hearts, because you have told us that that is important in multiple places in the Bible, but definitely in the book of Psalms. So I pray that you would be with us this week and always, Father. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. Well, it has been a joy to hang out with you here today. I look forward to seeing you on social media this week. Let me see a picture of what you did. Tag me in it. Share with me your favorite makeup tip. What is your number one makeup tip? Leave that in a comment on whatever platform that you're on right now. And don't forget to subscribe for more looks from a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. I hope that you have an absolutely marvelous rest of your day and week, and look forward to seeing you online. Mwah! Y'all have a great day.
A little bit of makeup, yeah, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. A little bit of makeup.
welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together in I just love it when that happens. But we're going to be doing a full face makeup tutorial once I get my audio working itself because it disconnected. Here we go. Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, I'm going to be flying blind today. I am not going to be able to hear what's going on, so I am just going to rely on you to give me an indicator if something is not happening the way that it should happen. So just give me a heads up if you end up not being able to hear me for any reason. Okay, so again, welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together in a full face makeup tutorial. So our full face step-by-step tutorial is, we're going to answer the question, can I give women over 40 a vibrant candy-colored glow-up using Juvia's Place and You Can Be makeup? Let's find out. All right, so remember, while we are live, you can ask any question in whatever chat platform you're on, and I will do my best to get that question asked and answered while we are live here today. If I can get Instagram to cooperate, we will be live there as well. So far, that is not working to our advantage. So our easy makeup theme for today is going to be women over 40 get a bright new look with Splashy Candies. That's from You Can Be, and Juvia's Place palette. So we're going to be working on James chapter 5, verses 4 to 6 today. So continuing on in our study with that. So go ahead and hit like and subscribe, grab your brushes, grab your lashes, grab your palette, and then get on back here. Let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8. Can't wait. Come on in, sis. Grab your joy, take your place. We're talking beauty, talking scripture, talking God's good grace. From blush to Bible, he's the one who makes us glow. Faith on your lips, love in your soul.
All right. So for those of you who are on Instagram, I sincerely apologize. They are not cooperating today. So our foundation verse for this podcast is, I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And that comes from Psalm 119, verse 11. And all of these verses that we're doing for season 3 of the podcast episode, we just had our 3rd anniversary. Whoop, whoop. So season 3 is going to be coming from Color Me James. And you can go to colormejamesbook.com, pick up your copy in whatever format you like, and then enjoy working through from the beginning to end. There is an email list on that landing page that will help get you connected. So if you're starting like right now, when we're already in chapter 5, that email list will guide you from chapter 1, verse 1, all the way through to today. You'll get an email a week, and that will just help guide you along on your journey so you can follow along with us with that. All right, so last week, we started James chapter 5. We had verses 1 to 3. And I don't know about you. For me, I'm a little bit rough on this one. So we're going to just go ahead. We're going to listen to the song. We're going to say it together at the end. And let's just work on chapter 5. We also talked about chapter 5. James is now hitting on the rich people. And we discussed how that would be us if you're in the United States. Not that other countries aren't in that world too. So don't think you're off the hook if you're in Canada. Because nope. Okay, so here we go. Let's listen to that. The song for that week for James chapter 5, verse 1 to 3 was Buckets for the Tears.
This ain't just about them. It's about us. And a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. We think we're blessed cause we got more, but heaven's knocking at the door. This ain't history, this ain't then. He's coming back to judge all men. Ready your heart, is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within.
All right. So you can listen to the rest of that song on your favorite streaming platform. Whatever, Apple Music, Spotify, Pandora. I'm actually surprised how many of you listen from Pandora. Yay. And then also Amazon Music. Lots of listeners on Amazon Music. So stream there. If you have Amazon Prime, your music is already free on there. So you can listen anytime you want to any of those songs at no charge because you have Amazon Prime. Okay, so our verse for this week is going to be moving on in chapter 5. So we are going to move to James chapter 5, verse 4 to 6. The song that you're listening to right now is the song for this week, James chapter 5, verse 4 to 6. This one is called Master Avenger. Oh, she just said the word. That was kind of creepy. It's called Master Avenger, and this is James 4 through 6 from Selah Soul. So looking at that verse card there, let's go ahead. Let me get over to the chat because we're here. So let's go ahead and say that verse together. We're progressing on in our conversation of things that potentially can go wrong and warnings to look for if you are among the elite, among the rich. We're talking, in this particular passage, we're talking about business owners and people who are responsible in the overseeing of other individuals. So here we go. James chapter 5, verse 4 to 6. All the workers, yes, you're saying this out loud. Here we go. All the workers you've exploited and cheated, cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers you used and abused are a roar in the ears of the Master Avenger. You've looted the earth and lived it up, but all you'll have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly good persons who stand there and take it. So, let's hope we don't get a Google slap this time. We got the word murderer, Master Avenger. We've got corpse in there. So just all kinds of good times from a social media perspective. So you may notice as some of these posts come out, there's going to be like characters in some of the vowels just to keep that from not being displayed because these are derogatory words in a lot of instances. So, all right. And for those of you who have already shouted out good morning, it is good to be here with you. So give me a shout out. Let me know where you are coming from. Let's see. Let's talk about our products. So for today, you can see that palette right there. This palette is, in fact, let me just get mine out here. One of the two palettes we're going to be using. This is the UCandies Splashy Candies. We're going to have a little bit of a almost neon look today. So it'll be a little different. So Splashy Candies, that you can see that palette right there. All of the products used today can be found on a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com/shop. Also in the show notes of whatever platform you're on, it should be updated to show all the product links. These are all mostly going to be Amazon links. So it makes it easier for you shopping in a place that you already shop, saving you the most amount of money that I possibly can. And there is no expectation that you are buying every single product that I'm going to be using. If you already have a palette that has some great neon colors in it, grab that. So today we're going to be in the yellows, greens, pinks, and blue. Nope, no pinks. Just kidding about that. So yellow, greens, blues, and kind of a little bit of a, almost a terracotta-y kind of a color, but that's sort of a background color. Okay, so enough jibber jabber. Let us get going. So the verse is scrolling across the bottom of your screen so you can begin. Oh, here we go. Hello from my windy English neighborhood. Yeah, I don't know what your miles per hour winds are over there, but it's been a little crazy over here. The last couple of days we've been hanging around between 20 and 30 or 35 miles an hour winds. So I feel your pain because that's a lot. So just out of curiosity, in where you are, Anthea, is that, are you cold and windy? Do y'all get allergies like we do? Like we got everything blowing in the wind. We got tree stuff blowing in the wind. We got what do you call it? Pollen and all kind of thing blowing in the wind. So our allergies are a little bit crazy. Is that a thing over there? All right, give me a shout out when you get a chance. Okay, so let us get going with what we are working on today. We're going to, again, do a full face makeup tutorial. I am so glad you love those colors. Thank you, Rachel. We're still in love with this Milk Hydro Primer. So I think last week was the first week I used it, and I have loved it. My combo skin appreciate. I don't know if it'd be fair to call it Hydro, though, because usually with things that claim to be like super hydrating, it's like way too much and my face goes into like protest for it. So this is not like that. So go ahead and enjoy. It's like a jelly primer. Give it a try. I put the link on there for the same sample pack that I have. So it's got the primer and then it has a setting spray. Didn't too much care for the setting spray. But we've got cows. Okay, so we're just going to give like one, okay, that was a little bit, extra little pump. Oh, sorry. Right there. Just a little tiny bit. We're going to work it between our fingers. This one gets tacky pretty fast. So we're just going to put that all over fine lines, wrinkles, any place you need a little hydration. You got combo skin like me, make sure you get that on the nose. We're going around the lips. Can you hear that tacky? What? Oh, nothing like a little fuzz in the morning. There we go. Okay. So that is going to prime our face and get us ready to go for all the fun stuff we're going to be playing with. So I'm going to cap that so I don't make a mess. We're going to grab our concealer now. And this is the Lancome Tinted Old Concealer. And I'm the shade 090. You can get to your nearest Ulta, Sephora, wherever. And check this out. So things I like about this. Lightweight, full coverage, stays where it's supposed to, doesn't settle into fine lines and wrinkles and make them look worse than they already are. Okay, so our answer back to our question about English, nature, and allergies. We don't have much pollen at the moment. The last 50 days of nonstop rain have washed everything away in the UK. Oh, okay. All right. So allergies are not exclusive to Texas. So sorry. But glad to hear you're not suffering with pollen at the moment. And yay for the rain, because we could use some of that here. So if you could just pack some of that up and send that to Texas, that would be great. All right. Oh, and now we got some people trying to move to the UK. Okay, sunny yesterday and everyone was confused. What is that strange yellow ball in the sky? Oh my goodness. Yesterday and the day before, while windy, have been beautiful sunshiny days. I just love those days. And at work, we have this wonderful set of huge windows across the front of the office, which is like right in front of me. And so I have the joy of getting to just look out and see all of that beautiful sky and clouds and sunshine and the birds that come to visit from time to time. We have parakeets in our office, and we actually have birds that will come to the edge of the like windowsill thing and like chatter through the glass at the birds that are in the office. So, anyways, just I love nature. Okay, so we're going back to our concealer conversation here. Okay, let's grab that. We're gonna uncap that. Oh, looks like I got a little straggler there. There we go. So we were talking a second ago about the Hydro Grip Primer. And I love trying new things. So what is your favorite primer of choice right now? What are you enjoying and what has been working for you? Or what is one? Nah, let's not go negative. Let's just go positive. So tell me a primer that you are either currently using or that you've used in the past and you just absolutely loved it. And then give us a shout out for what your skin type is so we know how that's going to play with different skin types. So skin type and favorite primer. So give me a shout out. Let me know what you got. So now that that's set there for a second, we're just going to blend that out using our middle finger. We're going to make sure to get that up here on the brow bone today because we're not going to be using a shadow color, so to speak, up there. But we want something to blend into. So we're just going to blend that over. There we go. Getting right there in that inside corner. I got redness on my nose, so we're just going to do that. I think my volume may have turned itself up a little. Let's go down. There we go. Oh, I love that part right there. Let's see. The good thing about the rainy gray weather in England is that the grass is a vivid green. You know, if the pictures that I see are even close to the reality, I am certain of that. In fact, I think we should just, in whatever season is best, I think we should just all go visit Anthea. We'll have an in-person event just to see what this gorgeousness is that she is experiencing. Is that a word? I'm not sure. It is now. Okay, so now that we've got that, we are going to put on our foundation. I'm using the Juvia's Place I Am Magic Velvety Matte Foundation, and I'm actually using a different beauty blender right now, as you can tell. So this was just, I actually didn't bring mine when I was putting my makeup on an accident, and somebody gave me this one. But this is just like a typical Real Techniques-ish, generic-y kind of beauty blender, but it has played really nicely with this foundation. So maybe give that a try. You're having a little private chat. Okay, so we're going to give just a little bit right there like that. A little bit of this goes a long way. So just, you know, you can always add more, but if you get too much up on there, then it's going to be hard to play with. So we're just going to tap that out. Get that shared everywhere. We're going to make sure we get around our lips. And I'm going to kind of go over the brows just a little bit because I want some of that color up here on this top part right here. Then we're going to use the edge of that to get right up into the hairline nice and neatly so we don't have like a finish line of where the foundation is. Going to blend that out onto the neck. And then we're going to work up into where the concealer is so that everything is nicely blended together. I'm going to use the like edge of that and get around the nostrils there. Okay, oh my gosh. Okay, so back to our conversation about... Come on over, ladies. Be careful, you might never leave. Many Americans have settled here. You know, that could happen. I grew up in a military family, and so I have lived a lot of places, but any place in Europe that is not, I've not visited, I have not lived there. For my girls' senior trip, I sent them to a European trip where they were on, it was supposed to be a mission trip, but then once they got there, I don't know. I just don't feel like that ended up being the focus of the trip. And then the leaders didn't really do a good job of leading, but the girls there were 3 of them. They had a great time together. They protected each other, and it ended up just being wonderful. I still have my little Paris thing that they brought back. I don't know, proud mom moment. So I would really love to go. That is just a place that I have not been. It is definitely on my bucket list. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm more of a dark and gloomy weather person. My husband calls me a vampire. Okay, well, for those of you, I don't even know. Where was the Dracula story originated? That was European-esque somewhere. I don't remember enough about it. Let's see. Regarding primers, I love the Morphe Prep and Set Spray. It makes my foundation go on quickly and smoothly. Yes, Morphe definitely usually towards the top of the list. Do you like, which one is it that you like? They've got the, one is a black container, one is a white container, and then they've got a clear one, unless they've added more to it. Oh, there was the gold one too. Which one of those is your favorite that you like? And then what is your skin type? Okay, so enough blending. Okay, let's go on to our setting powder. I'm using the L'Oreal Infallible. This is the Blurfection. And we're just going to, well, let me get a little out here. There we go. You can see it is listed as a brightening, so it's kind of a nice kind of pink color. In Juvia's place, it is the one, it's called Cotton Candy. Okay, let's see. And Thea says it's the one in the gold spray. Okay, fantastic. So good. Thank you for that recommendation. I may have to actually, I don't know if I tried that one yet or not. I know I've seen it. I just don't know if I've personally tried it. We'll have to do that. All right. And the Morphe ones, I know a lot of people who use those for both sides. It's a spray before you put everything on, and then it's the spray to set after you put everything on. So, okay, we're going to get that powder. We're using that triangle end. And we're just going to set that, everything that we got on there. Then I'm going to take this. Let's see. Before 50, I was the early oiliest girl in the world. Now I'm more of a normal combo. I would definitely, same for me. I don't know. I would say for me, it started a little bit before 50, like maybe early mid 40s that started. And I don't really think there's been any sort of food change. So it's not diet related. I eat the same amount of chocolate now that I ate then. Okay, maybe a little more. But definitely I think hormones play a part in the oiliness or dryness of your skin. And I like the aerosol. Yes. The only spray, setting spray that I have used that I felt was a pump and was super fine was the one that Benefit Cosmetics came out with. It was a pump spray, but that had the finest setting spray that I have ever seen, and I can't remember what the name of it was. I'm not even sure if they still make it or not. I think they do, because it's part of that new line of skincare stuff they have. I'll just see if I can find it. Once upon a time I had a thing of it, but it's like super fine, and it's also supposed to waterproof your makeup. I don't usually wear makeup if I'm going swimming or anything, so I don't know about all that, but it was definitely super fine. Okay, in the summer, I also used the Sculpted by Amy with an SPF of 50 spray over my makeup during the summer for this. Yes, and I just cannot do goopy primer SPF. But if you put that SPF in that setting spray, all about that. My favorite one is the one from... their brand colors are yellow and white. The cries have been heard. I can't remember the name of it. The brand colors are yellow. Super Goop. I love that one because that one's like really lightweight. You have a choice of 30 or 50 SPF, and that one does really well too. So yes, definitely. And really, we should be using SPF year-round, although I am not a good person to lead by example in that respect. So, onward and out from underneath my inefficiencies, we're going to press on to our contouring. So, I'm going to grab my Pretty All Set, still loving this. Okay. I've kind of switched it up a little bit. So you're going to see me use 3 different things today. So I've got the Pretty All Set because I am infatuated with this right here. I love that. But the pink is just not quite pink enough for me. So I'm going to use the Pretty All Set for the low. And I'm going to use a Juvia's Place for the color. That's going to be the volume 4. And then I'm going to use the Cookie from Benefit for the highlighter. I know, it's just kind of all over the place, but whatever. That's why we collect things, right? Okay, so absolute favorite setting spray is BYO Beauty Dibs. I'm on my second bottle already, and it smells amazing. Okay, yes, I have seen that, and good feedback on that one. We're going to grab our contouring brush, aka foundation brush. We're going to use this end for the lows, this end for the highs. So I'm just going to go in here. I'm fair skinned, so be careful, cautious. Don't go too crazy with this one. We're just going to do like one little whoop. And that's going to go from the top of the ear here. We're going to curve it, go to about the edge of the eye above the hollow of your cheek. And then we're going to go right beside the hairline. maybe I was a little too gentle. There we go. And I'm just kind of doing like a little bit of a U shape kind of thing. There we go. Same thing on the other side. And the good thing about this being a powder is you've got a lot of control. You don't like where you put it, just keep on blurring. Just keep on blurring, you'll get it. Okay, and I am going to use the side of this. We're going to go right here. That's going to go under the jawline. We're going to go from the ear, under that, right to the corner of the mouth. That's going to give us a cut at the jawline. So we look like we have less double chin than I actually do. And you're just kind of keeping a neutral face so you can actually get right up underneath that jawline. Now I'm going to switch to the flat of this. I'm just going to give a little pass. Little there, little there. And then we're just going to blend them. I'm going to use circular motions to kind of blend that out a little bit. And they will eventually end up meeting just a tiny, tiny in the middle there. We're going to just barely set it. And go beside the nose here. Tipping out underneath. There we go. Wendy. Wendy is looking snatched. I don't know about all that. Okay, so we're going to grab our Juvia's Place. This is the Blushed Volume 4. We're going to grab our blush brush. For today, we're doing a lot of neon bold kind of colors. So I'm going to pull it back just a little bit on the cheeks. And we're doing a nice blue lip today. So I'm going to pull it back just a little bit on the cheeks so that those two things can be the focus. So we're going to go with this lighter color here. We're going to get a couple swipes there. We're going to go right on the top and overlap the low that we just put in. We're just giving like a little tiny hint. And so for you, depending on your skin tone, for you, this could maybe be a little bit more of a peachy color. If you like neutrals, you can have it just be a little bit lighter than the bronzer you use, just to bring it up a little bit. If you're a little more on the golden tone, beautiful gold dust would be nice right here. I think it's the volume 6, volume 5. Is a beautiful gold series in this blush series from Juvia's Place. So try out different blushes while you're in the store. Make sure you sanitize that because, you don't know who used that before you and if they sanitize. So no matter what store you're at, and if you don't want to do the sanitizing yourself, if they're not, having that sanitizing stuff right there, ask an associate. Hey, I would like to test this. Can you please sanitize this? And watch them do it. Okay, so we're going to go back into here. We're going to go, let's see, where did I leave off? I think I need to be up here, here, and here. I'm talking and I'm losing track. Here we go. All right. So now that we have that in place, we're going to add a little highlights in here. So I'm going to set that over there. I'm going to set that over there. I'm going to go back to that brush that we were using. And we're going to do this one for the highlight. I'm going to grab my cookie. This is Benefit. I love the shimmer on this one. So the eyeshadows we're using are all matte today. So if I'm doing matte all on my lid, I like to have a little shimmer on the top of my cheek because, you got to have some sparkling somewhere. So we're just going to swirl that around right on the top of that cheek, meeting where that blush was we just put on. Get that right there. We're going to go right down the center, making sure we get that. Nice. And we may or may not come back and add a little bit extra on there just because we can. All right, so let's take a look at our verse, and then we're going to jump into our lips. So the verse is scrolling around. Well, actually, it just kind of passed us on the bottom of the screen. So we're going to chit-chat for a second while that's coming around. Okay, let's see. When I was in high school, my skin was so oily, I always had to carry those oil blotting things. It was awful. And I worked at tanning salons, so I tanned all the time. Yeah, you would think that dried out, but sometimes you dry your skin out and then it overproduces the oil to compensate for the drying out you're doing. Okay, so here is our word for the verse coming across the bottom. All the workers you've exploited and cheated cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers you used and abused are a roar in the ears of the Master Avenger. You've looted the earth and lived it up, but all you'll have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly good persons who stand there and take it. All right. So, man, sad, sad, sad. And definitely words, not really of encouragement. But, well, I guess it would sort of be backwards encouragement that if you're not the one doing this, yay for you. So, watch your actions. Watch how you're treating other people. Okay. So, onward from that little bit of spanking, let's press on to our lips. So, we've got the NYX. This is the Suede Matte Lip Liner, and this one is the Jet Set. Color Jet Set. So, we're going to use a nice blue. We're going to put a blue lip on before we do our eyeshadows. So, let's see. What is a shade that you are afraid to use on your lips? Have you ever done blue? Is there a color that you're like, oh man, I just couldn't wear that? You have that? What is that for you? So we're going to start out here in the Cupid's bow. I'm actually going to have to give this one a little bit of a sharp because it's being finicky. So we're just going to, sometimes the lip liner, if it gets a little, you've had it for a minute, maybe it dries out a little, just give it a nice quick sharp just for a second, and that'll take that dullness out, and then you can actually use it again. Here we go.
The cries have been heard.
Or it could just totally be a pain while you're live on camera. Here we go. All right. There you go. And I am overlining just a little bit, just outside the lip line a little bit. Okay, every time I hear that in that song, I sing that in my head. Okay, it's not really singing. You know what I'm saying. Okay, here we go. We're going to do the bottom. I may just be doing that the whole rest of the time. Let's see. Okay, so my color was purple until I started working with you. Oh, well, happy you have expanded your horizons. Okay. All right. Now, this lip color we're using, you don't really need a whole lot of lining. I like the lining because it kind of gives you a path that you want to go. This color is so beautifully solid, and you cannot see through it, so you don't need a lip liner with this. I just like it because it it's like color in between the lines when you get the lip color. Okay, let's see. I want to try the blue lipstick that Wendy recommended in an earlier episode. It's probably the same one that we're fixing to use now. If you are lucky enough to find this exact one, this is a KVD, and this one is called Scorpius, Scorpiiris, something like that. I don't know that they're currently making this exact one. So what I have on there for you is a Maybelline blue one. I have used that one in the past. I don't currently have one at the moment, so that's why I'm not using that one. But the Maybelline one is awesome. It wears well. Amazon link is going to be in the show notes. Yes, Wendy is putting blue lip liner on. Yes, that is correct. Okay, so I'm going to give that just a little bit of a shake just because it feels like you should do that. But this liquid lipstick from KVD just has a nice doe foot. And we're going to start out now. Here, let me close that up for a second. So with any liquid lipstick, when you put it on, most of them dry down nicely if they're good. And so you want to leave your lips just separated a little bit to let it dry down before you put the lips together. If you put the lips together before it has dried down fully, sometimes they'll separate and it'll transfer to one side or the other side and you end up with like a void in your lipstick. So with liquid lipsticks, put them on, especially if they're going to dry matte or they're an all day like this one. Separate them just a little bit, let them dry down, and then you'll be good to go for the rest of the day. Okay. So back to here, we're going to take that. My volume has turned itself up again. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
All the workers you've exploited and cheated, cry out for judgment.
I'm just starting out in the middle, and then I'm going to work that top.
But all you have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. The groans of the workers you used and abused are a roar in the ears of the master avenger.
I'm so glad we got quiet right then. I love that part. And no, I'm not rapping in front of you. Okay, here we go. Again, starting in the middle. And now we're going to do the outside line. And we're just walking right along that lip liner line. Okay, you may have to dip it in just a little bit. Make sure that your line is exactly where you want it and both sides are even. Oh, that's my cat Alice talking, if you can hear her. Okay. And we're just going to leave our lips a little bit separated while we move on to our eyes. So you can see that is just a beautiful blue. And you know, usually I've had this happen a couple times. I like blue toenail polish on my toes. And if you ever have any kind of emergency thing happen and they look down at your toes and see blue toes, they're going to go, oh my gosh, her toes are blue. Oh wait, that's nail polish. So I don't know if blue lips would have that same effect. So hopefully none of us with our blue lips are going to need an ambulance ride. Okay. Yeah, the KVD liquid lipstick, slightly iridescent. Some of them are. This one is not. This one is very matte. So it's going to dry down. Won't have any shine at all. If you're a glossy girl, just find you some nice gloss to put on the top. If you like a plumper, get you a nice buxom. They have a clear. If you like that iridescent, then you could do, oh, I don't remember the name of it. They're all girl names, Kathleen or something like that. That's kind of a clear with a little bit of pearl in it. So that one would be pretty on the top too. Just gives you a different look depending on what you want. Okay, so let us dive into what we're going to be doing today for our eyes. I am super excited about this. I don't normally wear neon colors, but I thought it was fun because my clothes are boring today. Okay, here we go. So, oh, that's a question for you. Here you go. Here's your question. You ready? Let me hear a shout out. Do you try to match your eyeshadow to like your clothes or your hair or your lipstick or anything like that? You try to match your eyeshadow to anything on your being when you decide what you're wearing that day. Or do you wear the same thing all the time? Okay, so back, you can be Candy Splashes. So let's take a look at this. I can get it open. There we go. This one, I want to say it's like 54 colors. Let's take that out. There we go. And the green one had a little bit of a problem. So we got a little, don't worry about that. Okay, so we're going to start out with this one up here. That's going to go up on the bone. It's just kind of a blender color. Then we're going to be living in this one right here. We're going to go to this one right here. We're going to take a minute in this one right here. And then I told you we were going to be using a little Juvia's Place. So really, we're just using the Juvia's Place for one color. But this is the Culture 2 palette, and that one color is a color that we need. That is Delta right here. We're using that for the outside corner. We just need a little intensity, and it's almost the same color as the KVD lipstick. So let's see. Alice likes the blue because it reminds her of Alice in Wonderland. You know, that could be. That very well could be. Okay, so again, we're going to start out with this one. I'm going to grab a smaller brush. This is the Morphe M456, I think. So this is not the big fluffy one we usually use up on the top. We're just using it for blending right here. So we get a color to blend into. So let's see. Ensure the shadow is the same color range as my outfit. Yeah, I think for me, probably that's the most. I mean, sometimes if I'm just having a meh day and I'm, just going to stay at home or going to work or the grocery store or something like that, I might do something that matches my hair just because it seems the thing to do. But usually it goes to my clothes. Tend to focus on matching the lipstick to clothes. Yeah, that happens too. Except for today where nothing is matching. I'm hoping to find a jewelry thing that's going to match this. So I have a couple of ideas if I still have the pieces. We'll see. We'll see. You'll see in the picture. Okay, so we're just going to go right here in this fluffiness, right on that tip. And we're going to go right on that bone right there. You're just going to do a little bit right here. This is just going to give us kind of a neutrally-ish kind of color to blend into while we're working with those neons. And it's not really neon. I guess I should just say bright because it's not really neon. I mean, you could do it with neon. So if you've got neon colors, maybe you enjoy some cosplay from time to time, or you got some Halloween stuff sitting around or something like that, you can use those neons. You get it, girl. Okay. All right. Let's see. I also started wearing nail varnish again, so that means makeup need to match. Yes, I wish I was more gentle on my hands and could do nail lacquer, varnish, polish, whatever. But I am just really rough on my hands, and I will literally paint them. And before a couple of hours have passed, I already have like nicks and ditches, and it already looks yucky. So let's go here. I'm going to go into this color right here, this beautiful yellow, bright and bold. And we're going to go right there in that corner. Don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of it. Just go right there in that corner. And we're going to go up a little bit to get into that orange color we put there. And we're going to go over just a little bit because we want to leave a little bit of yellow there so we got something to blend that green into. Okay, let's see. If it's for a special event, then I take the time to actually match my shadow to my outfit. But as you know, at work, I normally do the same soft glam eye look. And there's nothing wrong with that either. So I would just encourage you every once in a while, be a little bold and adventurous. And I know you do that. So that's why I use press-on. Yes, press-on nails. Woo-woo! Okay, now we're going to go into this green here. These are not named or anything, so sorry why I'm pointing so much. We're just going to go on the back side of that yellow brush that we just did. I'm just going to give a couple swipes. And we're going to go right here to about the, maybe a little more than halfway. And we're just going to put that bright green right there. Better to use a little less on your brush and come back over it a few times and end up with green sprinkled on the top of your cheek. We have a little leprechaun-ness going on. There we go. And then we're just going to go over that yellow edge just a little bit to soften that so they blend together. And again, we're going all the way up into that orange right up there. And I didn't want to do a cut crease today because I didn't want a harsh ending line. So we're just going to do that. Now, just for the sake of whatever, we're just going to fluffy brush wipe away just to make sure we don't got nothing funky going on. I'm going to grab another eyeshadow brush. This is a Maximum Thumb. Just a general purpose all over eyeshadow brush. Let's see. I always plan to play with my makeup at some point on the weekends, but my kids always have other plans. Yes, that does happen. That does happen. All right, so we're going to go right here into this blue, and we're just going to get it on one side. And again, this is definitely one of those. Do not overload your brush. In fact, give it a little tap. We're just going to put that right here. We're going to go all the way to the outside corner with that, because while we are coming back in here with that delta from Juvia's place, it is strong enough. It can go over the top of this, and that will help that to blend out a little bit. So we're just going to go all the way up here. And we're going to blend that right there like that. Yeah, I know, kids, man. You can't live them, and you can't live with them, and you can't live without them. They're like husbands. Okay, so we're just going to go right here. We're making sure that that ends right up at the top where we had those other colors. I do see a little fallout, so let's get that while we got it. Here we go. Getting that right there again. Going right here. We're just kind of pressing that in. And then we're just going over the area where those two colors meet. Now I'm going to go ahead and grab that green, the other side of that brush where we had that green, and let's just go ahead and use that green to go over that seam right there so we can blend that out nicely. We're just tapping it right where those two colors meet. Okay, and don't worry too much right now. If you got like a little bit of, see how I got like a line happening right there? We can totally blend that out here in just a second. But right now, we're not going to do that. Okay, blending that out. The blue brush, whoop, that's not it. Actually, let's grab a smudger. A smudger. This one is a MAC, something. We're going to grab that Culture 2 palette, or whatever palette you're using for your dark. And we're going to take that smudger. We're going to go right here into that delta, just on the tip of that. It does not take much of this to do what we need it to do. So just on the tip, do not overload that, because if that falls out on your face, now you're going to have to do some wiping. Okay, so we're going to go right here on the outside corner. Just give it a little dot right there. And we're just going to blend on the outside of that. Kind of doing like a little bit of a V. Just to help that blue get a little more intense. Let's do that same thing on the other side. Okay. And you can see now the whole lecture that I gave about not overloading your brush. I did that exact very thing. There we go. We can fix it here in a second. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the, now that we got that beautiful blue there on the outside, I'm going to go back to the splash. We're going to go back in that blue right there. And we're just going to tap that in that middle there and make sure that blue is all nice and comfy. And blend it up with there. There we go. There we go. I see a conversation about Smoky Teal Eye. I did do one of those a while back. I don't remember what episode that was. I can try to pull that up here in just a minute. Okay, we're going to go back to the orange brush that we used right up here. Just give that a little tap. And we're just going to use that to soften that upper edge there. There you go. Now we've got that happening. we need to make sure that we mimic that on the bottom. So I am going to grab a smudger. This is just a nice under eye smudger. This one is a Morphe. What is this? M508. So we're going to start in the lighter color on the inside and then work our way out because we're just going to use the same brush for the whole thing. So we're going to go right here in that yellow. Just get it on the very tip of that. Very tip. Right here. I'm going to go ahead and get it on that inside corner.
All the workers you've exploited and cheated, cry out for judgment.
Now we're going to take it and get in that green just a little bit. Right underneath where that green is. Get that green under there.
The groans of the workers you used and abused are a roar in the ears of the master avenger.
Okay, now we're going to move to the blue. Get that a little bit right under where that blue is. I'm going to go all the way to the outside edge with that one. Now we're going to grab that culture too so we can catch that outside corner right here. Right here. Just on that outside corner and up and around so we can make sure we got some nice intensity happening there. All right. Now we did have a little bit of extra fallout from, I think you should use that lipstick color on my eyes. Ha! Okay, so I'm going to grab my triangle puff. I'm going to go into the setting powder. And we're just going to lift that area a little bit. And erase that fallout that happened. And then we'll come back. I told you we would probably have to come back with our highlighter, and I was right. How do you like that? Okay. So let's just go ahead and do that now while we got it. So I'm going to grab that highlighter brush. This is an Anastasia. Let's just go ahead and swish that around here. We just covered that up, so let's get that right there. Woo, 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 right there. Now we all back. Okay, so we're going to add a little bit of eyeliner. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place Egyptian Liner in Kajal. We're going to go from the outside to about halfway. There we go. I'm going to go from the outside edge down here. We're going to do just a little bit on that lower. Actually, let's just do it on the water line.
Cry out for judgment.
Yeah. Okay, nice. Oh, yes, look at that. Love, love, love. I'm going to go ahead and do the upper water line for when we put our lashes on. Okay, so now we got a little definition to our eyes. When we get ready to put our lashes on, it will help us be able to have like a darker right there in the middle where the lashes are and then the water lines are. So then you can notice more the colors that we have put on the under and the over of the eyes. So I am going to be using the Juvia's Nubian Lash. This is one of my favorites. This is the Zaria. Just a nice flare, a lot of dramatic. Okay, it's in the medium volume of this. Flare lower on the inside, shorter on the inside, wider on the outside. Super easy to be able to tell where your lash goes. I'm going to use my lash tool, and I'm just going to grab that lash from the outer corner on that tray, set that down in front of me. These have already been trimmed. If you are putting on a brand new set of lashes, you can watch one of my other videos, I think about 3 weeks ago. So maybe episode 33-ish. I did a new lash application, and so you can take a look at how to do that. Before we actually get our eyes on, though, we're going to need a little mascara so that we can blend our eyelashes with the eyelashes that we're fixing to put on. So let's grab our lash curling tool. Whether you have a heated tool like the wonderful one from, oh gosh, what's the name of that? Their stuff is all pink. Anyways, heated lash tool, or you can use just a crimping lash tool. This one I like. This one is from Tweezerman. Does a good job of not pinching your actual, skin and eyelid and all that. So we're going to get that ready. Find your sweet spot. When you crimp that bad boy down, you should not feel ow on your eyelid. If you've done that, then release it, pull it forward just a little bit, and try it again. So we're going to use our verse as a timer today. So find your sweet spot. We're going to wait till that verse rolls around before we crimp that bad boy shut. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to have to look back so I can see it. There we go. All the workers you've exploited and cheated cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers you used and abused are a roar in the ears of the Master Avenger. You've looted the earth and lived it up, but all you'll have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly good persons. Now we're going to quickly go to the other side so we can try to catch that verse on here and find that sweet spot. There we go. All the workers you've exploited and cheated cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers you used and abused are a roar in the ears of the Master Avenger. You've looted the earth and lived it up, but all you'll have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly good persons who stand there and take it. And that's James 4, 5-6. I think I forgot to say the reference the first time. Okay, so we are going to grab our mascara. I am using the L'Oreal Voluminous mascara. This one has the curved wand. No particular reason, I just care for the curved wand. Okay, so we are going to just give one coat. We're going to look back on the tips there. And this is just going to help our lashes blend in better. Even if you have nice, super dark lashes, this is still a good practice. Because it will give you a little bit of extra volume with your lashes as you put them on. And, one of the reasons why we wear false lashes is for the volume. Okay, so we're going to go here. And again, we're coming back. Sweeping back on those tips. And we really just need like one coat because we're wearing the false lashes. Now, if you're not wearing the false lashes, then you may need a couple extra coats. Oh, I'll also tell you this. If your lashes are black and you don't do this particular step, there is a great likelihood that the eyeshadow powder that you did not notice had fallen to the back of your lashes is going to fall on the tops of your cheeks, because you're not like sealing it in or whatever with mascara. So I would definitely, especially if you're using bold colors, I would definitely mascara my lashes just so that you can prevent that kind of thing from happening. Okay, so let's get our bottom lashes because we're not putting any kind of false lash there. And I feel, okay, there we go. Well, I felt a little hair. I don't know where it went. This could be a bad sign. Okay, there we go. So we're just going from root to tip here. Giving a nice coating on those bottom lashes. And while I was up close, there we go. Let's go ahead and do the other side. There you go. I'm just making sure I get even coverage from root to tip here on the bottom. Oh, sorry if my head was turned too far. Okay, now we are going to... Sorry, I'm squinting. I always do that because my bottom lashes are so long. If I don't squint a little to lift them up, they have a tendency to touch down, and then my tips of my bottom lashes will touch my cheek, and I get a little transfery things. Does that happen to anybody else? You got long bottom lashes too? Okay, so we've already got our lashes. They're out of the tray. They're set down on the table in front of us. Now let's go ahead and apply our lashes. I am using the Kiss Super Stick. This is the black. I love the black. I think that it does a great job of being the eyeliner color and giving your lashes something to stick to. It's just really pretty. So I have adopted this way of applying your lashes. You do you, boo. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this and I'm going to do one side. I'm going to wipe it off. I'm going to go to the inside edge here. And I'm going to give myself a nice thin line as if I was applying eyeliner. And I'm going to go back into that. I'm going to do the other side here. And we're just going to make a nice thin lash glue liner bead right there. And while that's still wet, we're going to do one lash at a time. While that's still wet, we're going to take our lashes. We're going to grab that right in the center, and we're just going to set that on that adhesive. You're going to go to the outside corner. Put that on that adhesive. There you go. Now I feel like something got on the tip of my thing, so I'm just going to wipe the tip of the tool off to make sure I don't have any adhesive on that, because you don't want it. You'll feel it if you get any adhesive on there. You'll feel it gets like a little resistance and kind of sticky-ish. Okay. There we go. So you can see that also kind of throttles down the bright bold color that we have until you blink your eye. So when you blink, whoop. Okay, enough of that. Okay, so we're gonna grab that liner. We're gonna do our adhesive, and we're gonna do that same thing on the other side. So again, taking it out, wiping off one side, going from the inside edge to about the middle. Then I'm gonna go in again, and then I'm gonna go from the outside. Here we go. I'm just going to separate that. There we go. I'm going to use my tool. I'm going to grab my other lash. I'm going to set that right there in that middle. Put the inside down. You can go the outside. Put the outside down.
The cries have been heard.
Just pressing that in, making sure everybody's touching the way that they should be. There we go. Now you have that beautiful, bright, bold neon, depending on the colors that you used. We got that like orange sort of happening a little bit. I'm actually going to take the, let me just do that highlighter up here. We're just going to do that little right there. And now we need to do our brows. So go ahead and grab your brow product of choice. I'm using the L'Oreal Voluminous Original. This is in the, I think it's like dark deep burgundy, I think. And this is going to be my brow product. Whatever your brow product is, you can do that. And yes, that is true. I usually do that before I do all the rest of this. But I think I got ahead of myself, and it doesn't matter. It's just your brow product. So we'll go ahead and do that now. So I am just making sure that I am brushing that with the direction of the hair kind of upward a little bit, but trying to not get it actually touching my skin. This would be super pretty. Oh, I wish I'd have thought of that. With a blue brow product. Oh my gosh. Yes, that would have been so fun. Didn't think of it. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to do the other side because it would be weird to have a burgundy brow and a blue brow. And we're going to go up. And we're just following the hair around. Some people like pencils. Some people like pomades. Some people like the brow mascaras like this. There's not really a wrong answer for it. It depends on the look that you want. Probably what era you were born in. But you know, do what makes you happy. Do what, when you look in the mirror, you think, oh, man, that came out so good today. And don't be afraid to try something new, because you don't know if your new favorite application is just around the corner, but you just haven't tried it yet. There you go. I would just encourage you, when you try something new, give yourself a little bit of time and space for that. Do not do that when you are out the door dressed up, ready to go to the Met Gala. That is not the time to be playing an experiment. Give yourself time. So I feel like I got a little something happening over there. We were talking about allergies earlier. So now that I got all this happening, I want to make sure that I set this. So I have shook up my Ready, Set, Seal. And we are going to set this so that it does not move all day. Yes. And while that is not one of the finer setting sprays that I have ever used, I do like the way that works. I think it does a good job of controlling oil, giving you a nice mattifying, yet not stark look. So I love that Juvia's Place setting spray. Okay, so what's our key takeaways for today? So you can boldly and confidently embrace colors even if you are north of 40 years old. I am 58 and I hope the day never comes where I am afraid to try a new color. So look, there we go. Okay, so we used bold colors from You Can Be. We used a nice bold blue from Juvia's Place to achieve this nice bright look for today. So do not let your age stifle your creativity for trying new things in makeup. Okay, so let's take a look. If I can get my mouse to cooperate, there we go. And let's review some of our Bible verses. We're going to start at the tail end of chapter 4 and then work through the verses that we've done for chapter 5. So, starting at the end of James chapter 4, verse 16 and 17, as it is, you are full of your grandiose selves. All such vaunting self-importance is evil. In fact, if you know the right thing to do and don't do it, that for you is evil. And then we moved on to last week was James chapter 5, verse 1 to 3, which I need to get a little cheat sheet for because I'm still working on that one. That is going to be James chapter 5, verse 1. And a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. You thought you were piling up wealth, and what you've piled up is judgment. Your greedy luxuries are No. What you piled up is judgment. Hold on. Oh, your money is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut. Cancer in your gut. Oh, destroying your life and destroying your life from within. There you go. You thought you were piling up wealth, and what you piled up is judgment. Yeah, clearly that one needs a little bit of work, but we are at the beginning of chapter 5, so we got lots of time. Just keep working on it. So then we got our verse for today, James chapter 5, verse 4-6. All the workers you've exploited and cheated, cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers you used and abused are a roar in the ears of the master avenger. You've looted the earth and lived it up. But all you have to show for it is something about fatness. All you have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly good persons who stand there and take it. So we'll be working on that and the other verses the whole time. This is going to be one of those not one and done kind of thing. So it's like braces and retainers. For the rest of your life, you are going to need to be continually working through this and talking through this. That is how you memorize. So not a one and done, just keep working at it. Again, all of our verses are coming from Color Me James. Go to colormejamesbook.com. Get connected to that email series, and that will help you from chapter 1, verse 1, work all the way through to today. Take your time. There is no reward for rushing your way through it and then not having learned or retained or applied anything. And just a reminder that in YouTube, we've got our Beauty and Grace Insider. If what you're looking at getting is the PDF version or the ebook version of that, the Cherish Queen membership level comes with that. So when you join that one, make sure to follow the series, the prompts through to the email, because the email is how that is going to deliver that free ebook to you. And then you can use the different couple of different apps that are recommended to be able to write in and do the journaling with a pen on your tablet or your finger on your phone or whatever the case may be. And then also a coloring app so you can actually color the coloring pages digitally right there on your iPad or your phone. Okay, so let's get a blessing and then we will be gone for this week, but look forward to seeing you next week. So here we go. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. All right, so that one comes from Numbers chapter, I think I usually say Exodus, but Numbers chapter 6, and that's verse 24 through 26. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of these ladies that have hung out here with me live, who are viewing this later on in recording. Father, I just pray that you would wrap your arms around them this week, that while these words from last week and this week seem a little bit harsh, they are all for our good. Father, help us to receive these words, to apply the pieces that are important to us. Help us to retain these scriptures. Help us to work diligently to hide this word in our heart, Father, because hiding our word in our heart, like we know in Psalm 119, verse 11, that is one way that we do not sin against you. So help us to do a concerted effort for getting these verses memorized. And I pray that you would send all of these women out this week, Father, that they would be an example of your light, that they would show your love, and that they would be Jesus to those around them. Father, I thank you for all these women again, and I pray that you would just send them out and bless them this week. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Well, it has been a delight to hang out with you. I hope that you have enjoyed our neon color eyeshadow look for today, playing with You Can Be and Juvia's Place. This week, let me show you what we got. This week, we're going to be doing one of my favorites. So in week 40, we have a word search. So I hope you enjoy that because I love word searches. And then our coloring page for this week that we're going to be working on is this beauty right here. And so be looking for that. You'll see her also in the verse card that will come out, the card that you can use as a phone wallpaper or save the images to your phone so you can use them like flashcards to help you with the memorizing. So enjoy that picture. And again, that music from Say La Soul is going to be wherever you listen to your favorite music. You'll be able to find that there. So I'm just curious, what are your favorite bold makeup tips? What is something that you do, or maybe you don't do, with regards to bold makeup? So give me a shout out for that on whatever your platform you're on, whether you are here now with me or you are watching this later on. I cannot wait. And you know what? Bonus points. Are there points? I don't think so. I don't know. But bonus points if you show me a picture of what you have done. So I would love to see your look, celebrate that with you. So do that. Make sure to tag me in it. Look forward to that. You can tag either Wendy Merritt or you can tag a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Either one of those. And I would love to see that. So until I see you again, maybe next week or online or whatever the case may be, I hope that you have a delighted week. It was a joy to spend that with you. I love you. Mwah!
A little bit of makeup, yeah, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait. A little bit of makeup, oh, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait. We laugh, we learn, we grow, we grow. Holy Spirit in the room, let His presence flow.
Well, good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where we are just thrilled about the last Microsoft update. Okay, so what are we going to be doing today? We are going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together on a full face makeup tutorial. We're going to be continuing on in our study of the book of James. We're going to be in chapter 5. Oh, and I can hear that. Let me get that turned down. There we go. Okay, so we're going to be continuing on in our study of the book of James, chapter 5. We're going to be in verse 7 to 8 today. Well, this week. All right, so again, my name is Wendy. And so today we're going to be asking the question, how can I pull off a green St. Patrick's Day eyeshadow look or full face look using an Falana palette and some nude lips with maybe products that I already own? That's a big question, but let's go ahead and find out. So remember, you can ask any question that you have about makeup application, about the product being used, about the Bible verse, or whatever as we go along during the live today. If you are watching this as a replay, then just go ahead and ask your question in there, and I will do my best to get that question answered for you. All right, so today our podcast title is St. Patrick's Day Magic. 40 plus women, green makeup tutorial. We're going to be featuring Falana eyeshadows and MAC lipsticks, and we're going to be looking at James 5, 7 to 8 again. So go ahead and hit like and subscribe. Grab your eyeshadow, grab your brushes, grab your lashes, and then get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait. Come on in, sis. Grab your joy, take your place. We're talking beauty, talking scripture, talking God's good grace. From blush to Bible, He's the one who makes us glow. Faith on your lips, love in your soul.
Oh. Okay, usually y'all don't get to hear that part. Okay. Good morning to you. So go ahead and give me a shout out. Let me know where you are watching from. And let's see. Let's take a look while you're doing that and tell me where you're coming from. And good morning to you. Our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And all of our verses for season 3 are coming from Color Me James. And this is a book, so you can go to colormejamesbook.com, and that will get you to the website where you can order whatever format pleases you. Ebook, paperback, spiral bound. There's the podcast is in video, or in a couple of places it's audio only, although I don't know if I do that because you can't watch me do it, but anyways, it's an option for you. So also on the colormejamesbook.com there is an email list that if you get on that particular list, that will guide you through from the beginning of the book through the end. We're not actually to the end yet. We're in week 41. So we got a couple weeks to go. Okay, so that will get you connected every week. Only once a week you will get an email that will deliver everything that you need to be able to accomplish that week's task and just kind of guide you along and help you along. So make sure you get over to colormejamesbook.com and then get connected to that email list. Okay, so last week we worked on James 5, 4 through 6. And so we're going to take a listen to that song, and then we'll press on to what we're going to be doing for this week. So here is the song from last week called Master Avenger. That's a weird song title, Wendy. Wait till you hear the verse.
The cries have been heard. All the workers you've exploited and cheated cry out for judgment. You've looted the earth and lived it up, but all you have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. The groans of the workers you used and abused are a roar in the ears of the Master Avenger. You've looted the earth and lived it up, but all you have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder. Condemn and murder. Perfectly good person who stand there and take this. Stand there and take it. Stand there and take it. What you've done is condemn.
Okay. I could listen to the whole song because I really like that one. And I told you that the song title may not make a whole lot of sense until you actually get through to listening to the whole thing. And now you see why it's called Master Avenger. No, it is not part of the Marvel Comics world. It's part of the verse itself. So I hope you enjoyed that song. It gets a little funky in there. Totally love it. And no, you're not ever going to hear me rap those lyrics, but I love that. And I do it in the privacy of my own home. Okay, so let's press on to what our verse for this week is going to be, which is the song that you are listening to right now. And this one is called Like the Farmer Waits, I believe is the name of it. And that should be out now. So I think it usually comes out on Spotify first, then YouTube, then you'll get it every place else. I think Apple's like the last one to follow suit. Okay, so James 5, 7 to 8, our verse for this week. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see, farmers do this all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently letting the rain do its slow but sure work. Be patient like that. Stay steady and strong. The master could arrive at any time. So now we have transitioned into some encouragement for us. The rich have been spanked, the poor have been spanked, and now we're to keep your eyes focused on the future. The master, Jesus, may arrive at any time. You don't know when that time is. So keep hopeful. Wait for the rain. All right. So such a hopeful verse for this time. I'm excited. We're finally rounding the corner to I don't want to say not positivity, but I'm going to say positivity because there's been some things happening in our verses so far. And I know we've had some angry ones. We've had some sad songs. We've had all different kinds of genres represented. So I hope that has been meaningful for you and helped for you to memorize those verses. I know I just love thinking about the scripture in a different way and kind of pulling it apart and coming up with those lyrics and laying out the song in a way that God leads the song to develop so that it will help you to memorize that scripture. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So I don't know if this is a worldwide holiday or what, but in America, we have St. Patrick's Day coming up. And maybe you don't know about it. Maybe your country celebrates it too. I don't know. Give me a shout out. Does your country celebrate St. Patrick's Day? So I thought maybe we might just go like over a brief little bit of history about St. Patrick's Day, you know, just because we keep saying his name already. Okay, so St. Patrick's Day is celebrated annually on March 17th. And it was originally a cultural and religious holiday that commemorates St. Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland, and it marks a traditional anniversary of his death in the 5th century. So it was actually began as a religious feast in Ireland to honor the saint who brought Christianity to the country. And then it kind of evolved into this whole green party kind of thing, but that's not what it was originally for. It was originally to celebrate Christianity coming to Ireland. So we're going to think about it in that vein, the other one that we typically see happen. So the holiday celebrates great, and you know what? I don't even know. It didn't even say, the green tradition. That color thing kind of grew over time. And it was used in like nationalist movements just so that people could feel like they were part of something bigger than themselves. So everybody wore the same color and all that kind of stuff. And so it's customary to wear green to avoid being pinched by leprechauns, according to lore. So we are going to be doing, can you guess, a green look today in celebration of the patron saint, St. Patrick, who brought Christianity to Ireland. So we're going to be using the Aflano palette today. You can see the picture of that like right over there. So this has got some beautiful greens. We got some shimmers. We got some mattes. We got some glitters. All the fun things in one palette. So that's what we're going to be playing with today. All the products for today can be found in a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com/shop. Go enjoy that. Also in the show notes, I believe it's already on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, great, you're in the right place. Everything's already there. Just a little footnote though, I did change out the lipstick and lip liner color, so I'll have to adjust that. But everything else is up there for you to enjoy and play with. So let's get that verse scrolling across the bottom of our screen. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so I have a good morning. And I actually don't see anybody from Ireland just yet. But we've got Alaska. Well, that's not really a country, that's a state. But let's see. Oh my gosh, here we go. We've got Irish in the room. I mean, they're not from Ireland, but they're Irish in the room and they have green eyes. So right up their alley. Woo woo! So glad to have you with us, Rachel. Okay, so let's see what else we got. No Irish people or Ireland yet. That's okay. I have high hopes. I always see that country represented in the stats like later on. So we'll just have to see how that comes out. Okay, so let's get started. And actually, in a moment of irony, our primer is green. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't go on green. But anyways, this is the Milk, and this is the Hydro Primer. This has got some nice stick to it. We're just going to get one pump of that. Work that between your fingers. And that is just going to go over the whole face. Well, we're going to avoid the eyes. We're just going to go around the underneath. Nose. Around the lips. I said lips, but I was doing my nose. Okay, I don't know what is happening today. Okay, there we go. Now, we want to make sure that we do prime our eyes because we're going to be using some greens, some yellows, some whites, some kind of peaches. It's going to be all kinds of fun. So, let's do the... How about if I hold it right side up? There we go. Eye Prep, Eye Prime. This is from Juvia's Place. This is the shade 1. I think she's calling it something different now. When I was looking on Amazon to make sure I had a good link, I think it was called Whitest or Whiteness or something like that now. So just be looking for a light shade that will help cancel out any coloration that you have on your eyes. So we're just going to put that there. We're just going to blend that out with the tip of our middle finger. Middle finger because it is not strong. It's a weak finger. And that way we're not tugging too much on our eyelids. So more than a like dragging, you're really kind of doing a patting. As in St. Patrick's Day. Oh my gosh. Are these puns going to happen all day long? I'm wondering. Okay. So, yes, St. Patrick's Day is actually not today. It's on the 17th. But I don't have a podcast on the 17th, so we're doing it today. So that you'll be ready. You can have lots of practice between now and then. Now, just to give you a heads up, we are going to use another primer later on. We're not doing it right now, but just to give you a heads up, we're also going to be using the NYX Glitter Primer. That will be later when we get to the eyeshadow part of this little show. So I'm going to grab the Lancome Tinty Doll. This is the concealer. We're going to take that. We're going to go under the eye. I'm going to go right here. I'm going to go down the nose. And this, we're not contouring with this. We're just concealing. So any place that you have something you don't want, maybe you've got redness, dark spots, hyperpigmentation, any kind, excuse me, I've got the hiccups now. Any kind of hyperpigmentation, you're just going to put that there. Okay, so we're going to let it set for just a second. And that'll kind of dry down just a little bit. You want to leave it for just a second. Usually I chit chat during this, but I don't usually explain it too much. So we're going to let that set for just a little bit so it absorbs a little bit into your skin, but not too much. If you leave it on there for too long, now you're going to have like no soft edges. It's going to be like kind of weird and harsh looking. So we're going to let it set for just a second so that we can look like a raccoon, like a crazy person while we get ready for the next thing we're doing. So now I'm going to take that middle finger again and I'm just going to blend that out. We're just softening that edge and getting it right up to that lash line. I have darkness in here, so I'm just going to tap that in there. And it's just going right up next to the primer that I had on the eyelid there. And yes, great question. You, of course, could use your concealer on your eyelid as well. I just really like the way that the Juvia's Place primer handles eyeshadow, handles no creasing, cancels out coloring. It's just really pretty, and it's a very lightweight product and has less ingredients in it than if you were to use your concealer on this. So my preference is to use the Juvia's Place eye primer on the eyes as opposed to concealer. Just personal preference. You try what you like and see what works for you. Okay, so I'm using a beauty blender, and I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place I Am Magic Velvety Matte Foundation, and this is the shade 710 Maracao, and I'm just going to give this right here. Okay, so I just have to say this because I feel like I should say this. I worked for there for over 5 years, so you know what this couple of 21 days are, right? We're in the middle of Ulta Beauty's 21 Days of Beauty. So just curious, by a show of hand emojis of your choice in the chat, who has been to Ulta already and bought something from their 21 Days of Beauty? And if you did, what did you buy? I would love to hear. We were looking at it at work the other day, trying to decide what things were coming up that we wanted. Oh, in case my boss is watching this, we were looking at it the other day on our 15-minute break. Okay. So we're going to, yeah, like legit, we really were. But I just thought I would explain, unless my boss thinks we're sitting around staring at Ulta Beauty catalogs all day. I didn't quite have enough products, so I'm just going to get a little bit more there. All right. I'm just going to blend that out a little bit. We're going to use that flat side of that beauty blender to just get that product evenly distributed everywhere. One thing I love about that flat side, you can see it's like flat. It does a really good job of evenly distributing that product everywhere. Not that you can't get that from other things. I'm just saying what I like about it. And this one is a very fine, like the little pores in here, very fine. So you don't get a lot of like bubbliness or separation. Sometimes your sponge will actually move your product around. That can be your primer contributing to it. But really, really like the way this thing works. So we're going to go all around our nose. We're going to get up in that inside corner. We're going to blend right up to that concealer. Okay, I have a hand raised, and let's just say my receipt is longer than my arm. All right. Yay for that. And just out of curiosity, of those of you who have now said that you purchased at the Ulta Beauty 21 Days of Beauty, how many of you bought things that actually weren't on that 21 Days of Beauty list that you wanted? Uh-huh. I see hands going up. It's like going to the grocery store, man. You go with the list. You got 5 things on that list, and you come back, and there's 20 things in your bag. That's the cheapest, that's the most expensive sale I've ever had. Okay. We're getting around the lips there, going over the edge of that lip just a little bit. That will help your lip liner stay where it needs to be. I was going to say inside the lip line, but we're actually going outside. So inside where you want it to be. I'm going around the brows, just making sure that is going to blend in when we get to the brow part. Oh, I see a hand and a couple of hands and 2 hands. And so, yes, several of you are in that same family of buying more than what is on your list. I think that is one of the beauties of online shopping, is you could actually stick to your list. But even at that, Rachel says, I literally went in for one thing. She's the one with the list longer than her arm. Okay, so the online shopping. So the one thing is, when you go to the store, usually the things that get you are the extra little things on the end caps and the things that are by the registers and those kind of things. Well, now they have got that same thing at online, because at the bottom they've got the recommended products or products that other people bought when they bought this or looked at this. And then when you get to the checkout, there's another set of things that that can be there that will show you additional things that you need. And you're like, oh yeah, I forgot. I needed that purple sparkle lipstick. It was on my list. Okay, just kidding about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and set what we've got. Have we done everything? Yes, we did concealer, we did primer. Okay, I'm losing track of myself a little bit. I am setting with the L'Oreal Infallible Blurfection powder. Oh no! She went for one thing, got a long old list, and didn't even get the one thing she went for. That's the worst, man. Go to the grocery store, you need bread. What's the one thing that does not end up in your cart? The bread. So now how are you going to make a grilled cheese sandwich? And if you're one thing, oh man, if your one thing was like the primary ingredient of your dinner, how you doing that? Okay, so we have got our powder. You know what I don't have? I don't have... Okay, we're going to have to go the fluffy way. I've got my brush. I've got my powder. I know I like the puff better, but evidently it did not make my surface. So here we go. We're just going to tap that in there. We're going to tap it out a little bit. We're going to go under. There we go. Just right under that eye to set that powder. Right here. I do like the way a brush feels when you use the setting powder. I just hate the poof of powder that happens and the dusting that must happen after the fact. Okay, here we go. Okay, so just out of curiosity, how many of you that have been working through this for any length of time, oh, I'm gonna need more powder, have really enjoyed and yet not enjoyed working through the book of James? There are so many things. Let me tell you, my mom and I were talking last night. There are so many things as we've gone through this study that, one thing about Bible study, personal Bible study, When you go through and you read something, you are going to find that whatever the thing is you are learning about, you are going to have a lesson, a personal lesson about it. So how many of you have experienced that? As we're in James chapter 5 right now, has any of the things in James chapter 5 or any of the other chapters spoken to you, and have you found yourself having some sort of a lesson, a personal life lesson about what we've been studying? Okay, I'm getting lots of yeses. Okay, so that's a good thing. And yet difficult. I know when we were in chapter 1 and 2, we were talking a lot about the power of the tongue. And it just seemed like situations were happening that were causing me to really work that out. Okay, now I got a triple hand raise from somebody. So there we go. Good thing and at the same time. So we are going to contour now. I am going to grab my You Can Be. This is the, what is the name of that? Multi-use face palette. And we are going to be right here in this today. So green's a little powerful. So we're going to be here for the bronzer. And then we're going to come over here for the blush. And then we'll be right up here for the highlighter. And I don't think we're going to need to come back today because we're going to have a lot happening. So let's start out in this one right here. We're just going to, on the flat side of that brush, we're just going to go right here. Just give it 2 swipes. We're going to go from the top of the ear in a curved motion, kind of to the edge of the eye here. Just right there. And then up beside the temple. I'm going to make a little bit of kind of a triangle here, but we're just going in a curve. More like all of them. There we go. Now we're going to use that flat side, same thing, but we're going to go right here. I'm actually going to move my hair out the way. We're going to go right up here, right on the edge of that hairline. We're just going to get it right there, and then we're going to blend that out in a circular motion. A little bit lighter today than some days. Just working it right up into that hairline. We're going to be in that same color. We're going to switch to the side of the brush there, just like that. We're going to go from right by the ear, under that jawline, to the corner of the mouth. That is going to give you the illusion of a sharper cut jaw. Just kind of sculpt that face. Same thing on the side. We're going to go right here, right here. We're going to go from the inside. We're going to give like a narrow runway of emptiness right here because we're going to get that highlighter in there. And then we're going to hit that tip right on the end of that nose. Now I'm going to use this end. I'm going to go into the highlighter, which is now closed on us. This right here, we're just going to go in there right on the top of that cheek, right beside that eyebrow. Right there. We're going to go down the center, making sure we hit like right there on the tip of that nose. And then make sure you hit that Cupid's bow. All right, so now we've got all that in there. We need a little bit of color and what? Oh, there it is. Sorry, couldn't find my blush brush. There we go, got that. We're going to go into this one here. Now we just want a little hint of color. So we're just going to go like doop, doop. And that's all you need. Between the low and the high. And then right up there between the low and the high. Just a touch of color. Then we're going to just do a one time. Hit up there on that forehead, on top of that low. I'm just going to... Yes, that... You know I said this 100 times, but when I was growing up, there were 3 girls for the first part of our family life. And I thought boys made the best sound effects. I wanted to be a boy just because I wanted to make cool sound effects. So any opportunity that I can make I will do that because I think boys make cool sounds. Okay, so I didn't want to be a boy. I just wanted to be a boy for the sounds. All right, so let's say our verse together, and then we are going to press on to our lips. Again, continuing on in James chapter 5. So here we go. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see, farmers do this all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature. Patiently letting the rain do its slow but sure work. Be patient like that. Stay steady and strong. The master could arrive at any time. James 5, and that's 7 to 8. So here's the change from the show notes if you're looking at the YouTube info. So this is indeed a Juvia's Place pencil, which is what I had on there. But this one is called Love Me. Love Me. So we're going to use that one. And then we're going to take this right here, which is a MAC lipstick, and we're going to trade that out for Snob. Snob is just a little pinker than the one that we were using, just because I think it's going to balance out those greens better. Let's see. Aw, that's a sweet thing to say. That is Rachel. And it's a little personal, so I'm not going to put it up there, but that's sweet. Okay. So we're going to take Love Me. We're going to pull that pencil out just a little bit. Love this one because you don't have to sharpen it. It's a retractable. This is a pinky neutral lip. If you want to use the ones that are in the show notes, I had the Viva Planet with the Sweet Nothing lip liner. Beautiful as well. Just a little more neutral than what I was hoping for today. So we're going to start out in the Cupid's bow. And we're just going to give us a little bit of shape to start out. Then we're going to round ourselves out to the outside edge, and we're outside the lip line just a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Now we're going to do that same thing on the other side. All right. Nice. Now let's get right there in the center on the bottom. And this is just outside the lip line. We're going to go right there, and then we're going to round that out to the corner. And same thing on the other side. All right, now we don't want a harsh line, so we're going to go ahead and come just to the inside of that. We're going to use a little bit lighter pressure and just feather that out a little bit. Okay, I think that song is growing on me. I tried to give it like a little bit of a country-esque gospelness to it. And it didn't really lean too much to the countryside, or at least for those of us in Texas, it didn't lean too much to the countryside. But I definitely like the nice kind of fun-loving, clean vibe that it has. So I hope you enjoy this song too. Okay, so we're going to go to that Snob lipstick, and we're going to fill in, starting with the top lip. We're going to start in the center where we don't have any lip liner, and then work our way out. So first in the center. And that's just going to give you a nice, true, clean color right there in the middle. And now we're going to take that to the outside edge and go over that lip liner line that we just created. There we go. All right, so now we've got a little bit of color there. Not too pink, but a little pink. If you want something a little less pink, then I would definitely try the Maximal Matte Viva Planet. That is kind of a lower blend with the pink and the neutral, and that may be a better fit for you. But I'm not really a green eyeshadow wearer, so I needed something to kind of spunk that up a little bit, so I did not feel bogged down in the greenness of today. I mean, it's fun. It's great. I love the color. So, all right. So far I haven't seen anybody answer the question of does your country celebrate St. Patrick's Day? So I'm going to work on the fact that we're all just in the same happy place. We know who St. Patrick is. And even if our country does not celebrate it, we're just going to have fun with that. So here you go. Maybe you're just a green lover or have green eyes and you love the avocado palette from Eflano. So this is the Eflano avocado palette. And here's the colors that we're going to be playing with today. Let me take that little sheet off right there. Actually, let me set that way over here. There we go. So we're going to be a little bit of here, a little bit of there, a little bit of there, a little bit of there, a little there, a little there, a little there. So we're just going to kind of be all over the place today, playing with some colors for our St. Patrick's Day look. So let's grab our brushes and we are going to get to playing. So we're going to start out. This is a Morphe M441. This is just an all over fluffy brush that's going to get you some nice color depositing for blending into. So I'm going to grab that number 2 right there. And we're going to put that right up here, right up under the brow. And again, that's the number 2, which is a matte color. We're just going to put that right there. So we're just going to start out by laying some foundation colors first, and then we'll get to a little more fine tuning. So I am going to grab an all over shadow brush, just a basic brush. This one's a MAC something. I can't read it anymore. And we're going to go into the white right here. And we're just going to put that on about 3/4 of the lid, just as a nice brightener for what we're going to be doing. So just like a 1 coat over, just to kind of make that a nice pale lid. And even if you have darker skin, you'll still want to use this color because it will help the shadows be more true to their color. You're going to cover it up with other shadows, so don't worry, you're not going to end up with the white staying there. Okay, so far we've got those 2 colors on. We're going to go ahead and, well, let's go ahead and go on to the first color that we're going to do. We're going to grab that number 3 using the same brush. Number 3 right here. This lightened this up for number 3 to be on there. So we're just going to, on one side of the brush, get that number 3. That is a shimmer. And we're going to go right in here with that number 3. And you're going to go you should feel the top of that bone right there. And you're going to go about 3/4 away across. And you can see how that white just really helped elevate that fleshy color. And you're going to get just a little bit of shimmer payoff from that. Not too much. It's just a shimmer. It's not a glitter, so don't be scared. And we're right on that. You can feel that bone right there. Okay. I'm going to set that brush down. And let's go ahead and I think we're going to do, let me see if I grabbed it. Please tell me. Yes. This is, well, this one's upside down. Is this the one I need? Nah. Okay, we're going to grab this blender right here. This is a Morphe M506. We're going to go into this color right here. This is 12. We're just going to get it on the tip. And we're just going to lay a little bit of that. Now, you don't want too much on it. You don't want fallout happening from this. So get it on the tip and then tap it out. We're going to go right on that socket bone right here. And we're just giving a little bit of color. On the outside right there. This is just going to kind of be a color that we can blend into and kind of give us the outline of where the greens are going to go. It is going to come in a little bit right there. There we go. You can see there's a little bit of fallout right there on the top of my cheek. So just go ahead and whisk that away. Gentle brush stroke with a fluffy brush. Just whoop, get it away. There we go. We're going to set that brush down for just a second. And we're going to grab a... Let's do... No. Let's do this one right here. So this one is almost a smudger for under the eye, but you can see the bristles are a little bit taller. Let me show you the difference. So the one we're going to use under the eye is this one, and you can see this one is a little bit taller. So this one will help us to do a little more precision work, and we'll also get a nice clean edge from that. So we're going to take that one. We're going to go into number 14 right here. We're just going to do it on the tip, just on the tip. And now we're going to define a little bit where we want that green to go. So right on that socket right there, we're just going to drag that green over and give us a nice clean line. And then we're going to drag that right in. Just like that. And now we got a little bit of definition happening. Let's go ahead and do that same thing on the other side. Right from the inside. Drag that all the way over. I don't usually like to drag this way because what can happen is when you get to the inside, if you let it go, it will flick. Remember the old days when they did splatter painting and you took the brush and you'd go like flick, 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 and it would splatter the water? Well, this will splatter the green to the inside of your eye. You don't want that. So always go away from the eye when you're doing that. All right, let's see. I didn't come in with that one. Let's go in this way. There we go. We're going to turn that brush sideways. And we're just going to soften out that upper edge. Just drag it right over that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and grab that green that I had right here. And we're just going to kind of soften that out there. I'm going to come to the inside just a little bit. Let's get that there. Okay, any fallout? Now, I want to add a little tiny bit of yellow blending to that. So I'm going to grab another blender. This is just kind of a medium fluffy. This one's actually a Real Techniques, I think. Yeah, it is a Real Techniques. I have no, let's see, 86, something, I don't know. Morphe makes one too. I just don't have another one. So grab that one. We're going to go into this yellow. Don't be afraid. We're just going to get a little bit of yellow. So we're going to go right on the tip and we're just going to tap it in just a little tiny bit. Go right here. Okay, maybe a little more. We're just going to go right there with that yellow. We're going to go right here with that yellow and we're going to use that as kind of the blend out there. We're going to get that on that tip. We're going to go up on the top of this. That's going to be our blend out up here. So right where that green touches, so let's see, where number 12 touches 02. We're just going to get that right there. Okay, I actually feel like I want that yellow to make more of an impact. So I'm going to grab this one here. This is a Morphe M152. It's more of a flat blender. We're just going to go right there. Get a little bit on there. And let's press that in. Okay, yeah, that's a little better. Just wanted a little more of the yellow. When the storm fills up the sky, trust the Lord, He sees it all. Wait on Him, He'll hear your call. The master can arrive at any time. We're going to go back to the first brush that we used with that 03. Let's just kind of clean that up just a little. We're going to go back to the brush that we used, the number 12. I'm not going to add anything to it. I just want to kind of clean up that blend a little. Here we go. And we want to make sure, let's see, let's go ahead and grab that, the smaller smudger that I talked about in the beginning. That is a Morphe M506. We're going to grab that one. We're going to go into this M14, not M14, just 14. We're going to go into 14 right here. You're just going to get that on the tip. That's going to go on the outside here. And then we're going to bring that around to the upper edge here just to kind of give a little clarity. And if you want, you can intensify that outside a little bit by just smudging some in there. So again, right on the tip. Gonna go about halfway. And we're gonna go right here. I'm gonna add a little smudge right there. Okay, I'm just going to touch that up so it's not so harsh right there. Okay, I really feel like I want that yellow to be more yellow. Let me see. What if I do this? Okay, there we go. I just got that yellow on the tip of my finger. All right, now we need a little bit of color. So I'm going to go back to that smudger that we were using, which is the 508. We're going to go in that lighter green. Just get that on the tip. And we're going to finish out that under the eye color. Right up in that lash line. You want it like nestling right up to there. Dust off any fallout. I'm going to take that same brush. I want a little bit of that yellow hue. Just a little tiny bit. So I'm just going to drag through there. Get that yellow on there a little bit. I'm just going to come right under there. Just a little bit. Okay, now we got a little bit of that happening underneath, so you can see we got some shape, we got some character, we got a couple shades of green. We've got that happening now. Let's go ahead and do our eyeliner, and then we're gonna play let's do the eyeliner first. Okay, so I'm grabbing my Egyptian Kajal from Juvia's place. We're gonna go from the outside corner to about halfway up on the top. Here we go. We're going to do the upper waterline. And some of this will be covered when we get to the lashes part, but we're doing that for right now. Now on the bottom, we're going to go from the outside corner in the lash line itself. We're going to go about halfway. There we go. Now I'm going to grab a little fun chunky jumbo from NYX. So this is the cottage cheese, which is a little bit of shimmer to it. We're going to get that cottage cheese right there on the inside corner. Okay, and then just for fun, I'm going to put this in my waterline. There you go. You can see how that just kind of opens up the eye a little bit there. Oh, yes. Okay, so let's see. Do we glitter now or do we glitter at the end? That is a question. Let's go ahead and get our lashes on and then we'll do the glitter part of this. So before we can get to lashes though, let's get our brows done. So I'm going to grab my voluminous mascara from L'Oreal. This is in the deep burgundy. Whatever your brow product of choice is, you're just going to, if you're using a mascara or a brow mascara, just make sure you get that tip clean. If you're using a mascara, you're just going to hover above those lash hairs and just get that product right there on those fine hairs. There you go. You just brush in, laying those hairs down where you want them to be, and then this will set them and color them. So great tip for fashion colored hair people. There you go. If you use fashion colored hair, you may check and see if Lime Crime has some colored brow products that match their hair colors. So there's that for you. There is all different kinds of colored mascaras. Just about every mascara company has colored and tinted mascara, so you can try that. I have used eye pencils, so you can try that. Urban Decay has a great color selection, as does NYX, so that may help you to find something that you want there. You can color your brows, but let me tell you, first off, you're not going to get the payoff you think, because your brows replenish themselves and grow back and all that, and it'll be gone as fast as you get it colored on there. Second thing, brows do not take color as well as your hair does. It's like a whisker almost, and so the color's not going to stick very long. And the danger of you putting that color so close to your eye, the risk is kind of great. So I think I would stick with tinted brow products, but you do you. I know lots of people. I've colored my brows a couple of times, but I have never found it to be beneficial enough to continue on with that little thing. Okay, so now we have got our brows on. We've got our shadow on. So let's go ahead and grab our lash tool. We're going to do some mascara, some lashes, and then we're going to add a little glitter on the back end. So here we go. So start out with this. Make sure you find that sweet spot for your lashes. When you crimp it down, you want to have it crimping the lashes, but not crimping your skin. So if you feel any pinching, release it, pull it out just a little bit, and then you should be good to go. So find that sweet spot right here. Let me go ahead and do this first. There we go. Okay, so finding that sweet spot. We're going to say that verse together, so let's wait till it kind of rolls around. Okay, here, finding that spot. There we go. We're going to start that right now. Here we go. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see, farmers do this all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently letting the rain do its slow but sure work. Be patient like that. Stay steady and sure. The master could arrive at any time. James 5:7-8. We're going to switch to the other side really quick so that we don't have to wait for the first to roll around again. Here we go. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see farmers do this all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently letting the rain do its slow but sure work. Be patient like that. Stay steady and strong. The master could arrive at any time. James 5:7-8. All right. Now we're going to grab all of our Luminous mascara from L'Oreal. This is the curved brush. It comes in a straight or a curve. This one is not the waterproof. This is just the water-resistant traditional formula. And I believe this one is very black. So we are going to give ourselves a nice single coat of mascara. This will help your lashes to blend in better with your false lashes. And then also give you a little extra volume. So those are all good things. I'm going to go all the way to the inside and all the way to the outside edge. Sweeping back on those tips, making sure we get those. And we're going to go to the other side. Again, we're going from the inside edge, making sure you catch all them little hairs right there on the inside. And then we're going to go all the way to the outside, sweeping back on those tips. And then I'm going to use the tip of that brush to get those really outside hairs right there. So everybody is going to get a nice coat of mascara. There you go. Now, the bottom lashes are not going to get falsies, although I have seen TikTok videos of that. Not that I would recommend it. We're going to go ahead and get that mascara brush. And so we're going to do the bottom ones just like normal because that's what they're going to be. So there we go.
The master could arrive at any time.
Using that tip to really get onto those fine tipped hairs. And I'm going all the way from the inside, like all the way down to the root of these bottom lashes. Sweep back under the tips there as well, so you can make sure every part of that lash is covered. There we go. And then we're going to do that same thing on the other side. See if I can do this one because I'm right-handed. This one's always so hard. Okay. And again, I'm just using that tip to make sure I get all the way down to the root of those lashes. Okay, and it looks like I got I always keep a tweezer ready. It looks like I got a little glop of the NYX. There we go. Some of that NYX liner was being a little wonky there for me. So we'll just get that away. There we go. So we are mascaraed up, ready for our lash application. Now today I'm going to the Kiss. This is the Jubilee Lash. Like this one, it's just a nice, it's a little vavoom, but not too much. So this one does have a tiny bit of flare to it. So you can see it's a little more narrow on the inside edge, a little wider on the outside edge. I'm going to use my velour eyelash tool to get that off the tray so I'm not stretching the lashes at all. There we go. This one does have a monofilament band, so it's a clear band. I know, fancy word, right? Monofilament. There you go. Your three, is that 3 words? Monofilament. Ooh, 5. That's a lot of syllables of a word for so early in the morning. Okay, so we're going to set those down in front of us. Now, I'm going to do these the same way I've been doing them for a little while because I'm really liking it. We are going to use a black liner. This is the Kiss Super Stick. This is made to be extended wear as in 5 days. I do not find that to be the case, but I do find it to be a great lash glue for a daily wear. So, maybe your eyes are different from mine and it works for you for 5 days. But we're going to take that. It is a brush on the tip. So we're going to take that brush and we're just going to wipe off one side before we put the liner on. So when you do this, we're going to do one eye at a time. So we're going to liner it, and then quickly we're going to grab the lash. I mean, like, don't rush, but quick. We're going to grab the lash, and then we'll put that on. So again, you're going to wipe off one side. We're going to go from the inside. And we're going to go all the way to the outside edge, just like we were doing an eyeliner. I'm going to put it in again, wipe it off, go to the outside edge. Maybe. There you go. Sometimes the center requires just a little bit more. There you go. Now we're going to cap that. We're going to grab the lash. Make sure you get the right one. If yours is a flare. So the skinnier side is going to go on the inside. We're just going to set that right down into that liner line.
The master could arrive at any time.
Make sure the outside edge is up in there. Nice and stuck. There we go. I like mine kind of facing up a little bit, so I'm just going to kind of press it. Make sure everything's got a good contact, and then make it kind of be up. Okay, so there is one. And let's go ahead and do the other one. Super easy. You can see the difference between the two sides. Wow. That, for today, that definitely looks like a big difference. So we're going to take that again. We're going to wipe off that one side. We're going to go to the inside edge. Give us a nice clean liner line. Wipe off that brush, go to the outside edge. This one does need a little bit more, so I'm going to go ahead and do that brush one more time and do that middle part. And if you get it on your lashes, like you can see I have it just a little bit, don't worry about it. That will actually kind of help the lash to stay in place. So we're going to go here. We're going to put that down. Get that inside corner on. Get the outside corner on. Oh. And we're going to press in, just make sure everything is touching nicely. I'm going to press up a little bit because, like I said, I like a little lift on mine. That will also help if you do press up just a little bit like this. That also helps with some lashes. If they go down too much, they actually obstruct your vision just a little bit. So if you press them up just a little bit while you're pressing in, that will help get them out of your line of sight so you don't see the lash itself, because I don't really like to see the lash themselves. Okay, so now we have our lashes. You can see that's kind of pulled down that green just a little bit. When the eye is open, you see that lash a little bit more, less so much of the green until you blink. Boop, and then you can see all of the green and the yellow all together. So I promised you we were going to use a little bit of glitter. So we're going to grab our glitter primer. This is from NYX, and I don't think you can really shake this, but we're going to take that and we're going to get just a little bit on the tip of our finger here. I'm squeezing up with the tube. Okay. Wait, maybe it's going to be persnickety for me. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, you don't need that much. But here we go. I got some on the back of my hand. I'm just going to take the tip of my finger and get a little bit on there. Just a little tiny bit. There you go. And we're just going to put it right here on the outside corner. And do the same thing on both sides. And now that we've got that, we're going to grab our Aflano palette. We're going to go into this dark green right here, and we're just going to get it right. Same finger, same tip. And you're just going to get that right there. Just like that. Now, the Aflano does have a little bit of stick to it in there, but not, in my opinion, not really enough to actually help it to adhere. When the storm fills up the sky, trust the Lord, he sees it all. Wait on him, he'll hear your call. The master could arrive at any time. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently. Okay. I'm just coming up around that corner just a little bit. Okay, now, you want to see something? Okay, I'm going to do something. I wasn't going to, but I'm going to. Okay, so the lips that we have are a little bit on the pink side, right? So if you wanted to jazz up these lips just a little bit, let me show you how to do that. Okay, so I've got that primer. I'm going to get just a little bit more on the bottom here. I've got that primer happening on my lips, right? I mean, on the back of my hand. So I'm going to take that primer. I'm going to get it right here in the center of my lips. I'm going to blend it out between the top and the bottom. And it's really just in the center. It's not all over the lip. I'm going to go into this Aflano palette. I'm going to go into number 4. Oh, look. Yes. Now I'm going to take this shadow palette with me to work today. Ah. Okay, so I just put it in the middle. Just put it in the center there. So that just kind of gives you a little glitter fun right there in the middle inside. Oh, I am going to have to do these lips again. I am loving those lips. Okay, so we do have a little bit of fallout we're going to have to address from all of that green eyeshadow we were doing. So I'm going to grab my bullet. I'm going to grab my powder. I'm just going to tap it in, tap it out. We're just going to wipe that away. There we go. Now I do want ever so slightly a tiny amount of shimmer. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my highlighter brush. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take that. We're going to grab our multi-purpose face palette. We're going to go right here, just a little bit in that. Right there on the top, right there. Right there on the top. Right there. I'm going to give it just a little swipe right here. Okay. All the things, all the things. So, what have we... Oh, wait. Oh my gosh. I was going to forget. I don't want to play with this for the rest of the day, right? Do you? No, we don't. We want it to stay all day. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place, ready, set, sealed. I'm going to give it a shake. I'm going to tip my head back just a little bit. That smells so good. We're going to let that set and dry. And now we are done. We are set. We have got a green, yellow, beige, pinky look for St. Patrick's Day, while we are thinking about the joy that it must have been for St. Patrick to bring Christianity to the country of Ireland. So what are some of our key takeaways today? So we use some Juvia's Place on our foundation. We use some Lancome under our eyes. We set with some L'Oreal. Then we added some contouring with our You Can Be. We used our Aflano Avocado Green palette to achieve the look that we have for today. We made sure not to forget our primers. So we used our Juvia's Place eye primer. We used our NYX glitter medium primer. And that just got us set up. We got some MAC and Juvia's Place on our lips, and then top that off with a nice little bit of glitter from that Aflano palette. So just remember, I encourage you. I don't care how old you are. If you want to get out there and have some fun on St. Patrick's Day or any day, don't be afraid of color. Don't let somebody else tell you that you're too old for something. So there you go. I'm just going to leave that and set that right there. Mic drop. Okay, so let's look at our Bible verses that we have been working on. We're actually going to back it up just a little bit, and we're going to go back to James chapter 4, verse 13 to 15. I'm actually getting my thing because I can't see. Oh, there we go. Okay, so James 4, 13 to 15. Let's look at that and say that together. And now I have a word for you who brashly announced today, at the latest tomorrow, we're going to go to such and such a place, such and such a city, and start a business and make lots of money. You don't know the first thing about tomorrow. You are nothing but a wisp of fog catching a brief bit of sun before disappearing. Instead, say to the master, instead make it a habit to say, if the master wills it, I will do this, and we're still alive, I will do this or that. Okay, it's a little bit rough. I haven't reviewed that one lately, but there you go. That's 4, 13 to 15. And then the very last set of verses that we have for chapter 4, which is verse 16 through 17, we've got, as it is, you are full of your grandiose selves. I love this song. It's called Grandiose Selves. As it is, you are full of your grandiose selves. All such vaunting self-importance is evil. In fact, if you know the right thing to do and don't do it, that for you is evil. All right, and then we are on to James chapter 5, verse 1 to 3. And a final word. Hold on just a second. I can't think of the word. Okay, how does it start? Oh, and a final word, you arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears, which is the name of that song. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. You thought you were piling up wealth, and what you have piled up is judgment. Your money is corrupt, and your fine clothes stink. Yes, your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within. Destroying your life. Hold on. Destroying your piled up is judgment. From within. There you go. You thought you were piling up wealth, and what you piled up is judgment. Okay, and then our verse from last week, which we've already identified and need to work on a little bit more. All the workers you've exploited and cheated, cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers you've used and abused are a roar in the ears of the master avenger. You've looted the earth and lived it up, but all you'll have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly innocent persons who stand there and take it. All right, and then we have our verse for this week that we're going to be working on, so I'll be reading it straight from the screen just like you are. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see... Oh, I can't read it. Hold on. For the master's arrival. Oh, hold on. For the master's arrival. Oh, you see, farmers do this all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently letting the rain do its slow but sure work. Be patient like that. Stay steady and strong. the master could arrive at any time. So we have that verse. The graphics will come out on probably Saturday, so that you can use those flashcards for studying and memorizing. And then again, all of this is coming from Color Me James. You can see the different formats that are available there. There's the ebook, there is the paperback, and there is a spirebound. Actually, the spirebound's not pictured. So enjoy that. The podcast is available also on all the podcast platforms. Most are video, but there's a couple that are audio only. So go to colormejamesbook.com, get connected to that email, and that will guide you through the whole thing. Speaking of ebook, I've got the Beauty and Grace Insider on YouTube. Well, we've got the Beauty and Grace Insider on YouTube. And what that's going to do for you, the Cherished Queen membership level is actually going to get you that ebook for free. So you can join any one of those levels. The most popular level is the Precious Jewel, but the ebook comes for free with the Cherished Queen level. So you do what is comfortable for you. And again, that is all on the YouTube channel. So Actually, I'm going to come over here real quick, and I'm going to show you what we're going to be doing this week. So this is our coloring page for this week. This is what you're going to be playing with. You'll recognize her in the graphic. You can color her any way you want to. You don't have to use the colors that are original. And then we're going to be doing a week 41 has a word matching list. So you're going to fill the verse out here. And then, well, either way you want to do it. Either match here and then fill in the blank, or fill in the blank and that will help you match up here. Whatever your pleasure. We've done enough of these. You can do it one way one time, and 6 weeks later when you get it again, you can do it the other way. Totally your call. Okay, so let me send you out here with a blessing. So from Numbers chapter 6, 24 to 26, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how exciting it is to get to come and hang out every Thursday morning with each one of these beautiful women. I am so excited and celebrate the fact that we get to just be here and to celebrate being sisters in Christ and to play with the colors that you created, that we got to see in the rainbow for the first time back at Noah's Ark. And I just pray that you would help us to remember that we are your child and that you have given us these colors, that it is a joy to celebrate being a woman of the Most High God. I just pray that you would bless us this week, that you would present healing where healing is needed, Father. I know I have a special friend that's in the hospital right now, and I just pray that you would send the right doctors to her, that you would cover her with your grace and your mercy, Father, that you would draw her to yourself, that she would become your child if she is not already. I pray that you would just send the doctors the wisdom that they need to heal her. And I send this out to everyone that might need healing in earshot of this prayer today. I pray that you would lead, guide, and direct us, that you would help us to experience, to live out, and to apply the words that we are learning in the book of James as James intended, as he intended through you, your words being breathed through his pen. I just pray that you would help us to enjoy St. Patrick's Day and to remember the real meaning of it, Father. How exciting a time it must have been for St. Patrick to get to have brought Christianity to Ireland. Help us to remember that we are that missionary too. I just pray that you would be with us this week. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. So it has been a joy to get to hang out here with you today. I am so excited to get to see you throughout the week. I look forward to seeing what you do. What palette did you use? What colors did you use? How did you apply it? Let me see what lashes you got. So give me some favorites. Share your favorite tips for St. Patrick's Day look or green looks. And then I look forward to seeing you throughout the week. So remember to like and subscribe and share this to a friend who might need the St. Patrick's Day look. I sure do love you guys. Have a great rest of your week. Mwah! I look forward to seeing you on social media.
A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. We laugh, we learn, we glow, we grow. Holy Spirit in the room, let His presence flow.
Good morning. morning. Welcome to Take 5. Well, good morning, beautiful. My name is Wendy, and this is a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus podcast where we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together, enjoying some beauty on the outside and some beauty on the inside. We're going to be taking a look at James chapter 5, verse 9, and today is my mother's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom! Her favorite color is red, so today we're going to be doing a celebration of red in honor of my mother. All right, so today we're going to be looking at, can a woman over 40 have a flawless full face makeup look with just You Can Be and MAC and the color red? So we're going to find that out. So our easy makeup theme for today is moms over 40 get a flawless full face makeup look with red You Can Be palette and MAC Ruby Woo lipstick. We're going to be again looking at James chapter 5 verse 9. So go ahead and grab your palette, your lashes, your makeup brushes, and then get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8. Can't wait. Come on in, sis. Grab your joy, take your place. We're talking beauty, talking scripture, talking God's good grace. From blush to Bible, He's the one who makes us glow. Faith on your lips, love in your soul.
Oh. Usually I stop singing before the camera comes back on. Okay, so we're going to take a look at our foundation verse for this podcast, and that is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And all of our verses for season 3 are coming from Color Me James. So you can go to colormejamesbook.com. That will get you connected to the ebook or PDF file, the paperback version from Amazon, the spiral bound from my website, whatever to your pleasure. Now, when you go to colormejamesbook.com, make sure you get connected to that email list because that is going to deliver once a week everything that you need for completing that week's journaling session. So enjoy that. Make sure you get connected there so you can make the most out of the book. Oh, and it'll also have the links to all the songs. So speaking of songs, last week our verse was James chapter 5, verse 7 to 8. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You are You see farmers do this all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently waiting for the rain to do its slowly but sure work. So be patient like that. Be steady like that. The master could arrive at any time. So let's go ahead and give a listen to that song. I loved. I think it turned out. I agree with my mom. You know, moms are always right. I think this one was one of my favorite songs. So let's take a listen to this from Selah Soul. This is called Like the Farmer Waits. We're just going to give you a little taste.
The master could arrive at any time. When the mountain feels too high, when the storm fills up the sky, trust the Lord, He sees it all. Wait on Him, He'll hear your call. The master could arrive at any time. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see farmers do this all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently letting the rain do its slow
Okay, I'm gonna let you listen to that at the other time. Now, the rest of the verse is gonna be during the rest of the song. So the entirety of the verse is in the music each week. So the songs are all designed to help you be able to really think through the verse, sing through the verse, and memorize the verse. So enjoy that song. The link should be in the show notes. Definitely, if you get on the Color Me James Spotify playlist, you'll see it there. Also on the Sailor Soul Music YouTube channel, you can find that there. I don't think the lyric video is out yet, but the song itself is. So, what is our verse for this week? Well, we were in James 5:7-8 last week, so this week, oh, you know what I just realized? Hold on. I forgot to hit the Instagram live. Okay, so here we go. Welcome, Instagram. Nice to have you here with us now. So we're going to be taking a look at our verse for this week, James chapter 5, verse 9. And we're continuing on with the discussion about friendships. And in this case, it's talking about what some might call cheerleader syndrome. You know, when things aren't going your way and you bash those around you. That is what James is addressing here. So, friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint could be lodged against you, you know? The judge, the judge is standing. The judge is standing just around the corner. There we go. Sorry, I was having trouble seeing the words there. Okay, the judge is standing just around the corner. So, the song for this is what we're listening to right now in the background. And so, let me just turn that up just a smidge. There we go. So that's the song that's in the background right now. It has come out. I saw it already on YouTube, saw it already on Spotify. So make sure you get connected with that one. I love some of the instrumentation in the background of this week's song. So I hope you enjoy that too. There's a drum in there. I don't even know how to say it, but I love it. And the wood flute is one of my favorites. So enjoy that song this week while you memorize the verse. And so speaking of this week, we are going to be playing with the You Can Be, what's it called? Something Spookiness. Supreme Spookiness palette today. And that, you can see the picture of that there. Beside you, all the products that I'm going to use today can be found on a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com /shop, I think it is. And so that will get you there. That QR code gets you there that you can see on your screen. So if you have any questions, it should be in your show notes as well. If you have any questions about anything that I've used. Okay, I just got a low battery alert in my ear. This is going to not end well. So we are going to hope that it stays itself the course for just a few minutes. Okay, so let's take a look at our verse, scrolling across the bottom of our screen. There you go. All right. I don't know what good is supposed to come out of today's episode, but let me just say, Jesus, hold our hand this morning. There has just been a ton of things go on, and I pray that you would just carry this podcast episode through to the end, that you would have the technology to behave, that you would, the person who is supposed to hear this verse today, or these words spoken during this podcast today, that you would help them to have ears to hear what it is being said, and that you would keep Satan away from us right now, because it is definitely feeling like it's coming down. Father, we just pray all these things, that you would carry this in your hand. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, so now let's press on. Now, for those of you who are hanging out with me here live, I see good mornings already. Good morning. So make sure you give me a shout out. Let me know where you are coming from this morning, and give me a good morning. Let me see some happy birthdays, Mom. Let me get some of that there. And I think we may have, for those of you who are a Beauty and Grace Insider, there may be a special emoji that you like that'd be perfect for happy birthday. I love that little party girl looking one with the little space buns, where I know my mom will not be doing space buns anytime soon, but I think she would appreciate the little graphic. So give me some shout out. Happy birthday, moms, while we are getting ourselves ready. Okay, so we're going to start out with our professional primer. This is from Benefit Cosmetics. This is going to help mattify and just keep everything smooth while we are working on it. We are using I'm getting lots of low battery alerts. We are going to be using red and black and white today. So you want to make sure when we get to the powder, the setting powder stage, that we're going to pack on a little extra underneath the eye just to make sure we catch any fallout. So we're going to start out with a good primer. This is, again, the no. Oh, there we go. Okay, so note to self, Wendy. I need to put this on my shopping list. There we go. There we go. That will do ya. We're just going to get that every place. Okay. I just heard that power off, so let me minimize the volume over. Hold on just a second, people. So sorry. I don't want you to have an echo here. Let's see. Okay, you know how you have all these extra buttons on your keyboard? Did that? Okay, I think I just did it. There we go. I got a few a few happy birthday moms. Thank you. I'll make sure she sees those. I'll screenshot that for her here in just a second. So yes, today is my mom's birthday, and her favorite color is red. I was talking to her last night, and I had a plan, but I was like, you know what? I would really rather have my mom to see this and just hopefully feel how much I love her and care for her. She, obviously the one who gave me life. But more than that, she is my sidekick, best friend. She is someone that I look up to. She is a spiritual advisor. I love the fact that my mom stayed home with us kids through our whole life. I value that so much, and modeled in a lot of ways parts of my life after what she modeled for us. And so thank you, Mom. I love you so much, and happy birthday. Okay, so now I told you something is happening today, because now something's in my eye, and my eye is on fire with what we got going here. Okay. All right, so we're just gonna keep on moving because there are all kind of things going on crazy here. So let's just keep going. Here we go. If at some point you can't hear me, I apologize. It is whatever it is this morning. So I didn't tell you what I was using. This is the Juvia's Place Eye Prep Eye Prime. This is their eye primer. We're going to be using a very light color on the inside of our eye for a cut crease today. So we want to make sure that we get this nice and lifted in, no fleshy, no redness in here, because we definitely want that white to be as white as possible. So we're just going to prime that. It will also help our eyeshadows to be more true to their color. So whatever your eyeshadow primer, there's lots of great ones. The Urban Decay has a great, the Anastasia has a good one. The Juvia's Place just happens to be my favorite, so that's why we're using that one. Okay, so Lancome Tintido. This is our concealer we're going to be using today. I'm the shade, I think, 90, which is light. So this has a nice doe foot on it. You're just going to put this wherever you need to conceal something. So we're not using this for a highlighter. We're just using this for concealer. So I got darkness in there. We got some red there. We got some red there. I'm going to bring that up just a little bit closer under the eye there. There we go. And we're just going to use the tip of our finger to blend that out. Be gentle. This is your eye area, which is soft and delicate. Yes, great question. You could use a brush too. I don't know. I don't like using the brushes. It's just something else to get dirty. So I would just rather use my finger. And then I always have, I know we've talked about this before, I always have a tissue in my lap to wipe off, catch whatever happens. So, because something always happens. So there we go. Okay, so we're just gonna blend that out. I'm getting this right here on the top of my cheek too, because I got a little redness. Just sort of blending it out on the nose. Got a little redness there. In the eye, we're just getting it all good. Now I'm gonna step back a little bit. I've been using that Juvia's Place foundation for a minute, but I wanted something just a little bit lighter for today. So I'm gonna be going to the Lancome Tinty Dole. I am the shade, what is this? 225N. This is the well, I guess I shouldn't really call it newer formulation. It's been out for like a year and a half or so now. But we're going to give that just a little bit of shake while we're doing that here. I'm going to give it one pump, and that will do everything from the eye down. So we're just going to tap it out. It's going to go right up to that concealer. And once you kind of got it tapped out, then you can start blending it. So just a light, gentle kind of blurring motion. We are going around the lips and over that lip line a little bit. Going up that nose, right around that concealer. We're going to go under that jawline just a little bit so we can get that nice and blended out. And then I'm going to give it about a half a pump to do the forehead up here. I'm just going to tap that out and then blur that out. We're going to go all the way up into that hairline. So just use the edge of that sponge to work that right up there. We're not getting it like on the hair, but we're just going right up into that hairline. And then around your brows. I just go straight over them because you're fixing to put brow product on there. So it'll cover it nicely. Then I'm going to take the edge of that and I'm just going to go under the eye one more time before we do the setting powder. Catching right there. I got like a little extra wrinkly thing that happens right there in that Cupid's bow. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in this, but I always make sure to kind of, tighten that area just a little bit and then hit that with that foundation so that I erase the definite visualization of that little wrinkle spot. Okay, now that we got that, we're going to move to our setting powder. And today I'm going to be using, this is the Juvia's Place I Am Magic Silky Finishing Powder. And this is the brightening. So this is going to be the Cotton Candy. This will definitely not be a shade for everybody. Maybe just under the eye for some people to brighten that a little bit. But I'm actually going to be using it over the whole face. And I told you a couple weeks that this is very, very similar to the color of that L'Oreal, the blurfaction that I had been using. You'll see right now, very, very similar color. Maybe not quite as much blurring ability as what you get with that L'Oreal one, but a really, really nice color. So I'm just going to get that right there on the tip of that. And for right now, we're just going to set a normal amount of powder here. We're going right up underneath that eye. Okay, so I am not alone on that lip wrinkle thing. That's actually kind of comforting. Then we're going to switch over to the wide end of this. And we're just pressing that in to the foundation that we put on there. So not a lot of side-to-side action. We're not trying to wipe anything off. We're just trying to set it. Going down under the jawline where we put that foundation for the blend out. Same thing on the other side. And then we're going to get up on our forehead too. So I don't know about you. If you got combo skin like me, forehead definitely an important area you want to make sure you cover. Because that's one of the first areas where you can see a little bit of shine about halfway through the day. So we're just going to make sure that we set that nicely. Yes, I'm going over the brows too. The whole thing. Okay, so We're going to do our contouring, and then we're going to come back to that powder for just a minute. I have a little bit of whatever that burning was, making my eye water. So there we go. We are going to grab, question for you. Do you usually struggle with things like fine lines, wrinkles, dry skin, or anything that is mature skin related? What have you noticed now, after 40, that you did not have or noticed before you were 40? What has changed? What is different about your skin? While you're thinking about that and answering that in the chat, I'm going to grab my You Can Be. This is the multi-use face palette. And we're going to be living right here. We're going to get a little bit right there. And then we're going to go into this one right here. Okay. So we're going to grab that dual-ended. Well, if I can find it. There we go. The dual-ended brush. This will be the low. This will be the high. So we're going to grab that face palette. And we're just going to use the side of that and swipe that like twice. And that is going to go right here from the top of the ear. We're going to go in a curve about to the corner of the eye, and then up the side right next to the hairline over here. So you're sort of making like an LC kind of shape, not too much, because you're going to kind of blend it out, round it out a little bit on the inside. So there we go. Same thing on the other side. Right there. We're going to use that same flat side, just get a little bit. We're going to go right up here in the hairline. Just use some circles and blend that out. Just need a little bit of shading, especially if you have a tall forehead. This will help kind of bring that down just a little bit. We're going to switch to the flat side of this. We're going to go from the ear under that jawline right to the corner of the mouth. There we go. Same thing right here, inside of the nose to the tip. And that's going to narrow in our nose just a little bit. We're going to use the high side of this. We're going to go right here in this lighter color. We're going to go right here on the top, right beside the eye socket. This is just going to lift that area ever so slightly. Making sure I get that right there really good. This is going to help our lips to look a little more full if we've got that Cupid's bow kind of highlighted a little bit. I'm just going to touch up that dark around the nose, make sure that's still okay. Now we need to add just a smidge of color in there because we've got the highs and the lows, but now there's not any colors. Aw, thank you, that's so sweet. You know, sometimes I don't know people's names on here. But it is great to have you with us. So let me know. Here, let me do this. So let me know where you are coming from. It is great to have you today. I'm glad you're here. Let us know where you're coming from. I always have these countries coming and I'm like, really? How did people in Scotland find me? Great to have you here. Here we go. We're going to use a blush brush. We're going to go in this one right here. Now, we got a lot of red going to be having today. As I mentioned, that's my mom's favorite color. Well, one of them. I asked her what her favorite color was, and her response actually was red. Well, actually, I like all colors. I like lots of colors. Okay, so this is not going to become a rainbow session. So we went with her first response, which was red. So we're just going to go a little light on this because so much red is going to be happening. So I'm just going to go like doop, doop, just a little bit. We're going to go between that low and that high right here. And then right up between that temple right there. Just a little bit. Just giving you a little shade. Okay, maybe that was too little. There we go. I'm just going to swipe it one time. And I'm going to go up here and give it a little bit on top of that. Little on the tip of the nose. Little on the chin. Like, you shouldn't really even see that you did a thing. But just a little. There we go. There we go. Okay. So that's going to do all of that. Now I mentioned, because we're playing with the red, and my tissue has left the building. Hang on. There we go. I mentioned, because we're going to be playing with red and black, we want to do a little insurance that our color does not end up all over our face. So I'm going to go back to the Beauty Blender, well, the puff, and I'm going to go back to the powder. I'm going to get it on there, and I'm not really going to take a whole lot off. And I'm just going to put that right there, messy, just like that. This, you could also consider it a baking. That's kind of not our purpose, but that will happen too. So we're just going to leave that extra right there for a minute, and we're going to press on to our lips. But before we get to our lips, we are going to say our verse together. So it is scrolling across the bottom of your screen, should be in the middle about now. Friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint could be lodged against you, you know? Okay, the judge is standing just around the corner, James 5:9. Again, we are given an indication and a reminder to think about the end time, to think about Christ's return, to keep your priorities in order for where this is all going. So this is all just, what do they call it? Hevel, when we did our study of, I think it was Ecclesiastes. Anyways, so we're going to go onward to our lip. Let's grab our red lip liner. This one is from Revlon. I like the shade of this one. This one is just a nice, good, true red, and it blends super nice with the Ruby Woo MAC that we're going to be using. So chose this one. There are several nice ones. Another one of my favorites is in Juvia's place, the Luxe liners as well. So we're going to grab, what is this called? That's a great question. So this one is called Red Rouge, which I think is just French for red. But we're going to use this one from Revlon. Here we go. We're going to start out in the Cupid's bow. We are going to be outlining just a little bit. So you're going to go outside the lip line just a little bit. We can catch a little extra real estate. And then we're going to come in and fill that in with the Ruby Woo, which is about the same color. So we don't really have a need for blending and feathering today. Here we go. Right here in the Cupid's bow. Okay, evidently this one is a little dried out. I'm just going to, so if you ever have that happen, I'm just going to take that tissue. We're going to go over it a little bit, kind of get that tip a little roughed up, get some fresh pencil exposed. Let's try that again. Okay, note to self, time to replace the red Revlon lip liner. Okay, now we're going to round that out to the outside edge. Now remember, you are going just a little bit outside. So what you should be hearing in your head is, oh my gosh, you're going outside the lines. When that's where you are, you're in the right space because it's just outside that lip line. There you go. And that is true. I am following my natural lip line. I'm not drawing shape and space where there isn't any. Although certain looks do require that. If you like more of that like 1940s, 1950s look, like the I Love Lucy going into the 60s, then yes, you would change the shape of your lip a little bit. You can do that. If you don't have good shape to your lip, maybe your lip goes more straight across, then you can most certainly add in a nice Cupid's bow if you don't already have one. One of my grandmothers, I don't think she had a Cupid's bow. Her lip just kind of went straight across. Beautiful woman, but no Cupid's bow. So that would be something that she could color in if she wanted to. So we're going to do the bottom now. Just give you a center point of reference. And then we're going to round that out to the outside. There we go. Now red, we know, is a very confident color, bold color. So make sure that you like the shape of your lip right now, because when you go in there with that Ruby Woo, Your only way to recourse anything that's not shaped the correct direction is either A, take a makeup wipe and clean it up a little bit, or make your lip a little bit bigger. Your call. Don't know your face or the look that you want, but those are kind of your choices. So let's take a step back, just take a look at the shape. Here we go. Cupid's bow is crooked. You know, that happens too. Don't even worry about it. We are nobody's face is perfect at all. Everybody's face is different on one side compared to the other, so don't even worry about it. You can try to even it out as best you can, or you can just embrace that your Cupid's bow is different and go with it. One thing about me that I'll let you in on a little secret here. One thing about me that has always bothered me since I was a little kid, while we know face sides are different, right? You got one eye's bigger than another one. You got, oh, don't take a picture of my left, take a picture of my right, whatever. So I have something on my face that is definitely different one side to the other. I'm going to show it to you. This ear looks like this. This ear looks like that. For years, and this is just in utero, I laid on that side or whatever, and it just made the ear flap fold down. So it's, I don't know, I guess it's technically a deformity, but whatever. So for years and years and years, I would not wear short hair because I did not like that. It was different. And I thought your ears should be the same. And so I chose to not have short hair for the longest time. And then one day I decided, you know what? I don't care. I want short hair. I'm tired of messing with his hair 3/4 of the way down my back. And so, I think maybe once in 58 years, I have had somebody say, hey, what happened to your ear? So the thing that you worry about, that you're like focusing on, nobody else is probably even noticing. So don't even worry about that Cupid's bow, because your crooked Cupid's bow could be your crooked ear. So the reality is, we know we were all created in God's image by a beautiful and glorious creator. And what is it they used to say in the 70s? And God don't make no junk. So your lip is exactly the way that God wanted it to be. And nobody else has your crooked lip. So love it, embrace it, enjoy it. Okay, so we're going to grab our Ruby Woo from MAC. And we're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. There you go. You have a Spock ear. Exactly. And that's true. Nobody can look at both ears at the same time. Okay, so we're gonna grab that Ruby. We're gonna grab the MAC Ruby Woo, and we're gonna start out here in the Cupid's bow. And we're just going to fill that in. And I actually now have absolutely no sound. So I hope you're hearing me just fine. I'm going to start down on the bottom fill-in part. And then I'm going to go up to the top and color that in. And actually, let me grab, because this is such a bright color, I'm going to grab my mirror so that I can make sure that I catch every little thing as best as possible. So here we go. And I'm just going right up on top of the line that we just created and then just blending it out. There we go. Now we're going to do that same thing on the bottom. We're going to fill in the bottom part first, just to get that colored in. Now we're going to use the edge of that. You can use a lip brush if you'd like. That will definitely give you more control. I just hate dirtying another brush. Okay, so I'm just going to use the edge of that lipstick. And we're just going to ride that right around onto that lip liner. So now we've got a nice, oh, sound is back. Yay, yay. Okay, good. I'm glad it sounds good on that end. Okay, so now we've got a nice red lip. And this is a matte. This is part of their Maximal Matte collection. I kind of like that dullness there. I'm just kind of not really a glossy girl, but if you like gloss, you by all means could put gloss on the top of this. Maybe something with a little shimmer would be kind of nice. Okay, so now we've got our eyelids are already prepped. So we're going to be playing with, question. Well, we're getting ready to take a look at our eyeshadow. What is your favorite eyeshadow color right now? And do you have a favorite palette? So go ahead and give me that in the comments, whatever platform you're on. I would love to see what is your favorite eyeshadow color right now, and what palette are you just addicted to? What palette do I need to try next? Okay, so this is the You Can Be. This is the Supreme Spookiness. We have used this, I don't know, about maybe 4 weeks ago for the pinks in it. Today we're going to be using it for the reds in it. So this is what we've got here. Oh my goodness, such delightfulness. This is what we're going to be playing with. So we're going to start out with this up on the top of the brow bone. And then, I know this is kind of weird. We are actually not going to be using any pink whatsoever. Every once in a while, I get people that say, hey, do you use any kind of color but pink? I do sometimes. Okay, so here we go. So, and this is, again, Supreme Spookiness. We're going to start out here with a little bit of white. Then we're going to build the red on the outside. So we're going to start out with this one here. And then we're going to go this and maybe just a little bitty touch of that right before we add this one right here. So it is just going to be a delightful celebration of red going on up in there. And then just for fun, we are going to grab our eye primer that we used. And we're going to do a little bit of a cut crease with that white. So that will be super fun. Wait and see. I cannot wait. I am excited. Okay, so again, let's start out with, we're just going to use our blending brow brush. This is a Morphe M441. And we're going to start out up here. And this just gets you a little bit right there on the tip. You don't need to overload it. We're just giving a color up here, so we have something to blend into when we start adding all these beautiful reds in here. And so when I was picking usually I choose my clothes and I choose the shadow. This time I had the shadow color picked and then I had to choose the clothes. So I have on this skirt that has these big pink and red and white roses. There's like 3 colors of red roses in here. And the last time I wore this, I had a dog at one of our properties took a leak on my dress. So I'm hoping nothing like that happens today. This is the first time I've actually wore it since that happened. Okay, I'm going to grab an all over shadow brush. This is a MAC something something. We're going to go right here in this white. We're just going to kind of do a little bit of a placeholder color for right now. We'll come back and do that cut crease here in a minute. So we're just going to put a little bit of that white right here. We just want something to lighten that area. Give it all the best possibility to have a nice whiteness when we get ready for that. So we're just going to put that there. We're going all the way up from the corner up to on top of that bone right there. And this is where our white is going to be when we get ready for that part of it here. I'm going to grab a blending brush. Let's do, actually, well, that's an angled. Do I have another one? Let's do this one. There we go. This is a Morphe, what do we got here? M506. We're going to do this one. We're going to go into this lighter red color right here. We're just going to get this on the tip. For right now, we're just trying to get a light color. You are much better to do a couple of light coats than to try to gup it on. That's when you're going to get a lot of fallout. So just get it on the tip right there. We're going to be right here on this bone. Right on it. This does not need to be pretty right now. We're just getting color. So we're going to do that right here. We're going to color in right here. Okay, just like that. Just fill that in right there. We're going to do it a couple of times so we get a nice red. And I'm going to take that up and I'm going to blend that almost all the way up to the brow. There we go, just like that. So you can see you just have a little tiny space that you can see that white color there. Just a little bit. Okay, now before I get carried away because it's beautiful, we're going to go ahead and do the same exact thing on the other side. So right on that socket bone, you're just going to lay that color, and you're just doing that on the tip, just getting that on the tip. And then we're going to come back here and we're going to fill that in. Going about, I don't know, about halfway there. And then I'm just going to blend that up. Almost all the way up to that brow. We're just going to come out here. Okay, I do not know what. I think my tissue got a little tissue right there. There we go. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Okay, so that gives us a nice kind of starting point for where our red is going to be. Now we're going to evolve it with the colors so we get a little bit of dimension and texture with that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do this right here. Let's give a little, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. This is a Morphe M, what is this, 430, I think. This is just a nice cutting brush. We're going to use this. Now we're going to come in, still cut the crease, but I want a nice little line and conclusion as we go into this dark color. So I'm going to go into this one right here, and I'm just going to get it like on the edge tip of that. So like literally it's just sitting right there on that top part of that. We're going to go right here, and we're just going to make a line all the way over here. But then I'm going to take it and get it on the top. And we're just going to blend up a little bit. I'm going to give a nice end there. So when we come back in and cut that crease, it's going to be so nice and defined. Now you can see I just have a little bit of fallout just happen right there. So I'm just going to go whoop, whoop. There we go. That's gone. And we'll come back with another brush and do the bottom part. But for right now, we're just going to do that on the top. So again, just on the tip of the brush there, just right there on that very tip. And you're just going to do a line right there on that socket bone. I had to load it like halfway through, so go ahead and do that. And then you're just going to set it down and get a little bit on the side tip. And then flick that up, and that'll give you a little bit of a blend. You don't really have to worry about fallout too much here because we're going to be doing that cut crease, but I like it just because it kind of keeps it clean. Okay, now that we've got that, let's go ahead and we're going to use a smudger. This one is a Morphe M213. So this one, it's a little bit similar in shape to the one we use under the eye, but it's a little fluffier and longer. So we're going to use this one, just get it on one side. And this is what we're going to use to fill in that outside corner, just right here. We're going to go about halfway into that first red color that we did. And then we're going to go right here to the bottom. That's just going to give us a little dimension out there on the outside. You can see the difference between the two sides now. So again, just on one side of the brush, right here in that outside corner. Just work that right along that lash line. and just fill in about halfway of where you put that red a minute ago. And that is a little bit there. So I'm just going to whisk that away. There we go. Okay. Nice. Now to take that dimension just a little bit further, we're going to dip into that black. But I want to smudge that out pretty good. So I'm going to use this smudger here. This one is a MAC. Let me see if there's anything by Morphe that's about the same. You know, sometimes you get addicted to a brush and you can't. Oh, there we go. This one's kind of close. We could do this one. Okay, this one is a more. I can't see the MAC number, which is why I was trying to find you something I could. This is an M321. This is a Morphe. It's a little bigger, so we're going to have to be just a little bit careful with this one. But we're going to do this one. So now that we got that going on there, we're going to take this. We're going to go into this black, right? Actually, I think it's like a super smoky dark gray. It's not actually black, but... So we're going to tip it right there, just on the very tip. Now, for sure, do not overload this one. You just want like a little bit. We just need a little bit of flavor of it, not like a whole shebang of it. So we're going to put it right here in the outside corner. And we're just going to smudge that a little bit in a V. So it's going up here and it's going over there. Maybe just a little bit more. Just a little there. Just a little there. Just a little bit. You can see how that gives us a little extra dimension right there on the outside corner. So we're going to do that again. Just a little tiny bit there. Right here on that outside corner. Bring it in just a little. Bring it up to that crease just a little. So we're getting just a little flavor of it. Not like a whole ho. That's the technical term. Ho. Okay, so I'm going to dab it just right there, just a little bit extra right there. There we go. So now that we got all that happening, we're going to do the cut crease part and then we'll do the blend on the other side. So I want you to grab your primer, the Eye Prep I Prime. We're going to get that on the back of our hand. Just squirt you some out. That's like way more than you're going to need, but it will work. And we are going to grab, I like this one here. This one is just a nice flat spatula-like brush. This is a Morphe M224, I think, 224. So I'm going to get that, I'm going to get it right off there, just on the tip of that brush. I'm just going to dip that just a little bit into there. So it looks like this. And then we're going to come in here. And we are going to give ourselves that cut crease. So we're going to go all the way to that inside corner. We're going to come up just a little bit. Grab more of that primer if you need. And you're just going to work it across. To your desired shape. I'm going to go with like this one right here. And I'm just going to kind of pat out the very edge of that. Okay. Now we're going to do that same thing on the other side. Same thing on the other side. So you can see we've got that nice clean line there. We're going to do that here. Come to the inside. We're just going to blend that out. I hope you're enjoying that song. I told you that wood flute was beautiful. And then we're going to just tap that. And sometimes you have to keep kind of coming back in because sometimes it's hard to get both sides exactly the same. There we go. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wipe that off. I'm going to fan that dry just a little bit for a brief moment. Wait till you see. This is going to be amazing. We're going to grab a fresh brush. You want to make sure that the brush that you use is clean. Let's see. I really want a little bit of a squared edge here. Okay, let's use this one. It's not really so much of a squared edge, but it will work. So we're going to do this one right here. This is a Morphe M124. Just a nice paddle brush, general purpose, shadow brush. And we're going to go back into this white right here. Just on one side. And you're just going to press that into that primer you just put on there. And right here on the edge of it, I'm just going to tap that. Now I'll come back and blend it a little bit with the red in a second. But I just want to make sure that I've done my part with the white before I get to that. So again, we're just pressing that into that primer. Okay. Now the red that we used on that tipped brush, we're going to go ahead and go there. And we're just going to make sure that this is nice and clean. There we go. That's just going to clean that up just a little bit. And then I'm going to take, which one did I use for the red? I think it was this one. We're just going to go in this one that we started out with just a little bit. I'm just barely going to tap it. And we're just going to put it right here on the edge. Just to soften that. Make sure that they are in harmony with each other. If you need you can come back with that white one. And right where those two colors meet each other, just sort of feather it back and forth. Okay. Now I want to make sure that up here on the top of this, I've got a nice smooth color. So I'm actually going to go in here. Let's take, well, I don't really want to introduce another color. Let's go ahead and take this. We're just going to tap it in the white once, just like that. And I'm just going to go right here, back and forth where that red edge is, and make sure that that's nice and blended and smooth. There we go. So this is what we got so far. Nice. So I'm going to dust off what I have underneath the eye right now. What we've let sit, let bake on the underneath. We're going to get rid of all that fallout, and then we're going to do the under the eye. So just take your brush. And just whisk that out. Now we're going to get our under eye. There we go. This one is the Morphe M508. So we're going to use that one, and we're just going to use the same brush to do everything. We're just going to start out in the lighter, work our way across. That way, by the time we get to the outside edge, it will be just nice and blended out. So here we go. So we're going to start out here, just like literally a tidge right on the tip. Go ahead and tap that off. Make sure you don't got too much. We're going to go right here. Just a little smidge right there. Tap it off. Little smidge. We're going to go into the next, well, let's see. Do we have another? Yeah, this one right here. So right there, tap it off. You're going to go from about 3/4 of the way all the way. There we go. Just like that. We're just blending as we work our way across. I'm going to take this black now, or dark gray. We're going to do that right there on the tip. And that's going to go right here on this outside corner. If you want to get a little extra something, we can go ahead and bring that up around right here on the bottom too. And give that just a little extra push right here on this bottom. There you go. Any fallout? Which you may have had minimal from that. You may just have had a little tiny. I'm going to go ahead and dab a little bit of white just on the inside edge there. So let me actually see what brush would be best for this. I think I'm going to go with the It Definer. I like this one. It's really small, but it's got like a nice tip to it. Little oval kind of shape. This is an It. I think it's called Fine Liner or something like that. Let's see. It. Cosmetics number. It says Precision Eyeliner. Oh my gosh. Very small. 326, I believe. So we're going to do that. We're just going to go in that white on one side. We're going to go right here in the corner. And we're just going to bring that white down a little tiny bit. Just to brighten up that inside. Now be careful not to get it over too close to the red. Or you'll muddy the white with that red color. If you do, tap your brush off, wipe it on a beauty blender. I mean, cleansing cloth, and do it again. So we're just going to give a little bit of lightness right here. There you go. So that lightens that up just a little bit. Now, oh my gosh. Okay, love. Let's go ahead and grab our liner. I have got the Juvia's Place Egyptian Kajal liner, which is going to need a replacement in the near future, and it needs a little bit of a sharp. So we're just going to do that. I'm excited to use a new lash today. Okay, if I can get the sharpener to work. There we go. I have never used this lash before, so I cannot wait to try it. We're going to go from the outside corner to just past the red, right into that white, just a little bit. There you go. On the bottom, we're going to go ahead and do a waterline line, and then about halfway on the very bottom, right in the lash line. So for this little project, I'm going to need my magnification mirror. So again, we're going to go from the outside in that lash line about 3/4 of the way across. That's going to be the lash line part of it. Now that we've got that done, we're going to go ahead and work the waterline part of that. So we're going to start out here on the bottom. And we're going to go all the way across on that waterline. Where you put the line in the lash, you're going to want to make sure that those two colors meet, that they touch each other. So you'll let go of that lower lid just a little bit, and that will let you see where the colors are, just to make sure that they are joined together. And then we're going to come up here and we're going to line the upper waterline as well. There you go. So you can see how that all comes together there. And I see, here we go. And it looks like I got some kind of something right there. So let's get that. Okay. Now, I am loving this. Happy birthday, Mom. I hope you're loving the red. I do not in a million years see my mom ever doing this look, but I hope that she feels loved and appreciated as we celebrate her and her favorite color today. So we need to do our brow, and then we're going to get onto our lashes. So for me, I'm going to grab my L'Oreal Voluminous Mascara, and I'm going to do my brows with that. You grab whatever your brow product is, and we'll do those. Oh, no, you know what? Let's say our verse together. I feel like we haven't said our verse. So let's say our verse together. Oh, and of course, like a good waitress, I waited until the verse had already passed through the middle of the screen. So let's give that just a second to come around. Here we go. Here we go. Excuse me. Friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint could be lodged against you, you know? The judge is standing just around the corner, and that's James 5:9. So we're gonna go ahead. I have fashion colored hair, so colored mascara is a good way to get that color in there. So I'm just gonna let that hover right above the skin and just color those hairs and let it color and set the brows. You know, once upon a time, I had a red mascara. That would have been super pretty with this. Okay, what is going on here? We got some gump. There we go. I think it was maybe a ColourPop mascara. Okay, we'll clean that up in a minute. And let's do the other side. There we go, right there. I got this little like bald spot kind of thing. Okay. All right. What a difference a brow makes. Okay, so we're going to get our lashes done. And I am so excited to try this new well, they're not new, but they're new to me because I just haven't used them before. So I'm excited to get to try this new lash. We'll see how it wears and holds up and all the good stuff. But for right now, let's go ahead and get our lashes ready. So I'm going to grab my Tweezerman Great Grip Onyx Eyelash Curler, and we're going to get that lash in between those two things. Not pull it out. Make sure that it's enough away from your eyelid that you don't pinch. So we're going to get that there. Find your little sweet spot for the crimping. And we're going to say that verse together. Here we go. Just kidding, because I lost the moment with the verse scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, lashes ready to go. Friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint could be lodged against you, you know? The judge is standing just around the corner. James 5, verse 9. I'll get you your first little curl in there. Gonna get that over here. Here we go. Friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint can be lodged against you, you know? The judge is standing just around the corner. James 5, verse 9. And I know that, I don't know, I think a lot of it is a girl thing, but I think we all have a tendency to do that. You know, when life isn't going the way you want or something bad is happening. I guess, well, it can be called kick the cat as well. You know, things aren't going well with you. You just kind of pass that along. I believe that was in James chapter 3. We talked about that as well. The power of the tongue. I don't remember what the name of that song was. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. You can tame a tiger, but you can't tame a tongue. Killer. Nope, I don't think it was the Killer song. Anyways, there was a song a while back that talked about that, that we did, and I think it was James chapter 3. Now we're enough verses in, I'm having a hard time keeping all the references squared away with them. I hope you're doing better than me with that. I'm about ready to transition into like chapters as opposed to verses, and so I'm kind of losing the verse. So although I did hear it once said that if you were going to quote a Bible verse, it would be better to just tell the book or the chapter, because then if the person wants to know more about it, they would have to go and read it and look it up. So it's kind of like planting a seed and giving a little nugget so that they can go do the rest of the research themselves. Okay, we're going to do the bottom lashes. So we're going to go all the way from root to tip on these. We're not getting falsies here, so we want to make sure these are nice and covered. Okay, there we go. And I see while I'm here, just a little bit of fallout going on. I'm going to go ahead and get that brush ready. This is the curved brush. If you don't like a curved brush, there's a straight one too. I just tend to gravitate towards the, oh, mascara on the finger. Let's not do that. Okay, there we go. And again, we're going all the way from root to tip here. And especially because we use that black liner on the waterline, you want to make sure that your mascara is going all the way up to that lash line where that liner is. We don't want that little gappy thing that can happen there. It just looks a little weird. I don't know. Maybe that's just like my OCD taking over. I don't think I really have OCD. It just seemed like the thing to say. Okay, here we go. Okay, maybe I do. I do have to have all my canned goods and vitamins facing the right direction. So maybe. Whatever. I know people are happy with putting labels on things. That's not really my thing. So, okay, here we go. So on to a positive conversation. Here's the lash I've been waiting for. Are you ready for this? This is the Tarte Big Ego Lash. Look at those. They're like big and voluminous, but not too much. They're beautiful. And I'm hoping they're every bit as comfortable as they look like they are, because I'm so super excited. So I have not worn these before. So we're going to, you know what? I'm going to get this off the back of my hand before it ends up somewhere. So here we go. So we're going to take this. I just held it to you upside down, I think. Oh, look. Oh my gosh. These are so beautiful. Okay, so something to note about this is you'll notice in looking at this lash that it is not a flare like I normally wear. There is a tiny bit of reduced volume on the inside edge, but not like a whole lot. So once you get these trimmed, you're going to want to make sure that you're keeping track of which is where, because there's not really an easy way to tell which is where. And the lash will kind of conform to your eyes. You know, just like we were talking, no two sides are the same. And you want that lash band like nice and snug and getting into its comfy space, just like, you know, curling up with the blanket on your couch and watching Murder, She Wrote. Oh, sorry. Maybe that's just me. Okay, so we're going to grab our lash tool. I'm going to get that right on the outside edge. I'm going to take that lash off and I'm going to set it in front of me just like that. I'm going to do that same thing on this other side. I'm going to get it right there on the edge of that lash. We're going to take it off right there. I'm going to set that tray aside. I'm putting that right down in front of me. Now, I've actually haven't wore a Tarte lash in a very long time and I never wore these. So I'm going to take that lash and I'm just going to kind of hold it up there and see. Oh yeah, that's definitely longer than my eye is. So it looks about like the length that the kiss lashes are usually. So I'm just going to take that same amount off. So I'm going to grab my lash scissors and this is the outside edge. I was just holding it up there. So I'm going to take a little snip. Let me see if I can do this in front of the camera for you. I'm going to take a little snip right. I didn't actually cut anything. Okay, right here. Let me see. Okay, evidently I can't do it so that you can watch. Okay, we'll do it this way. I'm going to go here and I'm going to take off about that much right there. So there we go. And then I'm just going to kind of keep that little twig piece in front of me so that when I get this lash, I can do the exact same thing. Okay, so that is going to be, this will be the outside edge. So we're going to do that same thing. I'm going to take about that same amount off. Oop, here we go. Okay, let me just, I see a little nub that I left. So I'm just going to grab that little nub off. There we go. So now our lash is all trimmed and ready to go. Because I haven't worn this before, I'm going to do just a little bit of prep work to soften that band. So I'm going to take the lash and I'm going to grab both ends and I'm just going to kind of roll it in between my fingers like this and soften that band just a little bit. I'm going to do that with both of them. Now I have very round eyes. And so a lot of times lashes are a little too stiff and flat for my eyeballs. So I just do that as kind of an insurance of where I want the lash to go. I'm going to be using the Kiss Strip Lash Adhesive. This time I'm going to be using the clear. So I've been using the black for a minute, but this time we're going to go back to the tried and true method of lash application and do these that way. So I'm going to grab the lash right there in the center. I'm going to grab the adhesive, which has a nice brush on it, and we're going to get that on the top edge of that band. Just get it right on there. You want to make sure all that is covered with it. Then I'm going to move the band to the inside and just get it on the back side of that as well. Right there on that nice band. This one's got a nice, pretty thick band. Now, if you get a glip in there like that, go ahead and take that out. I don't really want that in there. Then I'm going to set this lash down in front of me. Oh, I forgot to mention. Make sure you get the outside corner and the inside corner of that well. We don't want any lifting on this. So I'm going to set that down in front of me. Let me get the other one and we'll do that same thing on this side. So again, we're doing that top edge of that band. We're going to get it in again, and then we're going to do that back side of that band as well. It's just really going to help that to adhere good. And then we're making sure we're paying special attention to those outside corners. And then we're going to set that down in front of us. And we are keeping track of which lash goes to which eye. So now I'm going to go back to that first lash. We're going to, again, get that right there in the middle. It still looks a little shiny, so I'm going to wave it and help it along just a little bit. For the sake of time, if you got a little fan, you can put a little fan on there. We want it to be just a little bit not shiny and starting to get just a little bit clear. So we want just a little bit of tack to it so that when we put it on, it doesn't feel quite so cold and wet. And then also it'll be about ready to adhere. So we're going to set that right down where your lash meets your lid. And I'm gonna make sure my lash and it are together in the same space. So we're just kind of right above where that band is. We're just kind of pushing them together. I'm going to take my tool, make sure my lashes are worked in there nicely. I feel like this might be just a little elevated. Let's drag you down just a little bit. Oh, wow. That is a really pretty lash. What do you think? See the difference between the two sides? I mean, you just get something extra special with that lash. Now, I will tell you something else that you get. When you look at the two sides with the lash, the no lash, you'll notice that the lash is kind of, when your eye is open, it's taking away from the pow of the color of the lid itself. It's not until you blink that you notice that beautiful cut crease for what could be a distraction. So also notice between these two eyes how much bigger my eyeball looks on this side versus this side. So if you have smaller eyes like I do, this really helps to open up the eye and make it appear that you have more eyeball and eye color than you do. Because on this side, you can see the blue of my eye a whole lot better than you can see it on this side here. That is all what a lash does for you. Yes, I love this. This one is a velour. This is the velour tool. They have this. They have the scissors, which are extra nice and sharp and pointy. And then they have this right here, which has a nice lash comb on it. And then also that, except mine has cat hair in it right now, so don't ignore that part. Okay. But those are all the velour tools. Okay, so now we've talked a lot, and now this other one is ready to go. So let me set it before it loses its stickiness. There we go. So we're going right there in the middle. Putting that right there on that lash line. I think my tool got a little something on it. There we go. And my elbow just touched the light on the mirror, so sorry that color just changed. There we go. Okay. Now, we'll tell you something I'm noticing about this immediately. This lash, because it's pretty lifted, I am not seeing this in my line of sight at all. So I like that. Sometimes when you get a little bit fuller of a lash, it gets into your line of sight just a little bit, and then it actually inhibits your ability to see like your full openness. Okay, so Woo! Look at that. Look at that. We're almost there, people. We're almost there. So you can see we've got that beautiful ruby color going on, the red. We got that red lip that matches. So let's go ahead and we need a little some sparkle somewhere. So I'm going to grab that You Can Be palette, back in that multi-face palette. I'm going to grab my Anastasia highlighter brush. I'm going to swirl it around. I think actually for today, I'm going to do this one right here. We got a light all happening up here. So I'm going to get this one that has some shimmer in it. I'm going to go right on the top here and right beside the eye socket there. We're just going to give a little. And then I'm going to take a little bit and get that right here. Yes. Okay. So we have started out by adding we added first our primers, then we added our concealer, we added our foundation, and we set all of that with the beautiful setting powder from Juvia's Place. Then we contoured with the You Can Be multi-use face palette that added our contouring and our color. And then we came back at the end and added that little bit of shimmer highlighter as well. We have on some Revlon lip liner and some MAC lipstick. And now that we are done, we do not want anything to move all day, right? Right. I do not want to play with this or touch it or dork with it or anything like that. I am going to use my Juvia's Place Ready, Set, Sealed. I'm going to give it a good shake. I'm going to tip my head back. And enjoy that smell. Oh my gosh, that smells so good. I still think that Chi-Chi should turn that into a fragrance. I love the smell of that. Okay, so remember, whatever palette you use, whatever color you decide you want to do this, because you could really do this. You could do this with a blue. You could do this with a purple. You could do this with a green. You could do this with whatever. You don't have to do it with just the red. But because we're celebrating my mom's birthday, we are doing this in the red. So whatever color you decide you're going to do this in, whatever lipstick shade you use, just remember to do it with confidence. Confidence, confidence, confidence. Okay, because if you're not confident in the skin you're in, yeah, that's just not going to work out well for you or those around you. So here we go. Let's look at our verses that we are working on. We're going to dip our toe back in the water of James chapter 4 for just a second. Actually, let's go one more. We're going to go in James chapter 4. We're going to look at verse 13 to 16. And now I have a word for you. Oh gosh, hold on just a second. For this is, what am I doing? 13 to 15, 13 to 15. That is not this one. 13 to 15. Oh yeah, that's the Wisp of Fog song. See, I told you, the songs, they help you, but sometimes they trip you up. Okay, here we go. So, and now I have a word for you who brashly announce. Today, at the very least tomorrow, we're off to such and such a city for the year. We're going to start a business and make lots of money. You don't know the first thing about tomorrow. You're nothing but a wisp of fog, catching a brief bit of sun before disappearing. Instead, make it a habit to say, if the master wills and we're still alive, then we'll do this or that. Okay, there we go. Sometimes you just got to get a running start at things. And then we have, as it is, you are full of your grandiose selves. All such vaunting and self-importance is evil. In fact, if you know the right thing to do and don't do it, that for you is evil. And I love that song. So if you haven't heard that one, make sure it's called Grandiose Selves. Okay, and then we started with James chapter 5. Chapter 5, verse 1 through 3. And a final word, oh my goodness, and a final word to you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears, which is the name of the song. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. You thought you were piling up wealth, and what you have piled up is judgment. Your money is corrupt, and your money is corrupt, and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a stink in your. Greedy luxuries are a. Hold on. What are there? Something bad in your gut. Greedy luxuries are a cancer. Greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within. And that's James 5, 1-3. And then we moved on to James 5 chapter 5, verse 4-6. All the workers you've exploited and cheated. I don't see it having changed on here. Let me give it a second for the screen to change for you guys. Okay, maybe it's just me. Maybe just mine hasn't. So all the workers you've exploited and cheated cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers that you've used and abused are a cry in the ears of the Master Avenger, which is the name of that song. You've looted the earth and lived it up. You've looted the earth and lived it up. But all you have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly innocent, perfectly good persons who stand there and take it. And my screen still hasn't changed, so I'm hoping this has changed for you. Okay, James 5, 7-8. This is the one we worked on last week that I'm still working on a little bit. So meanwhile, friends, wait patiently until for the master's arrival. You see farmers do this all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently letting the rain do its slow but sure work. Be patient like that. Be steady and strong. The master can arrive at any time. And again, we're talking about talking about end times and the master arriving at any time. Okay, so today we got this week, James 5-9. Okay, so for friends, don't complain about each other. I'm definitely going to have to use the thing for this one. Okay, friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint could be lodged against you, you know. The judge is standing just around the corner. And again, all of these verses are coming from Color Me James. So that's available in ebook. There's 2 different apps that you can use that'll help you actually to color in the coloring pages and then to actually write in the journaling. So you can do that from the ebook. This is not available in Kindle form though, because you got all that journal writing, and that is not something that the Kindle has available on it right now. My favorite, the paperback comes from Amazon. My favorite, though, is the spiral bound because it opens up and it lays flat. Don't forget to go to colormejamesbook.com and get connected, no matter where you get it from. But go there and get connected to that email list, because that's going to guide you through a week at a time for everything that you're going to need is going to be delivered to you. So I mentioned the ebook. This is our Beauty and Grace Insider, which lives inside of YouTube. If you do the Cherish Queen membership level, the ebook comes to you for free. So you get that just for being that Cherish Queen membership level. So you can go to the YouTube channel, and then I believe the join is now the farthest right thing on the menu there. So let's take a look at our blessing for this week. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. All right. Heavenly Father, we made it through. Thank you so much for sustaining this and all the technological things that we had going on. It is so comforting that what was said in James chapter 1 is absolutely true. That if you don't know what you're doing, pray to the Father. He loves to help. So thank you so much for helping us today with that. I pray that you would be with each one of these women, whether they are watching it live or they're watching this recorded later on, Father, that you would just be with them, guide them, that you would help them to take these words and to make it a part of their life, to put it into their memory and help it to be able to be recounted at times when they need it and times when those around them might need it. I also find it kind of cool when the pastor's saying a sermon and you recognize the verse. It's like an instantaneous connection to that sermon because you've been there, you know what's around it. So thank you for that, for those moments of confirmation as we hide these words in our heart. Father, I just pray that for all these women here across the world, that you would offer healing where that is needed, comfort where that is warranted. Father, I just pray that you would be with us in all these uncertain financial times and political turmoil that's happening, that your will would be done, and that we would pray for our world leaders, no matter what country we're in. Our leaders can use that prayer. So be with the leader of each of our countries that is represented here today, live or recorded. Father, I just pray all these things and thank you for the word of James to help mold our lives and to give us kind of a blueprint and a litmus test for where we need to be and where we're going. Father, I just thank you for all these things in Jesus' precious name. Amen. All right, so let me show you what you got in store. Right now, this week, what we're working on in week 42, we have got a word scramble this week. And then we also have our coloring page for this week. So enjoy that. Let me see a picture of your coloring page. I want to see what you did with it. What colors did you choose? How did you do that? Again, it has been just a delight to be with you. I would love to see your looks, your coloring pages. Don't show me your word scramble, though. We don't want to cheat. No cheating. No cheating. All right. So blessings to you today. Oh, that's so sweet. And same to you as well. Y'all have a fantastic week. I love you and God bless. Mwah.
A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. We laugh, we learn, we grow, we grow. Holy Spirit in the room, let His presence flow.
Well, good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Oh my goodness, today is National Purple Day. So happy National Purple Day. So we are going to be playing with that today with some beauty on the outside and some beauty on the inside. We are just going to be celebrating purple in a plethora of ways today. Ooh. Plethora starts with a P. All right. So again, my name is Wendy, and today the question we're going to be answering is, can I pull off this You Can Be Pretty All Set Eyeshadow Purple Palette look at over 40? So let's find out. So remember, while we are live here hanging out together, you can ask any question you'd like, be it about the Bible verse, be it about the makeup technique, the product I'm using, whatever. Ask your question on the platform that you are on, and I will do my best to get that question asked and answered while we are live. If you're watching this as a replay, go ahead and ask your question on that platform as well. Technically speaking, I should get a notification and I will get your question answered. All right. So our theme for today is women over 40. Get ready with me using You Can Be Pretty All Set eyeshadow palette. And this is all going to be with James 5:10-11 in mind. So let's go ahead and hit like and subscribe. Grab your palette, grab your brushes, grab your lashes, and get on back here. Let's get going.
Little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. Come on in, sis. Grab your joy, take your place. We're talking beauty, talking scripture, talking God's good grace. From blush to Bible, He's the one who makes us glow. Faith on your lips, love in your soul.
Oh. Okay, I got caught. All right, so our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And I just want to say it is the delight to have you hanging out here with me this morning. So while we are going through some of this setup, go ahead and give me a shout out. Let me know where you are coming from. Let's celebrate your neck of the woods together. All right. So all of our verses, again, I said we're going to be in James chapter 5. So we are continuing on. We're in our very last chapter. So James chapter 5, we are going to be in verse 10 and 11 today. Today, we're going to have a crossword puzzle this week, just like what you're seeing in that picture right there. So colormejamesbook.com, that's going to get you connected to the book in all of its various formats. Also, the email newsletter so that you can have it delivered once a week, just a little weekly tap to help you have the right video in the right place, the right memory verse graphics, all at the right time. And it just makes it super easy for you. So last week, our verse was, friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint can be lodged against you, you know? The judge is standing just around the corner. All right, so let's give a listen to that song from last week. Just a taste. Here we go.
When the pressure's rising and the days feel long, it's easy to point out what others do wrong. But grace was given to me the same. So who am I to cast that blame? Friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint could be lodged against you. You know, the judge is standing just around the corner.
All right, so I'm going to let you listen to that, the rest of that, on whatever your favorite music platform is. Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, I don't even know, whatever. It's going to be there. You can find that. And let me see. I think my earpieces are working this week, but I can't quite hear the song. So let me bring it up just a little bit. Okay, there you go. That we're listening to right now is our new song for the week. So let me flip over to that flashcard. There we go. So in James 5, verse 10 to 11, let me share with you something here. I've told you before about my mom kind of being a cohort, a spiritual mentor that kind of we talk through things. And this verse, although we're doing it this week, God set it up last week. So if this is happening to you where God is like working you through these things as we are going along, I hope you are enjoying it as much as I am. So we know that all testing of your faith is for your good. So it's all good things in the end, but a little painful in the moment. So our verse for this week, back to what we're talking about here. So our verse for this week is, I wanted the song to be kind of like an anthem. And so when you hear the song, I think we may even play a little bit of that. I don't usually do that. But okay, so on with the verse. Here we go. Come on, Wendy. Here we go. Verse. Take the old prophets as your mentors. They put up with anything and went through everything and never once quit. All the time honoring God. What a gift life is to those who stay the course. You have heard, of course, of Job's staying power, and you know how God brought it all together for him at the end. And that's because God cares. Write down to the last detail. And that's James 5, 10, and 11. Okay, let's just listen to a little bit of a taste of it. Okay, here we go. And Wendy's gone crazy. Let me start it over. Ooh, here we go.
As your mentors, they put up with anything, went through everything and never once quit. All the time honoring God. What a gift life is to those who stay the course. Stay the course. Don't you give up now. And you know how God brought it all together for him at the end. What a gift life is to those who stay the course. Stay the course. Don't you give up now. Stay.
Okay, I could keep letting it go, but I know we've got other things to do. So that's a taste of it, and I'm gonna let you listen to. Wait till you get to the bridge. I'm telling you, it's one of my favorite songs. I can tell you, I say that every week. It's definitely gonna be one of those that I'm singing in my sleep. That's gonna come up in my dreams. So I hope you enjoy that as much as I have enjoyed that, not only living through and working through all of this. My mom warns me, if you work through James, you're going to live through James. And wow, it would be okay with me if there was one of these testing challenges that I just got to watch and not actually had to be a participant in. But that's not how God has it. So, okay, so what are we going to be doing this morning? I told you it is National Purple Day. So we're going to be using that pretty all-set palette from You Can Be. You can see it over there. And that is going to be where we're going to be getting all of our colors from for our eyes today. And I am just looking forward to sharing the look with you. I think it's beautiful. It's a little softer, especially when you look at the look from last week, which was some really bold reds. This week is throttling it back just a little bit. And this is going to be more of a every day. You could do it night out, especially depending on the lash that you wore. But this one's going to be more of kind of everybody will probably like it kind of shadow. So all of those products that I'm using today can be found in the show notes, whatever platform you're on. Actually, I think they're only in YouTube as of right now. Their QR code right there will take you straight to it. It's a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com/shop, or just go to the landing page and then hit the shop button in the upper part. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our words scrolling across the bottom of our screen there. There we go. Let me get our chat going. Good morning. Good morning. It is so nice to have you guys here this morning. So let us jump in. We are going to start. My face is already ready. I have cleaned my face. I have used a toner on it. I have applied my Lancome Genifique. So I've got a serum on there, so it is ready to go. And now we're going to come in with our primer. This is the Professional Primer. And this is going to give us just a nice surface for our foundation to stay where it's supposed to and stay pretty and set nicely all day long. So we're going to just give us a little squirt of that. Oh, yeah, I forgot I needed some more of that. Okay, there we go. We're going to go between the fingers, under the eye, any place that you experience. Maybe you get foundation separation. Maybe you've got fine lines and wrinkles. This will help with that. If you get any shininess, like especially down that T-zone, for those of you who are combo skin like me, we're going to go around the lips with it. Oh, because we're using a purple liquid lipstick today. Wait till you see it. I think I've only used it once before on here. So super excited to share that with you again. It is a beautiful color. Now, when you look at the show notes and you click on it, I don't know why the picture they use looks so, we'll just call it wimpy. But it's a beautiful color. I've got like 5 lights. Well, probably 15 lights going on. So you'll be able to see that color really well. And just make sure you're getting the right shade, even though it looks kind of weird on the Amazon thing. So the pictures on the Ulta website look a little more true to what the color actually looks like, which you'll see on me here in just a second. Okay, so we've got that on. We are using some lighter colors and then a couple, no, it's dark. So because of all of that, and we just want a nice, true color, we're going to go ahead and use, this is the Juvia's Place I Prep I Prime. I am the shade 1. Well, today we'll be using the shade 1. It's not that I am the shade 1. And we're just going to give little dabs on our eyelids. And then we're just going to spread that around. It doesn't take a whole lot. That actually, I don't think was quite enough. There we go. There we go. This is going to also help your eyelid to not give a false color before you even put the shadow on, because that can actually change the color image. If you've got pink or red or something going on in there, that will alter the color that you're putting on. I got darkness in here, so I'm just going to go stick the extra up in there. There we go. So we're going to look like a little bit of a crazy person for a minute. Totally fine. Okay. Now that we've got our face primed, we're going to grab our concealer. This is the Lancome Tinty Doll. This is the shade 090, which I think at the time I bought this, it was the lightest shade it had. And we're going to go ahead and grab that beautiful doe foot out of there. I'm going to do a swipe here. Swipe here. This is not for contouring. This is just for concealing. So we're just hiding things at this point. I got darkness in there. Darkness there. Little redness happening there. Just like all the things. So any place you have darkness, maybe you have a little purple, redness, like you can see, I got redness happening. This is going to help minimize that and reduce that. So when you put your foundation on, it can do its job a little bit better. So now that that's been sitting for just a second, we're just going to use our middle finger, which is a gentle finger, to just kind of tap that out. And yeah, that's true. My hair is getting a little bit longer. I'm having to hold it up now. So I'm just going to use it to get rid of the redness on the top of my nose, darkness under here, some darkness in there. There we go. Right up here. We're just going to blend that out up there. There we go. So now we've got kind of an even color surface that we're going to be playing with. That is going to help our foundation to be able to do its job more effectively, especially if you enjoy a full coverage foundation like I do. It'll be able to do that a little bit easier. So today we're going to come back in with the Lancome Tinty Doll. This is 225N. I don't even know how many shades there are, like 76 or something. So you've got lots of opportunity to find a shade that is right with you. I have no idea what beauty blender this is, but I grabbed one that we're going to use. Okay, so we're just going to do a pump right there. And I'm just going to kind of dab it. And then we'll tap it out. Oh, well, this one does lay a smooth. Oh, I think I was using this one with the Juvia's Place. Because that one is such a full coverage that it needed something to smooth it out nicely. Okay, I'm going around the edge of the lips. I'm going to go all the way into the hairline over here, under the jawline, going up into that concealer, around the nostril. Oh, I see several new joining people. So good morning, good morning, good morning. Alaska, welcome to you. Oh, sorry. I'm not telling you what I'm doing. Okay, I'm just doing like a little partial pump. This is just going to do my forehead. And by little partial pump, I meant, wow, that's too much. Okay, we're just using the edge of that to get up into that hairline. And then we're going to go around those brows so that all looks, seamless, unified. I'm using the little edge corner because it's got a nice sharp corner. Just to get right under the eye there. There you go. Tapping on the nose, making sure that's all nice and smooth. Making sure I get that. That little wrinkly thing we've talked about. Yep. Okay, now, there's the lid. Okay, we are going to set what we've got going on. We've got a nice, even color. That'll give us a good, nice way to set our contouring the way that we want, add the highs and lows where we want, change any shapes that we want. I'm going to start out with some setting powder, though. This is the Juvia's Place. This is I Am Magic Silky finishing powder, and this is in the shade Cotton Candy. This one has kind of a lot of, there we go, a lot of little things on there, so be careful when you open it because it's going to take you a minute. I'm going to take the triangle setting sponge setting puff. We're going to take that corner and put that in there right there. I'm going to go under the eye. Right there in that corner. And then we're going to turn it around and use the wide end. Same thing. Set it in. Tap it off. Okay, we're going to get a little more. Do the cheek. Other side. Forehead. There we go. Now I'm going to leave that open for a minute because once we finish the contouring, I'm going to come back and add some under the eye. The dark purple that we're using for just a little bit of the outside is kind of a dark color. And I want to make sure that I add a little extra setting powder under the eye so I have something to dust off if I should happen to have any fallout. So I'm going to grab my You Can Be multi-use face palette. And we're going to be right here. And then we're going to use this one up here. And then actually we're going to use Cookie for the other one. So that's a benefit one. So let's just go ahead and grab our high and low. This is going to be for the low. This will be for the high. So we're going to grab this. We're going to use that flat side. Go right in there. I'm just going to do 2 swipes. We're going to go from the top of the ear in a curved motion to about the corner of the eye. We're staying above the hollow of the cheek there. And then right beside that hairline. And then I'm still using that flat side. I'm going to come up here. Right there. We're going to get a little on this side. Then I'm going to use circle motions to blend those. Let's stay with the skinny side now. I'm going to do 2 swipes and come right under that jawline right here. We're just going to give a little more strength under there to minimize the extra chin that I happen to have at the moment. There we go. Staying with that same thin side, I'm going to go right here beside my nose. I'm going to narrow that. And right on the tip. And that's going to bring in my nose just a little bit. So now I'm going to grab my blush brush. And actually, we're going to use a different brush to do the highlighter now that I think about it. So this is a MAC blush brush. I'm going to go into this one right here. I'm just going to give it 2 swipes. And right here on top of that bronzer low, we're just going to give us a little pink right there. And then right up the middle on the side. I'm just going to do 1 swipe. Get it up here on the forehead. A little tap. Tip of the nose. Middle of the chin. All right. Now, I know I'll have to reapply this later, but just to be thorough, I'm going to go ahead and grab the Cookie. I like the shimmer for this, and you'll see why shortly. So, Cookie from Benefit Cosmetics. I'm not sure if that's in the show notes. This one you can tell I love. I'm grabbing my Anastasia highlighter brush. We're just going to swirl that right here on the top of the cheek, right beside the eye socket. We're also going to go right from the tip of the nose up the middle. And I'm going to go here. Making sure I hit that Cupid's bow good. There we go. Now we have got some contouring happening. All right. So I have a question for you. I was playing with that sponge a minute ago. What is your favorite foundation sponge right now? Go ahead and stick it in the chat. I'm going to grab my Triangle Puff again. I'm going to get it right there on the edge. I'm going to tap it out, and I'm just going to set extra powder right there. Just so I got something to blend off later. And now I'm going to cap this so I don't end up with it in my lap. There we go. So it's going to look a little weird right now. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I got the Beauty Blender sponge. That is a favorite. Anything at the dollar store. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, if you could spend $1 on a cosmetic sponge instead of $20 on a beauty blender, that's almost a tank of gas depending on your car. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and let's say our verse together. We haven't done that yet. Okay, I waited till it wasn't at the beginning. But here we go. It's going to come around here in just a second. I think you're really going to like this verse. Wait till you start digging in to the verse and the journaling in the Color Me James book. I think you're going to like it. Okay, so it is coming around. I'm going to wait till it gets to about the middle of the screen. Here we go. Take the old prophets as your mentors. They put up with anything. Went through everything and never once quit. All the time honoring God. What a gift life is to those who stay the course. You've heard, of course, of Job's staying power. You know how God brought it all together for him at the end. That's because God cares. Cares right down to the last detail. And that is James 5:10-11. Now we're going to look at our lips. So I'm going to grab my NYX. This is the suede lip liner in Amethyst. You can see it's got that kind of nice purple color. Let me see. We probably need a little bit of a sharpen on this one. So I'm just going to grab that. Give it a little sharpen. There we go. We're just getting a nice clean line with the pencil this morning. No need for feathering or anything like that because the lip product we're using is pretty pigmented. So I don't think we really need to worry about it for that. Here we go. Right there in the Cupid's bow. And then we're going to round that out to the outside corner. And at this moment, I cannot hear myself in my right ear, so I hope you can still hear me. We're going to go right here in the bottom, just on the outside of our lip line, right here in the bottom. Give yourself a little starting point and round that out to the outside edge. Man, I'm so in love with that song. Okay, sorry. Here we go. Round that out to the outside edge. Okay, and because we do have a pretty substantial color this morning on the lips, that is, we're just going to make sure that we like our shape. So just take a look back. Check both sides, make sure they're even, you like it, and then you are good to go with the next part. This delicious thing. I told you, when you see the Amazon color that's in there, you'll see what I'm talking about. Oh, I got myself back. You'll see that this does not look like what the picture on the Amazon link looks like. So if you go to the Ulta Beauty website, you'll see. This one is called, oh my goodness, Atomized? Yeah, Atomized. And this is Max Liquid Lipstick. This is the metallic. So we're going to go ahead and uncap that. It has this nice little wide palette, so it does a nice smooth application of that. So we're going to start out by concentrating on the outside edge on the top, and then we'll fill in the bottom. And if you run out of product, you can flip it over and use the other side. All right, let's go ahead and put it back in. We're going to do the bottom. I'm just letting that edge go right along that lip liner line.
Take the old prophets as your mentors. They put up with anything, went through everything and never once quit. All the time honoring God. What a gift.
And at first, well, you can see that's a pretty nice color. It's a little maybe translucent-esque. So we'll go ahead and do the whole thing, and then I'll decide at the very end if I just want to add a little more color to the inside. But beautiful coverage on that. You can see that. Nice shimmer, nice metallic. Just really like that. Okay, so let us take a dive into our eyes this morning. So here's what we've got. We have got our primer is already on our eyes. We're going to grab our You Can Be Pretty All Set. And we're going to be living here today. So let's look at all these beautiful colors we've got here. So we're going to start out up here. And this is just going to give us a color up on our brow. And then we're going to move to this kind of a lavender color right here. Then we're going to use just the smidge of that and then a little bit of this right here. This is just going to be our intense color on the very outside edge. And that is how we are going to play today. So let's go ahead and grab our brushes. This is going to be our Morphe M441. We're just going to go in here. I'm going to need another one of these palettes just because of this color. We're just going to get this right on the tip like that. And that's going to go up here on that brow bone just to give us a color to blend into. It's like a non-color color. If you have more pigment to your skin than I do, you may choose to use maybe one of these colors. You want it to just kind of closely match your skin a little bit. There you go. That just gives us a blending color to blend into. Now, the next color that we're going to use, even if you have darker skin, you're still going to want to use the one that we just did. So you're still going to want to use this one here. This actually has just a little tiny bit of shimmer to it. Not like a ho-ho lot, but a little bit. So we're going to use that in the inside corner. So we're going to take this, which is just a eyeshadow brush. It's a MAC something something. We're going to go back into that same color, and we're going to put it right here on the inside. So we're going to go about a third of the way, and we're just going to connect that up there to that top color, which is the same color, or not, depending. And we're just going to give that nice pale shimmer right there. And you're thinking to yourself, Wendy, you said this was National Purple Day. This does not look purple. I know. Hang on. We're getting there. Okay, so we're going a third of the way across. And because this is such a light color, you know, I like to reuse brushes. I'm not going to reuse that one. I'm going to set that brush aside because we do not want any of these purples tainting that beautiful light color in case we have to come back. So we're going to grab another same brush, just a different brush. I'm going to go in this color right here, just a nice light lavender color. We're just going to give it like 2 swipes right there. And that's going to go right here, about in the middle. And we're just doing like a little swaft of that. Swaft. Yes, that is the technical term. So we're just going right here. And you can go ahead and blend as you go. So right where those 2 colors are meeting, we're just going to kind of go over that a little bit. You could do it this way too. Okay, now I'm going to use the other side of that brush. So same brush. And we're going to go in this one right here, which is kind of a, I would call it like a plum color. And we're just going to go right here with that. Going all the way up to there. Now, I'm not going to blend too much on this one. I'm going to wait till we get that last color on there. But we want to make sure we're going all the way up there. And now I'm just going to go ahead, do a little right there. If you need to, you can flip that brush back over to that lighter side. And just use that to help blend that over. There we go. Don't worry about any fallout if you see it. We're not worried about that just yet. Okay. We're going to grab a, let me see. Let's do, oh, tell me I have that over here. Okay, I guess we'll do this one here. This is a Morphe M321. This just has a nice, it's a smudger, but it's a little fluffy. Actually, this is the one I was looking for. Just kidding. Okay, this is the M506. That's what we need right there. So with this one, we're going to use it sparingly. So we're only going to get it on the very, very tip. So I'm actually going to go in this one here, and I'm just going to get it right on the tip. This one's actually a shimmer. So just on the tip. And we're going to go from the outside corner and fill in the rest of what we have here. So this whole thing here. I don't like that. Let's go over to this one here. Let's just jump into the bad boy. Oh yeah, that's better. That's better. It worked great on the back of my hand. Not so good in practicality. Okay, so we're going to go here. Remember, better to go in a couple of times with that dark color to get the coverage that you want than get heavy-handed and you end up with a bunch of fallout on your face. Okay, fallout. I keep saying that word. What does that mean? Okay, so let me come in a little bit closer. Okay, see right here? You can see that I've got the shadow that's kind of, I don't know, dripped, fallen. So it's called fallout because it falls out of your brush onto your face. And so if not swept up, these are weird words. If not taken care of properly, you're going to end up with like a purpleness underneath your eye. So we're trying to not do that, which is why we added that extra powder there. So, okay, we're going back into that dark color till we get at the depth we want. Doing that on both sides here. Matching this color up there. There we go. Okay. We're going to take the brush that we started out with in that light shade. We're going to go in that light shade right there. And we're just going to blend out the top of that. So right where those colors meet, that lighter color, you're just going back and forth right over that space. If you need to, you can go ahead and take the brushes that you were using and make sure your blending is nice. Oh, where's that light purple one? There it is. Okay, I'm just going to go right there with that. Let me add a little bit right there with that. There we go. Okay. Now we just got some nice purple color there. Now we want to make sure that we get a little something under the eye too. So I'm going to go ahead and take a fluffy brush, and the fallout that I already have, I'm going to go ahead and just whisk that away. Because there's the extra shadow for it to fall on, it's just going to go away and disappear. You definitely, this is why I always wear, let me show you. I always have this shirt on because no matter what falls out, doesn't matter. It's not the clothes I'm wearing. So, you know, like a shop guy. A shop guy does not wear his clothes to fix a car. He wears something extra. So I have my little bit of makeup, a lot of Jesus shirt. I always wear that when I put my makeup on. That way I preserve my clothes from anything crazy and disastrous that could possibly happen. Because if it can, it will. Okay. So we're gonna this is our Morphe M. What is this? 508. What is that? Murphy's Law, I think. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong. Okay, so we got this right here. And yes, that of course is withstanding prayer. Okay, we're gonna go back into this color here, just on the edge, just on the tip of that. You're just gonna get it right there on the tip. We're gonna go from the outside corner, and we're gonna go halfway. So again, outside right there. Going right there. I'm going to come up around the corner. Make sure that outside has a nice depth to it. There you go. Let me get that. Coming up around that corner there. I'm just going to use the flat side of that to kind of... There we go. Now I'm going to wipe that off on the tissue I have in my lap. I'm going to get this one right here just a little bit. Just a little tiny. I'm just going to go right there. That way I get that nice blend. Then I'm going to take that same brush. I'm going to get it off on that tissue. I'm going to go in that lighter one. Right there on that inside corner. Okay. Let's see if we got any fallout. Let's go ahead and get that. And you can see now the powder is gone, but we don't have any of that dark purple underneath there. It's all nice and cleaned up. So now we have a celebration of purple on our eyes for today, this fine National Purple Day. I'm going to grab my eyeliner. This is a Juvia's Place. What is this called? Egyptian Liner in Kajal. So I'm going to go ahead and I might need a new one. I'm going to uncap that, and I'm going to need to give it a little bit of a sharp in here. Actually, I think... Let's go ahead. Sometimes this one, it gets on the outside. Not all of them do this, but this one does. Once you've sharpened it a few times, you're going to need to get the outside of that and just wipe it off so that you can get it back into the sharpener. I don't know. It just gets kind of goopy. My dad used to call it, you know, when ketchup has the little over the edge of it, my dad called that goobies. The ketchup bottle has goobies. And so this is like your eyeliner is having goobies. Oh, and I just saw that. I guess my chat is behind a little bit. Yes, Monday was a Monday for sure this week. You know, who knew that was going to be, well, I mean, yes, we should have known that is preparation for what we're going to be studying this week. And so, like the song says, hold on. So, hopefully this week, while things are getting rough and you don't know what's going on and you're frustrated and everything seems to be going on, you'll hear Sailor Soul's voice in your head saying, just hold on. Because God cares about all the little details. And this is so true, but I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like I have two sides. I've got the little angel side over here and the little devil side over here. And when things are going wrong, the angel side is going, yes, pray, believe in God. And then the devil side's going, what are you talking about? Everything's going wrong. No, pray. So it's sometimes like a battle between the two. And sometimes one moment is this way and one moment is this way. And what your ultimate goal is in becoming more Christ-like is to have this side be more prevalent and first to respond compared to this side. We're all going this way. So, hopefully this song will help you this week to maybe cut down that curve a little bit shorter and silence that guy over there. Okay, so back with our eyeliner. I'm going to go ahead and go from that outside corner. I'm going to go about halfway across here. And that is right in that lash line. Let's do that same thing on the other side. Okay, let me check and see if I got the two sides pretty even. There we go. Okay. Checking for fallout here. Sometimes you can see things with a little magnifier mirror that you cannot see when you're just looking at it. So I always have, even when I had like great vision, when I was younger than 40, I still had a magnifying mirror nearby because you just don't ever know when you're going to need to see something, close up and in more detail. Okay, so we have our eyeliner line on. So let's go ahead and we're going to do our tight line up here. So we're just catching the underside of that waterline up here. So when we put our lashes on, it's going to be a little more solid color, a little more intense, a little more perfected. Oh, I think I just got it on my contact. Okay, who else does that? Who else gets it on their contact like that? Let's see. My devil side is always trying to put the smackdown on the angel side. Yes, that can happen. But our responsibility and job is to go ahead and let that angel smack down that devil side. Because what do we know? In the end, who wins? In the end, it is Jesus that wins. It is God that wins. And the devil is going down. So let's just show that now, today. We don't have to wait. We can experience that now. All right. And definitely, I know this is hard and it's easy to say sometimes, harder to apply and do. but take that moment to say that little prayer. I had something I had to do at work this week, and I knew it had the potential to be an uncomfortable situation. And so before I stepped out of my car, before I walked up to that house, I prayed. I don't know what's fixing to happen here. I don't know what her attitude is going to be. I can't control any of that. You can. And I can certainly control, with your help, what I carry, what I possess, what I take up to this front door. And so, the experience was definitely less than I thought it was going to be. And I was pleasantly surprised. Everything went smoothly. And maybe I should have had more faith than that, because I shouldn't have even been surprised at all that I prayed for it and God actually granted it. Okay, so they both, her angel and her devil fight each other like the kids. We're going to go right here, and we're just going to give a little bit of that right there on that water line. Right about where we left off with I'm actually going to stop this a little bit shorter than when I stopped it on the lash line. I just want a little intensity on that outside corner. Okay, and today I'm going to be wearing those Tarte Big Ego lashes again. I loved those last week. And so those have a nice black line that will lend itself. Oh, well, that's fun. Let me turn that down. That will definitely lend itself to having a nice dark line there. Okay, I am so sorry if you are hearing echo. My earpiece has failed me. Okay, so we're going to grab our lashes. And this is, I have a question for you. Okay, you ready for this one? It's like a light thinker, but put your thinking cap on. So, if your house was on fire and you have to run out, like you have to grab what you can and get out, barring pets and family members, what beauty product are you grabbing as you run out the door? House is on fire. You only get to grab one beauty product. What is it? Oh, yay. Yay. We've got a couple. Favorite color is purple. There was a couple earlier on too. So yay. Glad for that. You know, it's funny, no matter what color I do, there's always somebody that chimes in saying it's their favorite. So I love that. The St. Patrick's Day one that I did with the green, I had several people who said that was their favorite too. So yay for the purple people. What is it? He was a one-eyed, one-ear flying purple people eater. I have no idea where that came from. Okay, so no, you can't grab all of them. You can only grab one. What is your one beauty product that you are grabbing? Okay, we're going to do the Big Ego lashes. Now, last week I already prepped these. They're already ready to go. I've already trimmed them. So catch the one last week if you want to see how I got these prepped and ready for my eyes. These are just a beautiful lash. These are not flared like I usually wear, so it's hard to tell which one is the left eye and which eye is the right eye. Not a super big deal, but I do have my eyes have astigmatism, so my eyes are very round, and so for me it actually kind of does matter the shape of them. So as I take these off of the tray, I'm going to grab it from the outside edge here. Maybe there we go. I'm just going to set it just like that on my counter in front of me. And that way, when I get ready to put them on, the theory is that it will already be the correct eye in front of the correct eye. Okay, so let's go ahead here. Let's see. I'm going to start with the right eye first. Why? I don't know, because I'm right-handed. Maybe I'm showing favoritism. I don't know. Here we go. So we're going to grab that lash right there in the middle. I'm going to grab my Kiss Lash, still doing the clear. This is the Strip Lash Adhesive. This is supposed to be good for a 5-day of wear. I don't know about that, but it does 1 day of wear good. So we're going to go ahead and do this. This has a nice brush on the end of it. I'm not usually a brush person, but I like this one. We're going to go right here on the top edge of that. And then we're going to turn it and get it on the back side of that. I'm going to make sure that I pay attention to those outside corners because I do not want lifting. I can't stand that when you start getting pinching and stuff like that halfway through the day. It is very frustrating and annoying. Okay, we're going to set that carefully down in front of us. We're going to grab the other lash. There you go. We're going to do that same thing right there on that top edge. Going to go back in. Going to get it right there on that back side. You'll notice as this is going on, it is white. Now this is going to dry down clear, but this is going to be your indicator for when the lash is ready to be put on. So we're just going to set that down in front of us. And we're going to talk for just a second while it gets ready. It takes like maybe 30, 60 seconds, something like that. You'll notice when you first put it on, it's very shiny, very white. When it is about ready to go, it's going to turn a little bit clearish in a couple of spots. And you'll notice that shine kind of goes down a little bit. Very similar to how you do like super glue. You know, super glue on one side, super glue on the other side. And then, you know, you kind of lift them from each other. And then you get a good adhesion. Similar kind of thing. Okay, so what if I all beauty products in one big rolling case and I grab the case? Does that count as one? Okay, yes. Yes, that can count as one. So everybody's now going to tonight pack their, like a pregnant woman going to the hospital, they're going to pack their makeup in a bag, getting ready for grabbing one at the sign of a fire. Okay, so we're going to grab the lash that I did first right here. I had a little straggler there. We are getting a little clear, you can see, and it's not as shiny. I'm just going to wave that, help it along. Just, you know what we don't have, though? We're going to have to put our mascara on afterwards because Wendy got out of order. Here we go. We're going to go right there. It doesn't matter. Some people do that anyway, so we're going to put that right there. Right there on that lash line. And this one wasn't quite dry enough. I'm just going to press that up. I like my lash to be a little lifted. So I'm just going to press it up a little bit. I do not like to see, when I'm looking straight forward, I don't like to see my lash. So I'm just going to give it a little press up. There we go. Now we're going to grab the lash for the other side. Look at that difference there. You can really tell today because there's not even mascara on the other eye. Okay, we're going to set that down in the middle. I'm going to go ahead and grab the outside corner first because I think I got it a little too far to the inside. There we go. Now we're going to do the inside corner there. Touching that right where your lash line is. Right up against that lash. And then we're just going to press that up a little bit to give it a little lift and to help it to not be in our line of sight. And yes, I can definitely see that liner that I got on my eyeball. Okay, sorry about that echo. I keep trying to minimize it. There we go. Okay, so a couple things. When you're putting your lash on, you know, I said that it was a little, the adhesive was still a little tacky, a little wet. And how I could tell that was when I put it on, number one, it felt cold. So that's one giveaway for your adhesive not being completely dry and ready to go just yet, is that it felt cold when you put it on. The other tell is that when you put it on, it didn't quite stick and like it pulled off a little bit and then you had to put it back down. That's also another tell that you're not waiting quite long enough for your adhesive to be ready before you put it on. So now we can kind of halfway see what we have going on. While we're waiting for that adhesive to dry though, since I got myself completely out of order, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do my brows while we're waiting for the adhesives to set. So I'm going to grab my Voluminous Original. This is the L'Oreal mascara. Just love that deep burgundy. It matches my hair pretty good. Whatever your brow product is, you're going to go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to go ahead and take that. I'm going to get those little nubs off the end. I'm going to use my magnifier so I can actually see what I'm doing. I'm going to hover over that brow and just get that color deposited on the brow hairs. And then you can use it if you need to, like if you have a void in your brow, like you'll see this on the other side. You can go ahead and touch that to your skin just a little bit, and that will give you a little colorant in that space. Okay. I think my mirror was in the way. Sorry. Okay, again, just going to take the little nubs off the end. And we're going to do hover over that hair. And you can see right there, I have a little bit of a void. I don't know. Where did the hair go? Who knows? Maybe it went somewhere with my skinny waistline. Okay. There we go. We're just coloring. Kind of giving some... and they're right there where I've got that void. I'm just going to tap that onto my skin just a little bit to let that deposit some color right there. And you can see now it looks like I have brow hair where I actually don't have any brow hair. Okay. Now I think our lash adhesive should be dried good enough. We can go ahead and put our mascara on. Like I said, some people do it this way anyways. So the Voluminous, this is L'Oreal. This is the original one. So this is not the waterproof. This does have the curved brush just because I like that. So we're going to go ahead and come from the underneath and get our our lashes covered with this from the underside. And I'm also seeing, as I'm doing this, that this has lifted on the inside corner. So we're just going to set that bad boy back down. There we go. And let's go ahead and do the other side. Whoops. Here we go. And this side has lifted just a little bit. Are we having a humid day or something? Here we go. Let's get that back down. There we go. Oh yeah, much better, much better. Okay, now I do need some mascara on the bottom lashes. So I'm going to do this one just like regular. So we're going to grab that mascara, get that little tip off of there. We're going to go all the way from root to tip. I'm going to sweep back under. Oh, there's a nice little traveler. Well, that was some nice thick coverage today. I'm not sure what was up with that. Let's go ahead and take our comb. We're just going to comb through that a little bit, soften that up. There we go. That removes some of that excess and just kind of give me a cleaner lash on the bottom. And now let's go ahead and do that over on the other side. Maybe not the whole thing. We'll have to see if it does that same thing. Okay, I have a lash over here. There you go. It's going up to the upper lash. So if that happens, you can use your little eyelash tool and just bring that down. I always squint. I don't know. Do you do that? I feel like it lifts my bottom lashes up so that they don't touch my skin. We're going to fan that down just a little bit. And I got just a tidge of, I'm going to grab my little bullet. I'm going to get a little bit of powder on it. I got a little bit. There we go. Right on the inside, some of that mascara just touched right there. So I'm just going to take that magic bullet and get rid of that. Just a little powder on there. We'll do that. Okay, now we've got our lashes on. I'm just going to press in one more time. Make sure those are good because we did the mascara after the fact, which is a little weird, but it happens. We got the bottom mascara on. So now we are all good as far as that goes. Before we put the palette up, though, I'm going to do just one little thing. And you could totally stop here and not do this. So if you're you like a little more classic, simple, you could just stop here and be done with it. But if you wanted to take this look and elevate it just a little bit, maybe you're going out or you're a fancier person, I'm going to take my finger, and actually I'm going to take my middle finger, and I'm going to go in this shimmer right here. Well, this glitter right here. I'm just going to get a little bit on the tip of my finger, and I'm just going to go right here on the outside edge. And we're just going to put that a little bit about halfway across. That's all, just halfway across. Just right where those two colors are coming together. And we're just going to blend that out. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. We just needed a little shimmer. Everybody needs a little shimmer, a little glimmer, a little sparkle, a little fairy dust, whatever it is that you want to call that. Okay. So I'm going to grab now my Anastasia, and I'm going to go back into the cookie because we did a little bit of wiping off. We're just going to swirl it around. We're going to give us a little highlighter right there just to kind of put what we took back out. I'm just going to get it right there on that tip. I'm going to blend it a little bit there. Okay, that just gives us a little bit of refinement for what we were dusting off when we were working on that. Now, I did mention if you wanted to come back after you've got your lips done, I think the lipstick is fine. I don't think it needs anything else on it. So I think all we need to do is set. I think all we need is a set. So I'm going to grab my Ready, Set, Seal. This is from Juvia's place. We're going to give it a shake. We're going to tip our head back. That smells so good. Okay, yeah. Look. Yep. It happens. Okay, so what have we done today? Today we have added we did our concealing. We did our priming. Well, we did priming, then we did concealing. We put on our foundation. We contoured. We played with some purple with our You Can Be Pretty All Set. That's the A palette. We did a celebration of purple on our lid. We got a little bit of shimmering, sparkling glimmer happening up in there. We've got some MAC metallic going on our lips. And this is just a nice look that you could do if you were going to work, or maybe you're going out to dinner, or whatever. It's very versatile. You can do the glitter maybe only if you're going to. In fact, this will be a nice transition. So if you wore it without the glitter to work, come home, put the glitter on, and then go out for the evening. It just gives you a little something extra special. So we were also taking a look at our James 5, verse 10 to 11, which is scrolling across the bottom of our screen. And as soon as that comes around, we are going to say that together. Here we go. So take the old prophets as your mentors. they put up with anything and went through everything and never once quit. All the time honoring God. What a gift life is to those who stay the course. You've heard, of course, of Job's staying power, and you know how God brought it all together for him at the end. That's because God cares right down to the last detail. James 5, 10 to 11. So that is the verse we're going to be working on this week. We're going to go back to James chapter 5, verse 1. And we're going to do a little bit of review here. So I am going to use a little bit of a cheat because I have a hard time getting my verses started. So here we go. So, and a final word to you, you arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. You thought you were piling up wealth. What you piled up is judgment. Your money is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a stench. Greedy luxuries are cancer in your gut. Destroying your life from within. And now it's James 5, 1 to 3. And then we moved on to our next week, which was James. What happened? Hold on. 1 to 3. Oh, 1 to 3. Just kidding. 5, 1 to 3. And then James 5, 4 to 6. All the workers you've exploited and cheated cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers. Oh, you used and abused are a roar in the ears of the Master Avenger. The name of the song, Master Avenger. You looted the earth and lived it up, but all you have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly innocent, perfectly good persons who stand there and take it. Okay, that was a little rough. Man, when you start getting deep, we're down into chapter 5 now. This is a lot of words. Okay, so chapter 5, now we're going to look at verse 7 to 8. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see, farmers do it all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature. Patiently letting the rain do its slow but sure work. Be patient like that. Steady and strong. The master will arrive at any, or the master can arrive. The master could arrive at any time. My face is over the words. Okay, here we go. And then we're going to move from James 5, 7, 8. We're going to move to James chapter 5, verse 9, which was last week's. Friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint can be lodged against you. You know, the judge is standing just around the corner. And then we've got, I don't think that flicked. Okay, there we go. There you go. The judge is standing just around the corner. Okay, here we go. And now we've got our verse for this week. Well, if it catches up with us. Here, let me get a little cheat here. There we go. Take the old prophets as your mentors. They put up with anything. Oh, there we go. Went through everything and never once quit. All the while, all the time honoring God. What a gift life is to those who stay the course. You've heard, of course, of Job's staying power, and you know how God brought it together for him at the end. And that's because God cares right down to the last detail. All right. And again, all of these verses are coming from Color Me James, which has been our entirety of season 3. We worked from the beginning of James all the way to the end of James. So that is Color Me James, a spirit of exploration of faith and memory. These are available and you can see some of the versions there. We've got the PDF. We've got the paperback from Amazon. We've got the spiral bound edition that comes from my website. I think right now I still have a couple left of the Amazon misprint things. So those are like $10 off. So those are only while supplies last because Amazon doesn't make that mistake every time. They just made it one time. So does not impact the usability of the book at all. It just has to do with the printing graphic on the back of the verse page, which is kind of inconsequential to your being able to enjoy the whole rest of the book. So enjoy those at that discounted price. And so speaking of the ebook, which you can get also, we do have the Beauty and Grace Insider, which lives on YouTube. So you can go to the YouTube channel, Makeup and Jesus. And then if you'll click on the join or membership, I don't remember what it says now, you'll see that there's 3 different membership levels. The Cherished Queen membership level comes with the ebook. So once you do that membership level, follow that through the prompts. And then that will guide you to the link that you need to click to get the ebook delivered to you. So enjoy that. And I thank you for your support. That is how I am able to fund the podcast, because this all doesn't happen for free. It would be nice, but that's not the way this works. Okay, so let me send you out with a blessing this morning. And we're going to be looking at Numbers chapter 6, verse 24 to 26. May the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of these ladies that have either come live with me or they're watching this later on. I thank you for letting us do this together as a group of women, that we are able to enjoy and delight in the Lord through the book of James. And I thank you for the tests and trials. Well, they may not be comfortable while they're happening. I know that testing of our faith, my faith, is what is going to produce steadfastness and righteousness. And I thank you for those uncomfortable moments. And I just pray that you would help us to continue to learn, to continue to apply, that we would hide your word in our heart, that these words would be ready and accessible for us as we're talking to other people. Father, at those times where those moments are happening, that poof, here comes the book of James, chapter 5, verse 10 and 11, because I need that at that moment. So I thank you for this opportunity to do this together, and for each one of these women as well. I pray that you would be with the needs of each one of these women, Father, that whether it be health, relationship, if it be healing, that whatever it is that's happening in their life, Father, provision, maybe they don't know where their next meal is coming from. I pray that you would be the provider, that you would be Jehovah Rapha in that healing situation. Father, I pray that they would rely on you, that they would come to you, Father, like those friends who brought their friends, dropped them down through the roof right in front of Jesus, because they knew that Jesus could heal him. Father, help us to have that kind of faith this week. I just pray that you would send us out, that you would bless us this week, and that you would give us the endurance to run that race. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Well, it has been a delight to hang out with you. I am so excited to have been with you this morning. I look forward to chatting with you throughout the week, whether it be in person, online, on social media, whatever the case may be. So this week I want to show you what we're going to be doing is you've got a crossword puzzle. So that's what we're going to have this week. And then our coloring page. I love it when you guys share your coloring pages with me. I cannot wait to see what you do with her. This prayer warrior in her closet, all her prayer requests on her wall, you know, like in the movie War Room. I just love that. So I can't wait to see what you do with that. And, you know, if you've got a war room in your house, let me see it. Take a picture of your prayer room and let's take a look at that. All righty. So in your coming and going this week, if you are watching this as a recording, give me a shout out and let me know what is your favorite eyeshadow palette that you have right now. And if you have a special prayer request or need, feel free to private message me so that I can join you in prayer with that need and pray for you. So remember to thank you, Cynthia, I appreciate that. Remember to like and subscribe and share that with a person who is struggling maybe to memorize scripture, or they just need some safe space to hang out with women. Maybe they're tired of their boring makeup routine. I don't know. There's so many reasons, but share with them so that they can come and join us and be here with us next week. So again, a delight. I sure do love you guys, and I look forward to seeing you throughout the week. And next week, you guys have an absolutely marvelous rest of your day. God bless you.
A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. We laugh,
and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Sorry to you Instagram people, I forgot to turn that on this morning, so hopefully you can catch it on YouTube. Alrighty, well, this is a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where I am excited and delighted to get to hang out with you this morning for, I don't know, about 45 minutes. My name is Wendy, and we are going to be spending that time working on a full face makeup tutorial. So we are going to go from top to bottom. And the question we are asking ourselves today is, can I pull off this spring Easter look for women over 40 using a NYX Ultimate palette? So that's what we're going to be doing today. Remember that you can ask any question while we are live. Well, I mean, you can ask it in the recordings as well by leaving it in the comments, but if you ask it while we are live, I will do my best to get that asked and answered while we are live on the show. So that can be something about the makeup, about the application, something about the scripture that we're learning, you know, pretty much whatever. Just ask it, and I will do my best to get that asked and answered while we are live. So today, our easy makeup theme today is a spring makeup tutorial for women over 40 using NYX eyeshadow and some MAC lipsticks. And we're going to be looking at James 5 verse 12 today. So go ahead and hit like and subscribe, grab your palette, grab your brushes, grab your lashes, and then get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at it. Can't wait. Come on in, sis. Grab your joy, take your place. We're talking beauty, talking scripture, talking God's good grace. From blush to Bible, He's the one who makes us glow. Faith on your lips, love in your soul.
All right. So the song that you're going to be listening to while we are doing our makeup today is the song for this week. It is James chapter 5 verse 12, and let me see what the name is because I've already forgotten. Just say what is so. Say la soul. If you put in James 5:12, it will pull up. But that is what we are going to be working on today. Our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And in season 3, we are working through the book Color Me James. This is a book. It is journaling, coloring pages, puzzles, word things. I mean, it is just a Bible study wrapped up in one. And so go to colormejamesbook.com. Make sure you get connected to the email list of that as well, because that is going to guide you through one email every week with the videos and the graphics and the flashcards and everything that you're going to need to make the most of Color Me James. So you can get over there and take care of that. Now, last week, I was sick, and thank you all for asking because I see a lot of questions going on in here. Yes, I'm feeling much better. I think it was probably kidney stones, not 100% sure, but that was not fun. So I'm glad to be back with you this week. So for last week before, we worked on James chapter 5, verse 10 to 11. Make sure you check out the Say La Soul song for that one. I love that one as well. Okay, so that verse was, take the old prophets as your mentors. They put up with anything. They went through everything and never quit. All the while all the time honoring God. What a gift it is to those who stay the course. You've heard, of course, of Job's staying power, and you know how God brought it all together for him in the end. That's because God cares, and he cares right down to the last detail. That was James 5:10 to 11. And then this week we are continuing on in that with James chapter 5 verse 12. I can get the link to that work. Come on now. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is James chapter 5 verse 12. And our verse, as I'm learning this with you and memorizing this with you, I'm going to be reading it from the screen just like you. And since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like, I swear to God, to your own words. Don't show your impatience in concocting oaths to hurry up God. Just say yes or no. Just say what is true. That way your language can't be used against you. And that is James 5, verse 12. In other parts of the Bible, we have heard it said, just let your yes be yes and your no be no. That's exactly what we're talking about. Bible always enforces Bible. Okay, so today, again, we are going to be playing with this palette right here. This is the NYX, oh gosh, what was it called again? The NYX, like Ultimate, hold on, how about if I just read it off the palette? This is the NYX Ultimate, I know that's bright palette, and we're going to be playing with that today. Ironically, it's not really going to be a terribly bright look. It is springy, but I don't think I would call it bright. But there you go. That's what we're going to be playing with today. You can use that QR code there, or just go to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com. Everything is set up there for you. Whatever platform you're watching this on, the show notes should be there, and that should have all the links in there. If not, head over to YouTube, because I know that one's in there. Did it myself. And so that's got all the links for all the products in there, just to make sure that you're using the exact same thing I'm using if you want the exact same look I'm doing. All right, now you are free, as always, to use whatever palette you have that's going to get you to about this same place. But just to give you a little bit of a head start if maybe you're newer and not as comfortable as other people. Okay, so here we go. So what we are going to be doing today, that verse is scrolling across the bottom of your screen there. That song. Oh, you know what we didn't do? I'm going to go back just a second because I really like this one. Just kidding. Okay, so we talked about James 5, 10, and 11, but we didn't play the song. This song was called Stay the Course. Let's listen to that for just a second because it's really good.
As your mentors, they put up with anything, went through everything and never once quit, all the time honoring God. What a gift life is to those who stay the course. Stay the course. Don't you give up now.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back down just a little bit. We're going to go back to our song for this week, but I just wanted to share that with you in case you haven't heard that. I think that that is just a little slice of awesome, and I hope that you enjoyed that. I hope that in learning the words to that song, it helps you to hide that word in your heart. That's what all of these songs are designed to do. They all have the scripture directly quoted from the Message version in the song so that you can memorize those scriptures a little more effectively, a little more maybe easy. Kind of like I consider the book, the Color Me James book, is a women's adult vacation Bible school in a book. Okay, so back to where we were. Let me get the chat turned on here. There we go. I got some good mornings happening in here. Good morning. And so I am so excited to be back with you today. So we are going to get going in traditional and typical, a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com fashion. So we got the verse going across the bottom. So while we're doing our foundation and our prep work, for the tutorial today, I have a question for you. Your question is, do you have multiple foundation shades or do you have just one? What you got? Let me see what you got. And if you have multiples, how many you got? Just curious if you have like a shade for every season and that kind of thing. Okay, so we are going to be priming it out this morning. Our face with that Professional primer. This is the mattifying primer from Benefit. And we are hoping, as I did not make it to a beauty store yet, I'm hoping I can. Oh, yes. I did manage to get some out of there. There we go. Work that between the fingers. We're going to get that any place that you have fine lines and wrinkles. Maybe you get foundation separation. This is just going to smooth out that skin. If you want that to have SPF in there, you can do that. If you want that to have moisturizer in there, you can do that. If you need that to be mattifying, like the one I'm using, you can do that. A primer can do lots of different things for you. They just set that face ready to go. You're not going to paint a wall with, graffiti all over it, like wrinkles. You're not going to paint a wall without putting some primer on there, are you? No. Well, it's the same thing for our face. And I'm getting lots of, yes, definitely I have multiple shades. We're going to do some priming on our eyelids. This is the Juvia's Place Eye Prep Eye Prime. This is the shade 1. Yes, I do usually have 2 or 3 shades in my makeup cabinet as well, because usually in the wintertime I get a little more pale and in the summertime I get a little darker. So I have at least 2 shades. And then if you're going to count, like your concealer should be lighter. So you got that going on there. Plus, I got some concealer that I'll use occasionally for contouring. So I got that going on there. Yeah. I'm not as bad as compared to some, but I do have a bit. Okay. So now we've got our eyelids prop. Yes, I see lots of multiples. And yes, of course. Ooh, 10. Ooh. Somebody be busy. So let me just clarify this. If the reason why you have so many is because you don't like any of them, have you ever tried mixing them together to get your perfect shade? Just asking a question. Okay, so now we're going to, let me not distract myself with my questions. We're going to do some concealing. This is the Lancome Tinty Doll. This is the concealer. I'm the shade 090, which is like the latest one they got. We're just going to get that. Again, this is not contouring. We are just concealing. So I got some redness here. I got darkness in here. I'm going to get that right up underneath there. Right down there where I got right there. Yep. And then I have redness on my nose there. So I'm just going to put that there. We're going to let that redness come down just a little bit. I'm going to take chit-chat for a second, letting that just kind of settle down, dry down just a little bit. Not too much, because you don't want it to where you can't blend it out. But you do want it to dry down just a little teeny. So I'm going to use my middle finger here. And I'm just going to blend that out. Yeah, so the reason for putting some eye primer up there. So, yes, some people do use concealer. That is a possibility. That is a very sensitive, gentle area. So I prefer to actually use an eye primer that was made for that sensitive, delicate area. But every once in a while, I'll use concealer. Okay, so we're just going to tap that concealer out. You can see it's now taking away that redness happening there. Getting it right up under that lash line there. There we go. So you look a little bit like a crazy person right now, but we're not going to leave it like that. So hang in there. Okay, I am going to grab this is a Real Techniques beauty blender. This one is made specifically for liquid foundations. And I like this one. The pores on that, if you can see that, they're just a little bit, there you go. That's a good one. Just a little bit bigger. So the product doesn't really absorb into it. So you end up with less waste. All about that. I'm going to use the Lancome Tinty Doll foundation today. I am, 225N. So that's in the neutral. The N is the neutral. And that's going to shoot straight down the middle. It's not going to go yellow. It's not going to go red. We're just going to start out with one pump of that. Tap that out. This is going to do from about the eyes down. And we're just blending that out everywhere on top of that concealer. We're going to make sure we get around that jawline there and just blend that out so we don't end up with a harsh line down there. We're going over that concealer just a little bit so that the two colors kind of blend together. And you get a nice smooth transition there. Making sure I get in that Cupid's bow right there. And now I'm going to do, yes, allergies. Yes, definitely. Allergies can be a cause of skin tone change in color. You know, sometimes I get more red than others. If you're like touching your nose, mucking with your nose because it's running or itching or something like that, or maybe your eyes are doing that, then that can definitely add some redness to your color. So, you know, and your color, like you can see right there, see how it feels like that's a little bit, that could just be because I'm under like 100 lights right now, but it's a little more red up there. We got, I think I heard mountain cedar was on the up. So yeah, that's no fun. No bueno here in Texas, mountain cedar. We're going to take that foundation up here. We're going to blend that up into, what is mountain cedar? You know, I don't actually know. It's some kind of a tree that happens around here, and it blows goblins into the air. All I know is whatever it is, I don't have one in my yard. I don't want one in my yard, but it's stuff blows around in the air and makes everybody sneeze and eyes water. It's some kind of an evergreen for real. Okay. All right. I have a tendency to like touch my chin right here during the course of the day. So I always try to make sure that I get my chin pretty good, because if it starts out a little bit thin down there and now I have touched my chin a couple of times, now I got no makeup at all on my chin. Am I the only one that does this? You know, you think you set your hand on your chin, you're doing something, I don't know. It just seems like I do it. Okay. I'm going to use the edge of that and just smooth out that color that may have settled into that under there right before I get ready to do that setting powder. Yes, I agree with that. I love the smell of cedar as well, but I do not like the smell of cedar when it makes my eyes water. Okay, I'm going to be using the Juvia's Place. This is the cotton candy. And this, we were talking about this yesterday. This has the most awful lid opening sound. Listen. See? There has to be a better way. That sounds less like fingernails scraping on the chalkboard. I'm going to use my Juvia's Place Triangle Puff. We're going to start out in that little top. We're going to get it in there, and then we're going to tap it out. I'm just going to set some here. And then we're going to go up into that corner. And right up underneath that eye. This is a brightening color. They do have, I don't know, there's like maybe 10 shades or something like that in the series. So if you don't want the brightening, or maybe you could just use this under and around the eye area and then use like vanilla or whatever your shade is. The rest of your face, you can do that too. Okay, so we're going to put it in and then we're going to tap it out. I'm pale enough I can just get away with it all over. There you go. We're going to go under that chin where we blend that out. Every place you put powder, you're just going to go over that. And it's more of a pressing in, tapping. Going straight up into that hairline with that. Making sure you get between that brows right there. There we go. Now you're going to hear that horrible sound. Oh, it didn't do it. Of course it didn't. It's like when you take your car to the shop. Listen to this. Listen to this. It's making this awful sound. And then it doesn't make that sound for the... That was my attempt at making a cricket sound. So you take your car into the shop and then it does not make that sound for the mechanic. It's awful. I know. It happens to me too. All right. So we're going to use our You Can Be. This is the multi-use face palette. Love this palette. You get a little bit of everything. We're going to be right here for the low. And then actually, I know, well, okay, so let me finish my thought here. So right here for the low, we're going to use this one for the blush. And then we're going to use the cookie highlighter. I know there's highlighters in here, but I just really like the cookie highlighter. So I'm going to grab this brush here from It Cosmetics. It's a foundation brush, dual-ended. We're going to use this paddle side here. We're going to go right there like that. Flip that up. We're going to go from the top of the ear just to, don't go past that corner of that eye there. Above that hollow of the cheek, and then right up the side of the temple there. And we're not really doing an L. You're kind of curving that out right here so that it goes whoop. Okay, other side. Right beside that hairline again. Then we're going to do the flat side. And we're going to go, I'm going to have to set this palette down. Hang on. We're going to do that flat side, a little bit here, a little bit here. And then use round circles to blend that out up into that hairline there. It's just going to give you a little bit of shape to your face, especially if you have a tall hairline. That's going to help kind of bring that down just a little bit. And we're going to take the side of that right under from the ear, under that jawline to the corner of the mouth. Same thing again. Then we're going to use that same thing right here. We're going to go from that inside corner up here, right alongside that nose. We're going to give that highlighter a runway there, and then we're going to tip that off right there. That will narrow your nose just a little bit. Then I'm going to switch my brush over to a blush brush. I'm going to go in this right here. I'm going to give it 2 swipes right there on the top of that. Right in the middle of that temple there. Then we're going to do just 1 swipe. And let's go. Let me get my hair out the way again. And we're just going to give it a little bit up there. So we got some continuity between the rest of the face. Just a little bit on the tip. A little bit on that chin. All right. And now I'm going to grab my Anastasia. This is a highlighter brush. Any highlighter, brush will do. I'm going to grab my cookie from Benefit Cosmetics. You can see how much I love this one. Look at that. The shimmer on that's beautiful, although you can't see a whole lot of it. So because I have so much around the outside edge, I'm just going to go around the outside edge. We're going to go right on the top of that cheek and right beside the eye socket right there. Then we're going to do that same thing right up the center. Making sure I hit that Cupid's bow nice. All right. Cookie is just so beautiful. All right. Let's do let's say our verse together. You ready? Let's say our verse together. Of course, I waited until it was in the middle. It is going to come rolling around, and then we will say James chapter 5, verse 12 together. You can hear that song playing. Yes, I'm trying to stall for the verse to come around. Okay, here we go. Oh, here we go. Okay, ready? Let's say it together. And since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like, I swear to God, to your own words. Don't show your impatience by concocting oaths to hurry up God. Just say yes or no. Just say what is true. That way, your language can't be used against you. James 5, verse 12. All right, so much goodness in that little verse. So today, we are going to be using a NYX lip liner. And then this is Amethyst. And then we're going to use 2 different MAC lipsticks for a little kind of ombre thing that's going to go with the spring colors that we're using today. So let's go ahead and grab that. That again is the NYX in Amethyst. So we're going to start out in that Cupid's bow here. We don't need it to be terribly dark because we don't really want too much darkness here because this is a light fluffy look. It's spring, so we need it to be a little bit light, but we do want the edge to be nice and clean. So there we go. And now let's round that out to the outside corner. I love the way she says concocting. Okay, in the bottom. No, I'm not doing that out loud, but I like this part. Okay. Yeah, no, stop asking. I am not doing that. Okay. We're going to be using 2 MAC lipstick colors. Let me distract you. Let me distract you with lipstick. Ooh, look, the pretty shiny lipstick. No, Wendy is not wrapping. Okay, this purple color here is called Heroin. And then this pink color here is called Candy Yum Yum. So we're going to use Heroin first, and then we're going to use Candy Yum Yum. So let me set this over here so I don't knock it over and damage the tip. There we go. So we got Heroin. We're going to use the edge of this to go on the outside just where we put that lip liner. And that's going to give us that purple or lavender lilac-y kind of color on the outside edge. So you're just doing it right on top of that lip liner. You're going to use the edge of that lipstick. There you go. And then we're going to cap that one. We're going to grab the Candy Yum Yum. We're going to do the inside center of that where we didn't put any of that lavender color. And then we're going to blend it together. So here we go. Just put it in the middle first. Okay. Now you're going to, with a little less pressure, go just a little bit over into that purple. There you go. Just give you a little bit of that pink to lavender, lilac-y purple kind of color. So we got a little pink purple ombre going on. Is this going to make sense, Wendy, in the end? Of course it is. So let's get to looking at our eyeshadow colors that we are going to be playing with today. Now, this palette, thank you to Caffeine and Chaos 04 for the palette recommendation and providing the palette for today's episode. This is the NYX Ultimate I Know That's Bright palette. Now, one thing that this has on it is on the back, there's a little number chart. Can you see that? There you go, that little number chart. And that's going to refer to the colors that are in this palette. So I'm going to give you the color description and then also the shade number while we do this so that you can use the exact same ones I'm using. So we're going to start out with a little, I'm not going to remember where they are. We're going to start out with a little 16 golden, and then we're going to use a 1 pink, We're going to use the 4 green, which when you put it on, it actually looks kind of yellow. It doesn't look so green. So we're going to use that one right there. That's 4 green. Then we're going to use 16 orange. Then we're going to use 11 aqua. And then we're going to use 8 purple. And then use that 16 again to just kind of blend out up on that brow. So let's start out. Again, our eyelids are already primed with that Juvia's Place Eye Prep Eye Prime. Make sure you do that. That is going to help your shadows to wear better. That is going to make them show more true. And then also the blending is just going to be so much better. Okay, there we go. We got a woohoo! All right, so let's start out with just a nice blending brush. This is a Morphe M. I think this is 441. And we're just going to start out in that number 16 right here. You're just going to get that on the very tip. So we're just going to go here and swish that around just a little. We want it right on that socket bone right there. So we're not going all the way up to the brow. We're just going right on that socket bone. We just need a color that's going to be a blend into, that's going to give us a nice clean edge for all the blending that we're fixing to do. So we're just going to put that there. And then we're just going to set that brush down because we will come back to it in the end. Yes, I agree. I think, manufacturers, are you listening? I think all shadow palettes should at least have names or numbers or something to make it easier to repeat what you've done or to teach what you've got, because it's really hard. Sometimes they'll put little names like right on here. That's fun too, but we just need something. We need something. Okay, so I am going to start out with just a traditional shadow brush. This is a MAC something. And we're going to go right into that one pink right here. I'm going to work from light to dark going across the eyelid. So we're going to start out in the center and then we're just going to work our way across. So here's the number 1 and we're just going to go right here on the inside. Just a little bit. And let's do that same thing on the other side. And yes, great question. I am going into so right here, you can see it's kind of going into it and it's going down below it a little bit. We'll refine that a little bit better as we continue on with the colors, but I am kind of getting it right on the inside corner there. So it's going inside corner and then also on that lid just a little bit. We don't want too much of it, just a little bit. Okay, I'm just going to flip that brush over and we're going to go into the 4 green. So flipping the brush over, we're just going to go into the 4 green. Just give it a couple swipes there. These are frosts. So you may end up with a little bit of fallout, but these are pretty easy to dust off. So don't worry too much about it. So we're just going to give ourselves a little, might actually be easier to go like that. There you go. We're just going to do a swath of color. A swath of color right there. And now you can see what I meant about that kind of being more of a yellowy green and not so much of like a greeny green. We're going all the way up to that bone right there. And then we're going to go over into that pink just a little. Oop, oop, oop. So that blends out. Sorry, I got a little heavy-handed in that green. It did not appreciate that. So we're just doing a steady thing down. You're going all the way down to the bottom of that lid. And then you're going to kind of go over into that pink just a little bit to blend it out. Just a little bit. Okay, so if you notice any fallout, go ahead and grab your fluffy brush. Just go ahead and swoosh that away. This is not going to be too bad again, and you don't really need to do that there, but it does kind of keep you from getting too much. So I'm going to grab another one of that exact same brush. It's just a general purpose all over shadow brush. If you have those like foam ones, Gosh, I don't like those. But if you have those foam ones, you could just use those little foam ones that come with the palette. Well, I mean, they don't come with this one, but you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so all over shadow brush. Now we're going to go into the 16 orange. So this one right here. We're going to do that same thing. We're just going to come straight down with it. From all the way up here. So go ahead and do that downward stroke. That will put the color there, and then you can go side to side using that for blending. And we'll fine tune this when we get going a little bit. So don't worry about it if your stuff isn't too even yet. Okay, I am going to go ahead and take the green, and we're just going to fix that little blend there. There you go. Sometimes you have to blend with both colors just to get it nice and smooth and blended. Okay, so we just finished with the 16 orange. I'm going to use the back side of that brush. We're going to go into that aqua. So aqua, stripe down. All the way up there to that bone. Flipping that orange over just a little bit so I can work on that blend right there. All right. Let's see. Do I have another one of those? Let's do... I'm going to do... This is a Morphe M174. It's a little bit lighter than the ones that we were using, but we're trying to get a little shape going out with that here. So I think having that little extra height on that brush will be good. So we're going to go in this one here, which is the 8 purple. So we're going to get it on just one side. I'm going to put the color that I just got it on one side, and that side is up now. We're going to try to minimize fallout. So I'm going to go from here to the corner. And then I'm going to bring it up right here. And then we're just going to fill it in. And since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like I swear to God. Now, don't worry about that being a harsh edge right now, because we're going to come back. Remember, I told you we're going to use that 16 golden at the end. And that's going to be the softening of that. Don't show your impatience by concocting oaths to hurry up, God, just say it. And then we're just filling in that outside corner. No dressing it up, no rushing the law when it's time and it's tough. If he said it, he meant it, so trust what he'll do. Let your yes stay yes, let your no stay true, stay true. All right, that aqua that I used, I'm just going to use that right here to kind of blend that out a little bit. Now, for those of you who have hooded eyes like I do, here is your check that you want to do right now. You want to make sure that when you look straight ahead, you can see those colors peeking up above that fold of the eye. If not, you're going to lose 50% of the effect you're trying to get here. So make sure if you need to go, because you know what? I always go down just a little bit and have to go back up. So if you need to do that, go ahead and do that too. So we're going to add that there. We're going to go into that orange. We're going to raise her up just a little bit. go ahead and grab that green. Okay, there it is. We're going to bring that up just a little bit. Okay, and then the other side that was the pink. Make sure that's given that same continuation of shape right here. Okay, so now we're going to get rid of any fallout because that purple was a little good. There we go. I felt like that was just a little bit drier than the other shades that we worked with. So now we need to work a little bit on the blend out. You can see we've kind of got like lines where you can see definitive edges for everything. So we're going to go back. We're going to go from the dark over to the light, and we're just going to blend everything. So I've got that purple one, and right where the aqua and the purple touch, you're just going to, I don't even have any extra shadow on here. You're just going to feather it back and forth right where those two colors meet. It's just going to blend them together, give a softer edge. Then we're going to grab the blue, the aqua that we had. And we're going to do the aqua between the orange and the aqua. And if you need to touch it in a little bit, you can do that. The other side of that was that orange, so we're going to do that. Then we're going to grab the green. I think the green is my favorite. Okay, now up here on the top, we want to soften that just a little bit. So I'm going to take that fluffy brush we started with. We're just going to tap, tap right in there. And right here on that top edge where those colors meet, you're just going to go back and forth right where those colors meet and soften that just a little bit. Now I want to take, let's get a little bit of the bottom color going on here. So we're going to grab just a smudger. This is a Morphe M508. So now we're going to make that purple make sense out there where it is. So we're going to go right here. Just the top edge of that is going to go in there. And we're going to bring that purple all the way underneath here. Just to that inside corner. And then bring that down. There you go. See, I told you the lips would make sense. And then we're going to take that purple over here. Now this particular thing, this winged eye, my eye shape, if you have hooded eyes, your eye shape is not good for winged eyes. So we're modifying this just a little bit. So we can do, there we go. Sorry, evidently I can't talk and blend. Okay, so we're going to take that fluffy brush. We're going to discard any sort of thing we got going on there. Okay, you can see we've got some color blending going on. We've softened out that top edge. We got that nice pink happening in there. Speaking of that nice pink happening there, let's add just a little bit of touch on the bottom there, right? So I'm just going to tap that off. We're going to go in that pink just a little bit. And let's just take it and put it from that inside corner just down a little bit. So now you've got that pink in that whole inside. There you go. Okay, there we go. You can see the blending on the underside. Now let's give it a little bit of, we're going to take away from all this color just a little bit with our black eyeliner. So I'm going to take this is my, what is it? Juvia's Place Egyptian Liner in Kajal. We're going to go from the outside here. We're going to go all the way to the inside. Okay. We're going to bring it up just a little bit. So go ahead and do that right there. We're going to go to about halfway. So we've lifted and we've given ourselves like a little triangle on that outside edge. See how that is? Make sure that that is going all the way down to that lash line. We're going to use a black lash adhesive here in just a second. So that will help somewhat with it. Okay, again, we're going to go from the inside corner. All the way to that outside corner. Then we're going to do that little bit of a flick right there. And then let's bring that over to about halfway. Give it that little bit of rise right there. So we got some weight on the outside corner. We're going to line in the lash line on the bottom. Just like that. Same thing on the other side. Now I do want to also do some tight line lining. So we're going to go right up here. So you're hitting that water line up on the top. And then let's do the water line on the bottom as well. And since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like I swear to God to your own words. Just say what is true. Okay. I'm going to take, where's it at? Let's see if this one will do it. I'm going to give a little flick here. I'm going to do one eye at a time. I'm going to take a flat brush. This is a Morphe M410. I wish I had grabbed a liner brush, but I did not. We're going to take this corner and we're just going to drag that liner out. And then drag it back in. Let's give a little, oh, yeah. There we go. Let's get that same on the other side. Again, taking that liner brush. Just dragging that back. And again, if you do not have hooded eyes, this is going to give you a much better shape than what I am getting here, because that's the disaster of hooded eyes. Let's go ahead and build that up just a little bit. And some of this will become a little invisible when we add our lashes. On hooded eyes, it looks magnificent when your eyes are closed. Oh. I'm going to bring that down just a little bit. Okay. I think I'm going to soften that just a little bit with the purple. So let me get that smudger. We're just going to go in that purple. Let's just soften that a little. There we go. Okay. In my head, I saw this was going to be... Okay, there we go. Oh, earpieces died. Hang on just a second. Here we go. Okay, so I am flying without being able to hear. So there we go. Let me just take this off. Okay. So we've got what we got going on. Now, I do want this to be just a little bit lighter, I think, than what I'm looking at here. Oh, remind you of cotton candy, rainbow sherbet ice cream. I'm going to go into that yellow. Actually, I think I'm going to go into that pink right here. I don't know what number that is. We're just going to go there, and I just want to soften this up a little bit. There you go. There you go. It just needed a little something, something. Okay, and then just in the event of any fallout, we're going to do that. So, again, I said we were going to be using a black adhesive for our lashes. So some of this will become invisible as we go along. Let's go ahead and do our... Okay, now I'm disconnected. Very interesting. So I'm going to take my, whatever your color is for your eyebrows, you're going to go ahead and do that. This is the Bad Gal Bang. This is the shade, I think it's called Wild Plum. That's what I'm going to be using for my brows today. And then we'll get back to our lashes. So I'm going to go ahead and get my hair out the way. Whatever your brow product is. Oh, I see we have a troll. Everybody say hi to the troll. Hi, troll. Okay, there we go. Goodbye, troll. I'm going to take that. I love the brush on this. You're just going to go lightly. No, sorry, I don't know what platform they were on. And I already blocked them, so sorry. Okay, here we go. Going in, going out of that. I'm going to take the tip off. I'm just going to go all the way down to the tail of that brow. Making sure my brow hairs are all facing the right direction. Coloring in where I got that little void right there. There you go. I think I prefer the brush. If you're going to use mascara for your brows, I think I prefer the brush of this over the traditional mascara brush. I think this just handles the hairs a little bit better. So what are we going to do next? Well, Wendy is not going to forget to do mascara. So question for you while we are setting up the mascara. How many eyeshadow palettes do you own? And of those, how many have you actually touched in the last like 60 days. So how many palettes do you have, and how many have you actually used in the last 60 days? All right, so let's go ahead. We're going to curl our lashes. Then we're going to add our mascara. Then we're going to do our false lashes. So I'm going to grab my little magnifier mirror here. We're going to use our verse. Oh, this is, let me see if I can get this out the way. I can't read the verse because this thing is in the way. Okay, that's, la, la. No. Okay, hold on. Okay. We're gonna have to go with plan B. Plan B for reading the verse. Okay, here we go. We got like all things happening here. I love the behind the scenes. One day I ought to put a camera behind me just so that you can see all the crazy things that happen while we're doing a live episode. Okay, so I'm grabbing my mascara curler. We're gonna use our verse as the timer. So go ahead and get your curler up there, get it ready, find that spot where it's going to crimp your lashes, but it's not going to pinch your eyelid. And that is your sweet spot for curling your lashes. So here we go. Find that sweet spot and crimp. And since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like, I swear to God, to your own words. Don't show your impatience by concocting oaths to hurry up God. Just say yes or no. Just say what is true. That way, your language can't be used against you. James 5:12. Okay, quickly to the other side. There we go. Find that sweet spot. And since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like, I swear to God, to your own words. Don't show your impatience by concocting oaths to hurry up God. Just say yes or no. Just say what is true. That way, your language can't be used against you. James 5, verse 12. All right, so now we're all wonderfully curled. I'm going to use my voluminous mascara. Voluminous mascara from L'Oreal. This is the curved brush, which I believe is the original one. And we're just going to give a single coat of mascara to our lashes so that when we add our false lashes, our lashes are just going to blend in gorgeous. And then also it'll give you just a little bit more volume as well. Just helps to give a more unified look. So just one coat there. Make sure you're getting all the little lashes. There we go. Let me do the other side. Okay, ooh, I see a little thing. We can get that off. There we go. We're sweeping back on the tips there too to make sure we get like the whole lash covered. There we go. All the way to the outside corner. Okay, nice. And then we're going to do the bottom lashes because these aren't getting false ones. We're definitely going to want to make sure that you are covering these with normal amount of coverage because you're not getting anything to cover these. You also have that nice black eyeliner line. That is going to help blend those lashes in on the bottom. There you go. Just a nice side to side, root to tip coverage on that mascara. Okay, we're going to do that same thing on the other side. Making sure I go all the way to that outside corner with that tip of that brush there. Nice. Oh, I hope my mirror wasn't in the way. Sorry. I had a little flake of purple right there. We're just going to use that. Hope to get that right in the corner. Oh, I'll tell you something. If you're using this palette, did you notice the lovely little sprinkles you have on the top of your cheek now? I didn't know that was going to be a side effect. I kind of like that. Okay. So today we are going to be visiting back with our Big Ego lashes. I love those. I thought it was a nice balance to the colors that we've got going on. Also, it's going to soften the colors just a little bit, as you can see them like super good right now. It's going to balance that out a little bit better. So I've got the Tarte. Tarte, and this is the Big Ego lash. Oh, the lashes are upside down, but the box is right. That's what's going on. Okay, so these have already been trimmed. If you need to know how to trim the lash, you can go to my episode, I think it was episode 43. I actually went step by step through how to trim these so that they are going to be good to go for your lash and eye size. So I'm going to take these right here. I'm going to take my velour lash tool, and I'm going to go from the outside edge. I'm just going to grab that lash. Whoop, maybe. Okay, might need a little bit of help today. These are stuck on nice. Okay. There you go. We're just going to grab that lash off the tray. I'm going to set it down right in front of me. I'm going to grab the other one. We're just going to get that outside edge of that lash. Get it off that tray. I'm going to set that down in front of me. I'm just going to give a look over the lash to make sure that everything is nice with those. I don't have any little hair stragglers. I don't have any little hunks of adhesive from the last time I wore them or anything like that. So you're just kind of looking over the lash, making sure everything's good. Because I've only wore these one time, I'm going to go ahead and take the edges and just give them another little softening of the band there. I'm going to set that down in front of me. Let's go ahead and grab the other one. We're just giving it a look over, making sure everything's nice and good with it. Making sure I don't have any adhesive on this one from the last time that I wore them. These, you're going to get about, I would say if you wear these on the daily, these are a pretty good band. I would say you're going to get at least probably 20 wears out of this one. So the difference is going to be how you care and keep your lashes. So we're going to take the outside edges of this. And again, we're just going to give it a little bit of a roll to sort of soften that up. I'm going to take the lash right there. And actually, I'm not, you know what? I'm going to do it the other way because I really like the way that this works. And we've got the black already going on. So you feel like we need some sparkle on the cheeks now? Okay, well, maybe we'll do that. Okay, so I'm going to grab my black adhesive. This is the Kiss Super Stick, and this is the black adhesive. When I do the black, I like to do it this particular way because it gives you the cleanest line that you're doing. Now, I know that we already have a black eyeliner on our lid now, so you do have a little bit of forgiveness because you've got that. But I feel like when you do the lash application and adhesive application this way, you get a nice clean black line. I also feel like it just has a little more staying power to me with the black one. So we're going to take that Super Stick. I'm going to scrape off one side of that, and we're just going to put that adhesive right onto the lid. We are trying to avoid the lashes here. You go here. It's going to go all the way down to that outside corner. Let's just do that. Make sure we got it good right here on that outside corner. Okay. Now that I have that on, I'm going to immediately grab the lash, which I've already softened the band. We're going to grab that in the middle, and we're just going to set that bad boy right there in the middle. And actually, I'm going to need my magnifier because I'm not doing this very well. There we go. We're going to add that inside corner. Just get that inside corner on there. And then the outside corner. Just going to make sure everything is stuck nicely. And then we're just going to kind of press that in. I want it to be a little bit on the lifted. So as I press in, I'm pressing up and pressing down to make sure it's made good contact with the skin, but that it is also lifting that lash a little bit. Nobody wants to be seeing their lashes all day long. There we go. And you can see how that just really opened up the eye. Also diminished until you close your eye. It detracted a little bit from the boldness that we have on the shadow on the front. While it's open, it also blended out. You can see that line now makes more sense, especially for hooded eyes. Just makes more sense in that winged liner that we've got going on out here. So just really those lashes pulled everything together. So let's go ahead and do the lash on the other side. Look at those two sides. Isn't that just amazing at what the difference is between the two? I mean, I do only have one coat of mascara, but still, there's just a tremendous difference between the two sides. So let's go ahead and do that. Same thing on the other side. We're going to take that adhesive. We're going to wipe off one side. We're going to go from the inside to about the middle there. Doing the same thing. Putting it in, wiping it off, going from the outside, meeting that middle, right on that lash line, just giving a nice clean line. Cap that, grab your other lash, which has already been softened, and then we're going to set that right onto that adhesive line, getting the inside corner in there. And grab that outside corner. Oh, I just hit the little light thing. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, and this one's being a little unreal. Let's go ahead and crimp that right there. There we go. And we're going to do that same thing. We're just going to press that. We're going to press it up and down or forward. That way your lash is going to curl up, but it is going to make great contact with your eyelid. That'll give you the best adhesion for the day. Let me see how that inside corner is coming. There we go. Okay. So now we've got both lashes on. You can see how that has really opened up the eye. Now that wing liner makes a little bit more sense. I think I am going to blend just a little bit more right here. Okay, nice. So now that we've got everything on, our lips make a little more sense with that ombre. We've got that beautiful rainbow going on. We made some great use of this NYX Ultimate palette. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, we don't want this to move all day, right? We did all this. Okay. I'm hearing. So let's do this. Okay, I'm getting requests for glitter. So this palette, the multi-use palette, does have a nice glitter right here. It is a glittery, sparkly thing. So I'm gonna pinch. So this is just my normal brush that I use for highlighter. I'm gonna pinch the bottom of that though to make those bristles a little more dense. I'm gonna swirl that in here. I'm gonna get it right there on the top of that and right there beside that. You don't need to go grab another brush. You can just do that with what you already have. And we're just going to go right here beside this and right on the top there. Okay, that's going to give us just a little smidge of extra sparkle right there. So now that we have all of that done, we don't want this going anywhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our Ready, Set, Sealed. We're going to give it a shake. We are going to let that spray down and dry down. Let's fan that up, scooch it on a little bit. And now our spring makeup is ready to go. You have got some beautiful colors going on there. Make sure you check that chart because I did put the color names and color numbers in the show notes. So to summarize, we started out on our journey with our primers. We primed our eyes, we primed our face, then we added our concealer, we added our foundation, we set all of that. We did an ombre lip using 2 different MAC lipsticks and a NYX lip liner. We grabbed that ultimate palette and we got some spring colors kind of rainbowed on our eyelid. We went from pink to green to orange to aqua to purple. And we added a little black eyeliner and finally finished that look off with some beautiful Tarte Big Ego lashes. So let's take a look at our Bible verses. We are in chapter 5, so we are almost finished with our journey that we are on. So I've taken our verse sheets back to James chapter 5, verse 1 through 3. And let's see how we're going to do here with this. I love this song. And a final word for you, arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You'll need buckets for the tears when the crash comes upon you. You thought you were piling up wealth. What you've piled up is judgment. Your money is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut. You're destroying your life from within. Wow, the song. I could hear the song. Could you hear the song? I could hear the song. Okay, and then we move to James chapter 5, verse 4 to 6. All the workers you've exploited and cheated cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers you've used and abused are a roar in the ears of the Master Avenger. The name of that song, Master Avenger. You've looted the earth and lived it up, but all you'll have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly good persons who stand there and take it. Then we had James chapter 5, verse 7 to 8. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see, farmers do this all the time, waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently letting the rain do its slow but sure work. Be patient like that. Steady and strong. The master could arrive at any time, or the master will? The master, I think, will arrive at any time. Master could arrive at any time. Okay. I can't see it because my head's in the way. Okay, then James chapter 5, verse 9. Friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint could be lodged against you. The judge is standing just around the corner. And then we have last week's verse that we were working on, James 5, 10 to 11. Take the old prophets as your mentor. They put up with anything, went through everything, and never once quit, all the time honoring God. What a gift it is to those who stay the course. You've heard, of course, of Job's staying power, and you know how God brought it all together for him in the end. That's because God cares right down to the last detail. James 5, 10 to 11. And the verse that we are working on this week, which I'm going to have to look at with you. I'm going to get it in this book here. And since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like, I swear to God, to your own words. Don't show your impatience by concocting oaths to hurry up God. Just say yes or no. Just say what is true. That way your language can't be used against you. And again, all of our verses are from season 3 are coming from Color Me James. And so I'll show you what you got in store for you this week. So go to colormejamesbook.com. It is available in paperback, spiral bound. I think I have like 2 or 3 of the imperfects left. So those have, it doesn't affect the usability of the book at all. It's a picture on the back of the week's chapter page. that instead of being a grayscale flower pattern, it's just a gray page. Amazon did it. Oops. So those are a little bit less expensive. Then there's also the ebook. So the ebook you'll need to get from my website. The paperback you can get from Amazon. So the colormejamesbook.com has the email list that will guide you through with a weekly email from beginning to, well, not end yet because we're not to the end, but that will definitely happen for you. So Beauty and Grace Insider got 3 different membership levels. This is a way, if you are enjoying this study, if you're enjoying this podcast, this is a way that you can help support that because all of that does cost money. And while I love doing it for you, I do have to pay for that. So it's just a way for us to work together in the mission field and to learn together. There are perks that come with that. And one, for example, is that Cherish Queen membership level comes with the ebook. You get that for free with that membership level. Just follow those prompts through to your free ebook that will be delivered to your inbox. All right, so let me send you out with a blessing for today. I love doing that for you every week. So from Numbers chapter 6 verse 24 to 26, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, how thankful I am for each one of these ladies that has come and hung out with me here live today, stuck it through the thick and the thin. Father, those who are watching this later on, I definitely add them to this prayer as well. I pray that you would send us out this week, that as the words of James just wash over us, that you would help us to treasure these words in our heart, Father, that we would use the music and the book and all these tools, the flashcards and everything, that these would all be designed to help us to memorize these verses, to hide them in our hearts. And, you know, I just have to say personally, what a joy it is to have these verses just like come to mind when you need them the most. I mean, sometimes it's a little irritating, but in the end, it's a good thing. And I thank you so much for that. It is exciting to have, the pastor be preaching a sermon and he says a book in James and, oh my gosh, I know that one. So help that to be the experience that we have this week, Father, that these wouldn't just be words on a page, but that these would be something that we incorporate into our life, that as James designed, as you designed through James, that these would all be part of our becoming more Christ-like. And I thank you so much for that. Again, send these ladies out in a blessing, that you would provide healing where healing is needed, that you would provide grace where that is needed, Father, wisdom where they need that this week, Father. And I just pray that you would help us to be diligent, that we would celebrate this time of being women of God together, and that next week when we come back, we will just be refreshed and ready to go for another word from you. And I thank you for all these things in Jesus' great and mighty name. Amen. All right. Well, let me show you what you got. I told you I was going to show you. Okay, so we got this right here. This is the coloring page that you're going to have for this week. Now, once you see the verse card come out, you don't got to color it just like that. Let me see what you got. Maybe you got a whole different kind of color. And this week is one of my favorites because I love word searches. So this week you have a word search with the verse that you're going to be doing, and that is in Color Me James. So let me ask you a question before we go. Give us some conversation for the week. What is your favorite spring makeup product or color? Now, with the product or color, what is your favorite spring makeup product or color? And then don't forget to like and subscribe and share this video with those that you love and care about. Love for that to happen. So again, it is great to have spent some time with you online. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week on social media, and I hope that you have a wonderful week. God bless you, and I love you. Mwah!
A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. We laugh, we learn, we grow, we grow. Holy Spirit in the room, let His presence flow.
Good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where today is National Stretch Day. So I went, whoa, those came out. National Stress Day. Peter Piper pecked a peck of peppers. Okay, so I wanted to show you my favorite de-stressing thing. So I have got, let me get this turned down over here. There we go. So I have got one of my favorite things on right now. This is my Mellow Eyes from Pure. I think it's called Pure Cosmetics. Pure. It's called Mellow Eyes. Let me get it around to you. There you go. I love these under eye patches. They are hydrating. They've got a little CBD in there to perk up your skin and awaken that area. It's also got all kinds of hydration things and good stuff that I don't know how to say or spell. But this I can tell you. Put that in the refrigerator, store it there, and then pop these on when you come home for work or have something stressful happen. Put your feet up, and I can assure you, with a little prayer plus that, everything will be better. So I'm going to take these off now. It's just these little gel things. After you take them off, if you're going to put your makeup on like I'm fixing to do, I'm just going to kind of use my middle finger, so soft touch. And we're just going to kind of pat that in right there. Ta-da-da-da! We have got some stress relieving going on. And for my Instagram friends, let me get you over there. Okay. I'm so sorry, Instagram. You just missed my entire presentation on eye patches. But that's okay. You can watch a replay and catch it. Okay, so my name is Wendy, and this is a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. It is great to be here with you on this National Stress Relief Day. And so today we're going to be talking about, can I pull off a full face using only the Juvia's Place Blush Rose palette? Let me show you that one. Only using the Juvia's Place Blush Rose palette and some MAC Diva lipstick. Okay, it's even in the box still. I have never worn this yet. So I am excited to do those two things. So remember, while we're live, you can ask any question, be it something about the Bible verse, something about the makeup application, and how about if we actually get the microphone down here so you can hear me? There we go. That's a little bit better. All right. You are listening to our song for this week. This is C'est Le Soul, Healed Inside and Out. And this is going to be for our verse this week. So our easy makeup theme today, shall we press on, Wendy, is women over 40. Get ready with me using the Juvia's Place new blush, the Blush Rose palette and some MAC Diva lipstick, while being inspired by James chapter 5, verse 13 to 15. So go ahead and like and subscribe, grab your makeup, grab your brushes, grab your lashes, and then get on back here and let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. First days at it, can't wait. Come on in, sis. Grab your joy, take your place. We're talking beauty, talking scripture, talking God's good grace. From blush to Bible, he's the one who makes us glow. Faith on your lips, love in your soul.
Oh. One day I'm going to not do that and have you catch me. Okay, so I have got the chat turned on. So go ahead, give me a shout out this morning. Let me know where you're coming from. And let's see some smiley faces. So pick your favorite one. If you are in the Beauty and Grace Insiders, then there's a super fun one in your bonus emojis there in YouTube. Okay, so our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And all of season 3 is coming from the book Color Me James. You can go to colormejamesbook.com, buy it in whatever format you want, paperback, spiral bound, ebook, you choose. It's not really something you could have an audiobook for, so that's not here. But also on that colormejamesbook.com, you're going to find an email list. Get yourself hooked up with that because that is going to guide you from beginning to end, giving you every video, giving you every flashcard, everything that you're going to need to make the most out of Color Me James as you work your way through the book of James. Faith and works, works and faith fit together like hand and glove. All right, so last week we were working on James chapter 5, verse 12. We had that wonderful song for that one. I hope you enjoyed that. Had a little funk to it. All right. And since he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like, I swear to God, to your own words. Hold on, I gotta cheat. Oh, don't show your impatience by concocting oaths to hurry up God. Just say yes or no. Just say what is true. That way, your language can't be used against you. And that's week 1, so we all know it's going to be a little bit rough. I'll continue to work on it. This week, we are adding James chapter 5, verse 13 to 15. And this is what we're going to be looking at here. Are you hurting? Pray. Do you feel great? Sing. Are you sick? Call the church leaders together to pray and anoint you with oil in the name of the Master. Believing prayer will heal you, and Jesus will put you on your feet. And if you have sinned, you'll be forgiven, healed inside and out, which is where the name of that song comes from. All right, so I know that should be up on Spotify this morning. Didn't get a chance to check and see if that link was ready. So be checking for that. So any place you find your music, you can find Sail a Soul with that inside and out, James 5, 13 to 15. All right. So today, like I said, we're going to be playing with that Juvia's Place, the Blush Rose palette, and then some MAC lipstick. So we're going to use a bunch of different things today. Some I've used in the past, some recently, some a long time ago. Some things are going to be new, like the MAC lipstick, which is still in its box. So you can go to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com/shop, or you can make it easier on yourself and just scan the QR code right there. But on that website, the new things that have been added are going to be right there on that homepage, but you'll see all the products in the show notes. Those show notes are already up on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, those are already there, except for the mellow yellow eye patches. I didn't get those in there yet. So, but mellow yellow patches, and that's from Pure, P-U-R. So enjoy those. Okay, so let us just jump in with both feet and get ready to go. So now those patches have completely absorbed in. So my face is ready to go, except for these little fine hairs. There we go. So I'm going to grab my Milk. This is my Milk Hydro Grip Primer. We're just going to do one pump of that right there. Get that put together here. And we're just going to put that everywhere. You may have any kind of, maybe you've got a little dryness, hence the Hydro Primer. Maybe you've got oil control, hence the grip. If you have foundation separation, it'll help with that as well, because it's got that, I don't know if you can see that, but it's actually like pulling my skin up when I do that. Especially if you have any lifting or shifting or separation or anything happening around your nose. If you are combo skin like me, this is going to be a good one. So enjoy that. Of course, now in Texas, we have allergy season. So that just messed with that. Now, let's go ahead and get our face. We got that primer done. Good morning. I see some good mornings and some smiley emojis coming through. We're going to start out with our eyes. We're going to use that Juvia's Place. We're just having a Juvia's Place today. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start out with I Prep, I Prime. This is the number 1. This is just going to help our eyeshadow do what it needs to do better. Let's help it out a little bit. So we're just going to prime that whole eyelid from top to bottom, both sides, and you're just dabbing that bad boy in place. Yes, the answer is yes, you could use concealer, but I know I talked about this last week. That is your eyelid is a very sensitive thing, and you only get one pair of eyes. So I would rather protect them by using products that are made for that eye area, and that does not include concealer on my lid. All right, so not gonna lie and say I haven't ever done it, but it's not the norm. Okay, I don't know what hair this is, but it needs to go away in Jesus' name. Okay, we got our concealer. This is our Lancome Tinty Dough Concealer. I think it's called like all over face concealer or something like that. My shade is 090, which is a neutral. Oh, I forgot to say, the verse is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. There we go. So we are going to get our concealer. This is not part of our contouring. We are just concealing. So we're getting rid of some redness. We're getting rid of some darkness. We got some kind of purpley dark over there. There we go. Okay. We're just going to use our middle finger to blend that out. Okay, I just heard it. Okay, hold on. I gotta show this. Okay, if you have not checked out the Beauty and Grace Insider yet, while we're waiting for our concealer to kind of set a little bit, like the first tier is like $2.99. That is about half the price of a Starbucks cup of coffee. That is a monthly thing that gets you the emojis, gets you all the bonuses and all of that. So I'm not building a new house. You're not affording my car insurance. It's just a little something to connect me to you. You can feel like you are contributing to the ministry of this podcast, which you are doing. There are so many things that go into hosting a podcast, and I will tell you, it is not for the faint of heart or the faint of budget. So, and that's the middle tier. I don't even remember what it's called. I think the first one is like $1.99. The second one's like $2.99. The third tier, the Cherished Queen, that one actually comes with the ebook. So that one's a little bit more. That one comes with more perks and all that. But all those tiers come with those emojis on YouTube. So enjoy that. $2.99. I think you got this. Okay. But thank you for bringing that up, because not everybody clicks all the way through to look at that. So I appreciate the opportunity to share that. All right. So now we look like a crazy person with our concealer going on. But you know what's going to happen? We're going to fix all of that with our dun 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 Juvia's Place. I am velvety. What is it? I am Magic Velvety Matte Foundation. It's a lot of words. Hard to get those in order. I haven't had coffee yet. All right. So I'm going to take my damp beauty blender. I'm going to pop this bad boy open, and we're just going to get a little bit on the bottom of this, like literally just a little bit like that. Okay, there we go. We're going to kind of set that in a few, just like big spots, just kind of tap it around. This is a full coverage foundation, and as a combo skin person, I like how the damp beauty blender kind of brings it down just a smidge. So full coverage, nice and kind of thick foundation, but I like my foundation just a tad lighter. So I love the damp beauty blender with it, because you still get the coverage, but it makes it just a tad lighter weight. All right, we're going to go all the way around our lips. Go right up into that concealer you put, and now you can see, no crazy. Now we're all blended out. There we go. Under that chin line, get that blended out. I'm going to kind of go over that brow just a little bit. Want to make sure that your foundation is kind of woven in and out of there. So when you do your, brow product of choice, whatever that is, that will be nice and smooth and will blend in with your, not your skin, but, everything needs to look like it's supposed to go together. Okay. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Oh. We'll do it at the end. I didn't play you the song from last week. I'm so sorry. I did that last week too. So sorry. Okay. Going all the way around the nostrils. I'm trying not to listen to the song too much because it makes me cry. When I was working on the lyrics for it, I was sharing this with my mom last night where we were going through it. And while I was doing the lyrics, man, it is something powerful for you. If this doesn't hit you where you are, So when you get a chance, look at the lyrics. And also listen to it. And wow. Okay, here we go. Oh, I already opened the lid. So sorry. This is the Juvia's Place. This is the I Am Magic Silky Finishing Powder in Cotton Candy. So we got this nice luscious color here. We're going to grab our triangle puff here. We're going to start out with the pointy part. We're going to tap off. Here you go. Under the eye area first. If you have more melanin to your skin than I do, this would probably be something you would just use around your eye area and then maybe a regular setting powder outside of that. I happen to have very pale skin, so I'm just going to use that all over. It fits with my complexion. Okay, then we're going to take the large side and we're just going to get that right there. I'm going to go down the middle first. You sing it, girl. You don't have to carry it all on your own. There's a place you can go. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop listening. I'm gonna end up crying again. Okay. Do you listen to music while you put your makeup on? Let me see some thumbs up. If you are a music listener while you putting your makeup on, give me a thumbs up. Whatever emoji set you got. Okay, we're going to work into our contouring now. So I'm going to grab my You Can Be multi-use face palette. And this time, I'm only going to be using this right here. I love the Juvia's Place bronzers, but they are not for my color of skin. I have tried every single one. Well, I mean, till you get to the dark ones. I assure you, they do not work with my complexion. So that's okay. We're just going to use this because this does. It's got a little bit cool to it. So right here, we're just going to use the flat side of my It Cosmetics brush. Just going to drag that through a couple of times. I'm going to go from the top of the ear to about the corner of the eye, above the hollow of the cheek. And then we're going to go right beside that hairline. No. I wasn't putting bronzer on my eye. I had some kind of hair or something is floating around this room, and I had a hair in my eyelash. Great question, though. Here we go. Top of the ear, above the hollow of the cheek, right about to the corner of the eye. Right beside that hairline. Then we're just going to kind of round out that harsh corner right there. Then we're going to still use that flat side. We're going to swipe it once. I'm going to pull my hair up just a little bit. I'm going to get it right there, and then I'm going to blend those two together, use some circular motions to soften that out. Now we're going to switch to the short side of this. I'm going to go from the bottom of my ear to the corner of my mouth, under that jawline with a neutral face so I can make sure I'm really tucking right up underneath that. There we go. We'll heal you. Okay, and we're going to go right here. Right beside the nose. I see some comments coming in. Hold on. I got my mouse is in the way. Yes, I have lots of music. Australia, be listening to music. Yay. Wow, isn't it like the opposite time? You're about ready for bed, aren't you? Well, thank you for coming and hanging out with us. I would like to say something Australian expression or whatever, but alas, I do not know any. And just about every time I try to say an expression I don't fully know or understand, it usually gets me in trouble. So we're just going to say good morning to you, whatever time of day it is for you. It is great to have you here with us today. All right, so I am going to grab my blush brush and my Juvia's Place. This is the Juvia's Place. And this is the Blushed, the Rouge Volume 4. So here's what we got on this one. We're going to be in this color here today. The blushed rose is rose, but it's got a little kind of rosy, almost rusticy orange to it. So we don't want to use this one because it'll contrast a little bit, but we can blend this one in, especially when you consider it's going to kind of be melting in with that bronzer there, or that low there. So we're going to give it 2 swipes there, right on the top and overlapping that low we put. And then we're going to go right up the side here. You can see that's just a nice pale pink. And then we're going to get it right up here. Right there on the tip, right there on the chin. Let's see, there we go. Okay, and let's go ahead and add some highlighter. So I'm going to grab my Anastasia highlighter. Again, we are Juvia's placing it out today. So this is my Heroin Glow 2 by Juvia's Place. Wait till you see this. This is such a luscious shimmer. Can you see that deliciousness? There we go. So we're going to grab that Anastasia brush. We're just going to swirl that around. I kind of needed to see what I was swirling. We're going to go right there on the top of that cheek, right beside that eye. Beautiful shimmer. And we'll probably come back and do a little bit of this, you bet. There we go. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's just beautiful. All right. So now we have our foundation done. We have our contouring done. We are ready to say our verse. So we're going to wait till that verse just kind of rolls around a little bit. Okay, here we go. It's rolling. It's on the bottom of your screen. Let's say it together. Yes, out loud where you are. Here we go. Are you hurting? Pray. Do you feel great? Sing. Call the church leaders together to pray and anoint you with oil in the name of the Master. I think I skipped a part. Believing prayer will heal you, and Jesus will put you on your feet. And if you've sinned, you'll be forgiven, healed inside and out. And that's James chapter 5, verse 13 to 15. And we are working on that together. So you're going to see me reading on the screen because we're working on it together. Today is day 1. We're in this. We're in this together. Okay. Now, let's have some fun with that MAC lipstick I promised you, but we're going to continue to hang out with our Juvia's Place. And this is our Juvia's Place Luxe Liner in Wine. So these are a twist up, so no need to sharpen this. Love that, no wasted product. We're just going to outline that. We're going to fade it just a little bit and then put our music on. Lipstick. Here we go, right there in the middle. Give us a nice, beautiful Cupid's bow with this nice, luscious lipstick. Here we go. Now we're going to round that out to the outside edge, going just outside that lip line, just a little bit. Here we go. And now the same thing for the other side. There we go. Now we're going to get that right there in the bottom. And we're going to round that out to the outside edge up here. There we go. Now I'm going to come just to the inside of that, and I'm just going to feather that lightly so we get a little bit of a blend. That might be unnecessary, but I haven't used the Diva before, so I just want to make sure it blends in good. There you go. We're just going to smudge that out a little bit. Okay, we're going to cap that off, and now, drum roll, please. Let me see some drum roll emojis. Let us get into our MAC Maximal Matte Silky something Diva lipstick. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, yes. That is almost exactly the darkest blush rose color that is in our palette today. I am so excited for this. I don't want to use it that twisted out though. So let's bring it in just a little bit. We have a fresh, new, beautiful point on this lipstick. So we're going to take advantage of that in our Cupid's bow. Here we go. We're just going to fill in what we just did. You're going all the way to the edge of that lip liner. You know, now that I've seen it, we didn't really need to do that feathering because they blend in so well together. Gonna get that big middle part, and now let's go to the outside edge.
The weight of the world feels too heavy to hold, and the tears fall quiet when nobody knows. You don't have to carry it all.
There we go. Just making sure we got both sides even. Nice. Where'd the lid go? There it is. All right. So, super impressed with that. And you know that all of the MAC Maximal Mattes wear so well. So this will hang with me all day. I will only have to touch up in the very center of my lips after I eat or something like that. All right. So, we are going to be playing now with our Juvia's Place Blush Rose palette. So here's what we're going to do today. We're going to start out in this lighter color right here. And then we're going to jump up over here. And then we're just going to dip into this for a tad. And then we're going to use just a smidgen of this. And then we're going to finish it out with this. So let's grab our brushes. We're going to start out with this right here, which is a Fluffy Blender Morphe M441. We're just going to start out in this lighter color right here. Just ever so little of it. Just go like whoop, whoop, and you're done. We're just going right up here with that. Just a little color, so we got something to blend into. Whoop, whoop. I don't know what's up with the sound effects. And no, I haven't had any coffee today. Okay, there we go. We're just going to set that brush aside because we may or may not need it for blending here in just a minute. I'm going to just use a general shadow brush. This is a MAC something something. I don't know. I've had them so long. We're just going to go right in here in this color. And we're going to go, you can feel your bone, especially if you have hooded eyes, is important. You can feel your socket bone like right here, right? Right there. So we're going to go that socket bone and up just a little bit. And we're going to put some of that color right there like that. And then we're going to bring it in, I don't know, about a third of the way over this way. And you can leave it a little messy here because there's going to be a lot of blending going on. We're going to do that same thing on the other side. So the bottom of that brush is right on that socket bone, and we're just going all the way over. There you go. We're going to go back in that palette right here on this one. And we're just going to go about a third of that right over here. And you can just end it abruptly. It doesn't matter right now. We'll blend into it in a minute. Okay. Now on the back side of this brush, so you've pretty much got all the shadow off of it. We're just going to flip that brush over. We're going to go in this one right here. Just give it a couple of swipes on the top of this one between the color we just did and the color that we did first. We're right on that line of those two blends. You're just going to put that color right there. And that's going to soften that edge and blend those two together. Now I do want to come back with that lighter one. Let's just make sure we don't lose that nice light top color. There you go. And now we're going to set this brush down because we may or may not come back to that. All right. We are going to get let's do this one right here. This is a Morphe M50. It's either 6 or 8. I'm not sure. But we're going to take this one. It's going to give us just a little bit of something that we can add some darker on the outside corner. So we're going to go in this right here. You're just going to swirl it right on the tip. Tap it out. We don't want too much on the extra of this. We're going to go right here in that outside corner. And the tears fall quiet when nobody knows. And we're going to bring it up just a little bit right there, about halfway. Right here on the outside. We're going over about half of that distance of that pink we put down there. Then we're going to go here right on that socket bone about halfway, just gently and with a little bit of shadow on it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and grab that brush that I just used. I'm going to go into this color here just a little. I'm just going to bring that a little farther over. I feel like it needs just a little bit more right there. There we go. Right there. Anchor that into that corner. Oh my goodness. Yes, look at that. Okay, no, we're not finished yet. Almost. We're going to go ahead and do the under eye part of this. I know I don't usually do that until the very end, but we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to grab my smudger. This is a Morphe M508, maybe. It's a smudger. It's a little weeny smudger. We're going to get this color right on the edge of it, just on the tip of that. We're going to go from that outside edge. We are going to bring it about 3/4 of the way across, and then we're just going to stop it. Use that tip to also bring that color up around the top edge of that lid and add a little intensity to that outside. Now let's do that same thing on the other side. So going about 3/4 of the way. And we're going to get a little bit on that tip and work that up around that corner and really give some emphasis to this outside corner here. Okay. Now I do have a little tiny bit of fallout. So we're just going to use our fluffy brush and get that out the way. And now to the fun part. Let's get some color where we haven't put anything yet. And here comes the fun part. So we're going to grab that blush rose palette and we're going to go into this color right here. This beautiful luscious shimmer. We're just going to get it on one side of the brush. And we're going to go right there in the corner. And we're just going to build that up all the way across the lid until it meets that pink we put over here. I'm feeling like this is not blending out very good. Let me see. Maybe today's the day. Okay. Today's the day it needs a finger blend. Look how much that just increased. Mm-hmm. Could be humidity. Who knows? There you go. Let's just do that same thing on the other side. Actually, I'm going to start out with the brush the same way I did. Let's just duplicate what we did. Now we're going to use our finger. Okay, got a question for you. Let me see some hearts if you are loving the shimmer on that palette. Let me see some hearts. Give me some hearts. We're just going to get it right there on the inside. I'm going to make sure it goes all the way to that middle there. And you can see it's a pink, but it's kind of a rosy pink. So it's got a little bit of that kind of rosy, orangey sort of thing going on. All right. Now let's just see. I'm going to go ahead and grab the pink that we had here, the brush that we had for this one here. We're just going to do it a little bit and make sure that these are just nice and happy right there. There we go. And let's make sure we don't have any fallout. Okay, what else we got? What else we got? I'm going to take the fluffy that we used. I'm just going to go right here. Let's just make sure this is blended out good. I feel like we're getting lost a little bit up here. This is part of the hooded eye problem. Okay, there we go. Now you can see that color coming up above, and then when you close your eye, whoo, you get that beautiful, nice shape that came out spectacular. I'm loving that. I'm seeing all kinds of hearts happening here. Woo woo. Okay. So now we're going to finish out this look with a little bit of eyeliner and some gorgeous lashes from, dun dun dun, you guessed it, Juvia's Place. All right, so if I can find my liner about now, that would be super helpful. There it goes. My poor Egyptian liner in Kajal from Juvia's Place is getting very small, but it's still usable. It's still good product. So we're going to take that. We're going to go from the outside edge. We're just going to go a little bit past where that gold color is. Well, it's not really gold. It's kind of a, I guess you'd call it a rose gold because it kind of reminds me of the rose gold jewelry. Okay, then we're going to go right here on the bottom in that lash line. We're going to go about halfway across. Let's do that same thing on the other side. Got a little bit of a shadow there in the corner, so let's get rid of that. All right. Nice. Nice. Okay. So we've got this going on. Let's see what we're going to do here. We're going to add our lashes by putting some mascara on. So I am going to grab my L'Oreal Voluminous Curved Brush Mascara in black. This way our lashes are going to blend in with the false lashes. It'll also give you just a smidge more volume. So we're going to grab our Velour Eyelash Curler. We're going to get ready to say our verse together. So let me see if I can get it upward. No, it's going to do that. Okay. So we're going to get a curl going. And while that's happening, we're going to say our verse together. And then we're going to release that and quickly go to the other side. So you want to find your sweet spot. Find your spot where when you crimp it down, your lashes, your eyelid does not get pinched by it. So here we go. Find that sweet spot. And let's say that verse together. Are you hurting? Pray. Do you feel great? Sing. Are you sick? Call the church leaders together and pray and have them anoint you with oil in the name of the Master. Believing prayer will heal you. And Jesus will put you on your feet. And if you sinned, you'll be forgiven, healed, inside and out. James 13 to 15. Sorry, I was having a hard time seeing that. Now we're going to go to the other side. Gonna find that sweet spot over here. Let's give that a oh, you know what? Now we gotta wait. I took too long. We're gonna have to wait till that verse scrolls around so we can do it together. So go ahead and get your thing ready. Find that spot. There you go. Here we go. Are you hurting? Pray. Do you feel great? Sing. Are you sick? Call the church leaders together to pray and anoint you with oil in the name of the Master. Believing prayer will heal you, and Jesus will put you on your feet. And if you've sinned, you'll be forgiven, healed inside and out. James 5:13-15. Okay, marvelous. Now I'm going to grab my little magnifier. We're going to go ahead and get that mascara on. Just one coat on the top lashes because we're getting ready to put some falsies on. So we're just going to give it a little bit of a coat. I'm going to sweep back on the tips. I'm going to use the very pointy end of that to make sure I'm getting all the way to the outside edge and the inside edge. Nice. Now we're going to go ahead and do the other side as well. Like I said, we're just doing one coat because we're doing false lashes. Yes, I did. I just got that on my cheek. Do you see that? Here we go. Just pinch that off of there. Let's use our little bullet. We can fix that in a second if it does not delight me. Okay, let's do the bottom lashes now. Now, we're not getting false lashes here, so we're definitely going to make sure that we catch all the lashes here, and we want a nice, good coat. So we're going to go all the way from the root to tip. You're going to sweep back under the edges of that so everything gets coated nicely and evenly. There you go. That's one side. So we're going to go ahead and switch over to the other side and get those bottom lashes done as well. Again, going from root to tip, sweeping back under those bottom edges. What is this? Here we go. I think I got it, but let's just double check it because I got distracted by touching my nose. It happens. Here we go. Okay, so while we're letting that kind of dry down, we're going to do our brows. I am using the Bad Gal Bang, and this is actually a mascara, but it works beautifully as a brow product for those of you who have colored hair that does not fit into the typical brown, brown, and browner brow products. Oh, I guess black too. Okay, so this is in the shade Bad Gal Bang. Ooh, Bad Gal Bang, and this is Wild Plum. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to take the tip of that off there. And we're just going to follow the direction of the brow hair. We're hovering over that skin, just catching those brow hairs. And the one thing beautiful about using a mascara on your brow is that it actually colors and sets your brow hairs. So I kind of like that. Also, it's really good about staying put. If you get it caught in the rain or something like that, it does not go anywhere. Also, very good about being sweat proof. And in Texas, that is an important thing. So if you live in a humid Australia,
and sweaty climate, then this may be something you want to consider for your brows. If you have had any problem at all with your brow products not staying put nicely. Okay, there we go. Now, this is week 45, so it saddens me. I was talking about it last night. We only have like 4 weeks of Color Me Gems left. Well, this weekend, 3 more. So that kind of saddens me. But our next season 4 that we're doing is going to be on the Lord's Prayer. So get ready for that. I think you're going to love that. So we're going to be using Juvia's Place. This is the Zaria, and Zaria is a flare. So you can see the lash starts out thinner here and then goes wider on the outside edge. This is a flare. It flares out. I have already wore these, so these have been trimmed. You're going to just do a dry fit of it and then check the trim from the outside edge if you need to trim at all. You may not need to trim at all. I'm going to go ahead and take my lash tool. I'm going to grab the lash from the outside edge where the wide part of the flare is. I'm going to set them in front of me exactly like they're going to go onto my face. It reduces confusion. Again, I'm going to grab that outside edge. We're just going to take that off that tray, set that down in front of me. These have already been prepped, but make sure it's free and clear of any adhesive that you had on in the past and that kind of thing. I'm going to be using my super stick. Now, if you do find that your lashes get a little like goo overload from how many times you wore them, because these you can wear a lot of times, Velour has a really great lash cleaner. So between the lash cleaner and then brushing your lashes with that comb on the tool, you should be good to go to get everything cleaned up and good. So I'm going to take this Kiss super stick lash adhesive in black because I love the darkness of this. You know, actually, I think I'm going to underline the waterline first. I wasn't going to, but I think it's really going to help. And I'm going to really try to not get it on my contact today. So we're just getting it on the underside of that lid, right on that upper waterline. Now, if you can't do it like that, you can do it like this. Just take that and hold that lash like that, and then do it this way. Either way, whatever works for you. Okay, there we go. This will give us a little more, boldness for that lash that we're doing. Okay, so back to the super stick. We're going to take that. Actually, I don't need my tool at the second. I'm going to take it out and I'm going to scrape off one side. Just need one side. I'm going to go to the inside corner. I'm going to give myself a little bead of lash adhesive. There we go. Now, when you do this method, you can immediately take that lash. I'm going to grab that with my tool. And we're going to put it straight on. It seems to be sticky. There we go. And you can see those Zaria, just a nice kind of a medium wispy. Give you some curl. I love curled lashes, a little bit of lift, but not too much. So it's a nice balance. The other thing I like is they're curled up. So you don't get a lot of, oops, how about if I don't spill this on myself? You don't get a lot of lash in your vision. Also, the bands from Juvia's Place are very soft. So they're very wearable, especially if you're going to be like, I'm going to work after this, and then I'm going to have these all day on until I get off at work at like 7:30. And so this is nice, and you can wear this that long without a problem. So we're going to do that same thing on the other side. We're just going to scrape off that one side, come here to the inside. Going to give a nice clean line. We're going to do that same thing. Put it in, wipe it off on one side. Sorry if you can hear all those sirens. I'm guessing something is going on. Sounds like a fire truck. So praying for whoever that is related to. Okay, we're going to grab that lash right there in the middle. We're going to immediately set that down. Get it right there in that liner line. Okay, I just put lashes on. I can't cry. Okay, here we go. Just pressing in, making sure those lashes are making good contact to that eyeliner line that we put on there. All right, so now we did have that little bit of something go on with those two places where I touched my face. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our bullet. I'm going to take my concealer brush. I'm just going to tap that right there. And I'm just going to erase that. Now, I'm not going to leave it just like that. So we've got the concealer on there, right? I'm going to take just a little bit, as much concealer as I had on the edge there. I'm just going to take my powder, get that tip like right there. I'm going to tap it off. And then I'm just going to get it right there. Now, I did also mention that I love that shimmery highlighter. So we're going to take the highlighter that we were using. We're going to grab our highlighter brush right here. And we're going to go ahead and do that highlighter one more time on the top. Here we go. Oh, Wesley heard me. We're going to go right here. Right there. I know I didn't wipe anything off there, but I just wanted more. Okay, here we go. Now we got that. So yes, that Heroin Glow 2 is so beautiful. Okay, so now we've got everything where we want it. We do not want it to move all day, right? So Juvia's Place, ready, set, sealed. We're going to give that a little bit of a shake here. Let's tip our head back. There you go. Now, between that primer, the foundation, and all the products that we chose, you are good to go for the day. So, here's what we did today. We started out with the primer. We put on that. We spent the day hanging out with Juvia's Place. And so, we've got that foundation. We contoured. We added some beautiful shimmer. We added some Juvia's Place blush rose on our eyelid. We've got some Zaria lashes on. We got some MAC lipstick with some Juvia's Place liner going on our lips. So don't be afraid. You know, on this lid look that we've got, don't be afraid to mix shimmers with mattes. That can be one way if you're kind of afraid of shimmers. You know, this is an over 40 crowd. So if you are afraid to use a shimmer, this is a nice way for you to get a little bit of shimmer without overpowering or overwhelming yourself. Just do a blend with mattes and shimmers, and then go ahead and give yourself a full lip with a slightly darker lipstick. I know we're kind of coming out of that phase of the nudie lip thing where your lip's kind of invisible and all of that. Don't be afraid to use a more bold lipstick when the moment arrives. have it to match your darker color you got going up on here, maybe something in your outfit. I wouldn't do it every day or every time, but go ahead and use that darker colored lipstick. It does help to give you a little bit fuller of a lip. And so then we enjoyed James chapter 5, verse 13 to 15, learning about prayer and what are the times when you should definitely be praying and what are the rewards for that praying. So let's take a look at our verses that we've been working on. So we're just going to take an overview of chapter 5, and I'm going to do my best to remember to play the music when we get to the one from last week. Okay, so, and a final word to you, arrogant rich, take some lessons in lament. You'll know years when the crash comes upon you. You thought you were piling up wealth, and what you have piled up is judgment. Your beauty is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut, destroying your life from within. I don't laugh because that's funny. I laugh because I was thinking of that song and the rhythm of it. And no, I'm not going to rap that for you. Okay, then we moved on to James chapter 5, verses 4 through 6. Let me let it catch up with you here. Okay, all the workers you've exploited and cheated are cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers that you used and abused are a roar in the ear of the master avenger. You've looted the earth and lived it up, but all you have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly good persons who stand there and take it. And then we moved on to James 5, 7 to 8. Oh, I think maybe it's catching up here. Meanwhile, friends, wait. This is called the farmer verse. Meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see farmers do this all the time. Waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently letting the rain do its slow and sure work. Be patient like that. Be steady and strong. The master could arrive at any time. And then we went to verse 9. It was 9 by itself, just 9 by itself. Friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint can be lodged against you. You know, the judge is standing just around the corner. And then we have verse 10 and 11. Take the old prophets as your mentors. They put up with anything, they lived through everything, and they never once quit. All the time honoring God. What a gift life is to those who stay the course. You've heard, of course, of Job's staying power, and you know how God brought it all together for him in the end. That's because God cares. He cares right down to the last detail. Woo! Okay, and then our verse from last week, we're going to say it and then we're going to listen to it. Since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like, I swear to God, to your own words. Don't show your impatience by concocting oaths to hurry up God. Just say yes or no. Just say what is true. That way your language cannot be used against you. And let's go ahead and give a listen to that.
And since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like I swear to God to your own words. Just say what is true. That way your language can't be used against you. Don't show your impatience by concocting oaths to hurry up God. Just say yes or no. Just say what is true. That way your language can't be used against you. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to let you listen to the rest of that on your own time. But I hope that these songs, which have the verses directly quoted in them, I mean, there's other writing in there too, most of the time. But I hope that these words that quote the scripture directly are helping you to memorize these verses and hide that word in your heart. And then we've got the verse for this week. That graphic will come out tomorrow. Are you hurting? Pray. Do you feel great? Sing. Are you sick? Call the church leaders together to pray and anoint you with oil in the name of the Master. Believing prayer will heal you, and Jesus will put you on your feet. And if you've sinned, you'll be forgiven, healed from the inside out. All right. And isn't that great news, my friend? All right. So all of this, again, from season 3 is coming from Color Me James. That is available on the format you can see there. Plus, you've got the paperback and the spiral. You've got the ebook. And as we were talking a little bit earlier, if you do the Beauty and Grace Insider, the Cherished Queen level, that actually comes with the ebook for free with it. So make sure when you join that membership, that lives on YouTube, that you follow those prompts through and join that email list, because that is how you're going to get a lot of these things that come with that group, with the Beauty Insider. So just a reminder about, and again, that lives on YouTube. So let me send you out with a blessing this week. All right. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, what a joy it is that wherever we are in the world, all different places, we can come together and celebrate you, that we can praise you, that we can talk about your word, that we can worship together from different continents all at one time. Technology can be great. And I pray that wherever they are in this world, whether they're watching this live or they are watching this later on recorded, Father, that you would do what you say in your word, that you would be gracious to them, that you would give them peace, that you would lift your countenance upon them. Father, I just pray all these things for all these women hanging out here. I pray that you would help us to work diligently on our verse this week, that you would help us to finish strong, to power through to the end, that we would hide all these words in our heart for your glory, for bringing us closer to being Christ-like. Father, I just pray that all these things would come together, that you would bring these verses to our mind when it would be useful to others as well. Father, I just pray you'd bless us if you send us out this week. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. Well, let me show you what we got in store for this week. Here's your coloring page. So we're going to be working on her. And this was actually, when I did this one, it was modeled after a 10-color hair look that I had once upon a time. And then you're going to be doing a matching list this week. So we are going to have the verse. You can do it however you want to. But I like to fill the verse out here. So fill in the blank down here. And then you can go up here and figure out, here's the word. What word comes next? So fill this out. What word's here? What word comes next? Or you can do it the other way around. I'm not particular. You do what works for you to help you to memorize these scriptures. All right. So it has been a joy hanging out with you. I would ask you this week, whenever you're watching this, reviewing this, doing this, give me a shout out. Let me know, what is your favorite mature skin product? And if you have found this video to be helpful, like and subscribe and share that with a friend over 40 that might appreciate this. And on this National Stress-Free Day, remember the Pure PUR Mellow Eyes green eye patches that we started out with. Let that help you, and just relax and pray while you got them bad boys on. So I look forward to seeing you throughout this week. I hope you have a wonderful time. Share your look with me. I would love to see it and celebrate it. Let me know what palette you used. If it wasn't the Juvia's Place, the Blushed Rose palette. All right. So until next Thursday, I sure do love you. Mwah.
A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait.
almost had a sneeze. I'm so sorry. Good morning, beautiful, and welcome to A Little Bit of Make and a Whole Lot of Jesus, where we are all about almost sneezes. It is so good to be here with you this morning. My name is Wendy, and today we're going to be spending about the next 45 minutes together in a full-face makeup tutorial. We are going to go from naked to glam. All right, so today, what are we doing today, Wendy, you ask? Oh, that's a great question. Okay, so I'm going to try and nail a full face of makeup using Juvia's Place Foundation, and we're going to see how it holds up to mature skin. All right, so go ahead and grab your lashes, grab your palette, grab your, what do we got, brushes, and then get on back here. Let's get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8, can't wait. Come on in, sis. Grab your joy, take your place. We're talking beauty, talking scripture, talking God's good grace. From blush to Bible, he's the one who makes us glow. Faith on your lips, love in your soul.
Oh. Alrighty, so hopefully this week we have the whole portrait landscape video thing figured out. So I am hoping on whatever platform you are seeing it the correct way this week. Okay, so remember that you can ask any question while we are live, whether it be something about the Bible verse, something about the makeup technique, the product I'm using, whatever. The products are already in the YouTube show notes, so go there if you have a question or want a link to make sure you get to the exact same product. Okay, so today, our easy makeup theme for today is mature women. Get ready with full face makeup and Juvia's Place Foundation. James 5, 16 to 18. So that is what we are going to be working on today. And they changed my screen a little bit. Now it's hard to see everything. So our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And then all of our scriptures for season 3 are coming from Color Me James. You can go to colormejamesbook.com. That will take you straight to it. And then also on that landing page, there is an email list that is going to guide you from beginning of the book all the way to the end. So every week you'll get an email that will present to you the videos and the flashcards and all the things that you're going to need to make the most of that book and to study, memorize, and color journey your way through the book of James. All right, so our verse from last week, we're going to see if this works. Oh, yay! So last week's verse from what we were listening, so here's last week's verse. So let's do this. Let me first, we'll do that afterwards since I didn't do it already. Okay, so hold off on telling me where you're coming from just yet. So for right now, let me see some drum rolls in the chat as we get ready to play our song from last week. The name of this song was Healed Inside Out. So drum rolls, please. Okay, here we go. Healed Inside Out, James 5, 13 to 15.
Confess your sins to each other.
Maybe. Okay, there we go.
When the weight of the world feels too heavy to hold, and the tears fall quiet when nobody knows, you don't have to carry it all on your own. There's a place you can go, just fall at his throne. Are you hurting? Pray. Do you feel church leaders together to pray and anoint you with oil in the name of the Master.
Okay, you're going to have to go up about 3/4 of the way through this song to hear the rest of the verse. But one of the things that Sailor Soul and I, Sailor Soul being my alter ego, do, and I say together because it's almost like I'm working with somebody else, even though I'm not. As we work through the songs, the verse has to be directly quoted in it because all of the music is designed to help you memorize the Bible verse. So this is it. If you see the little MSG in parentheses, that means the Message. That is the Message version of the Bible. And for the book of James, we are memorizing that in the Message version because it's very conversational. It's very relational. It's very storytelling. And so that way, as you ponder back and think back on the verses that you are memorizing, if you were to have a situation come up where you would want to share, the Holy Spirit brings to mind one of these verses and you want to share or need to share or are told to share this with somebody, you have it memorized in a very storytelling, conversational kind of a way. So even your non-churchy friends are going to be able to understand what you're saying and talking about because there's less churchy words in there. Definitely more like common man language. So in the Color Me James book, that's when you're going to refer more to other translations when you're going to get more into the studying. The Message isn't really necessarily such a great version for studying the Bible, but it is a great additive. While you're doing that, you would use a translation like the ESV, English Standard Version, as like a primary. It's more literal. And then use the Message to kind of read it a second way, maybe give you a little more insight and be able to hear from God in a little bit different way, hearing it in conversation, modern vernacular kind of way. So some of the benefits for looking at different translations and why we're using the Message translation. All right, our verse for this week is going to be continuing on in that thought about prayer. And that is the song that we are listening to now. If I see it come back around, we'll give a listen to that. This is a little more wordy of a verse compared to what we had in our last section. So there's definitely more scripture in this song. In this song, the chorus is my lyrics, and the verse 1, verse 2, and the bridge are the scripture quoted directly. So our verse for this week is going to be, as you can see that on your screen there, make this your common practice. Confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you can live together whole and healed. The prayer of a person living right with God is something powerful to be reckoned with. Elijah, for instance, human just like us, prayed hard that it wouldn't rain, and it didn't. Not a drop for 3.5 years. And then he prayed that it would rain, and it did. The showers came, and everything started growing again. James 5:16-18. And you know what? This is just about rolling around now, so let me get this turned up so you can hear this. All right, so we'll be listening to this song kind of like subconsciously in the background while we work on our makeup today. But let's see. Okay, it's almost there. Almost there. Oh, you get a sneak peek. I'm going to keep talking so you can't hear. La, 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 la. Okay, here we go. Ready? Okay, here we go.
Make this your common practice. Confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you can live together whole and healed. The prayer of a person living right with God is something powerful to be reckoned with. You don't have to be perfect to pray.
Okay, I could just go on, but alas, we do need to get to the makeup application. So I will leave that to you. When I checked it last night, I still didn't see it on YouTube or Spotify or Apple Music, but it might be there already today. You'll just have to look for it. So that is called, oh my goodness, what was the actual name? It was called, hold on. Oh, I'll find it for you. Hang on. I've already got my files moved into a different thing. Where we go? Let me get out of Dropbox. We're going to go into tracks. Say La Soul. Color Me James. Okay, it's called Prayer. Let me get down to the P's. P-O-P-O. Duh. Prayer to be reckoned with. James 5:16-18. I just haven't said it enough times to have it locked in there yet. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to talk about what are we going to be using today, Wendy? What products are we going to be diving into? So today we are going to be stepping back to our You Can Be. This is going to be, let me grab that palette. It's the Pretty All Set A. And so they've got like 3 of those. I think it's an A, B, and C. It might be a D. Anyways, this is the A. And so we're going to be playing in quite a few different colors in that palette. And that's where we're going to be. You can go to the, I'm sorry for those of you. Oh, no, it's on the bottom. Okay, yay. I was going to say for those of you who are vertical, you can't see, but you can. Whoop. Okay, so you can go to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus.com/shop. That'll get you there. Or you can click on the links in the show notes, and obviously that will get you there as well, too. So try to make it as easy as possible for you so that you can find what you're looking for. Same stuff I'm using. So now we're going to work on the actual makeup application. I'm going to turn on the chat. And here's what I would like for you to do since I forgot earlier. Sorry about that. Give me a shout out. Let me know where you are coming from. And I give you a good morning, beautiful. I am so glad that you are here. Whether you are watching this live or you are catching this later on, give me a shout out and let me know where you're coming from. And then what else do we got? Oh, while we're doing our foundation, I would like for you to answer the question. What are some things that you struggle with on your mature skin? So, good morning to those of you who have already said that. Let's go ahead and get ourselves going here. I got hair falling already. We are humid in this part of Texas. So, I'm going to use my Milk Hydro Grip Primer. You can tell it's so good. I've almost ran out of it. We're just going to do 1 pump of that. Work that between the fingers. Any place. Well, really just get it all over your face. But especially if you have any product separation or fine lines and wrinkles. Maybe you got an oily T-zone. Mature lips are going to need that around the outside edge of those lips to keep the liner and the lipstick in where you want it. We're just going to tap that out. There we go. Now we're going to prime our eyes as well. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place. This is Eye Prime Eye Primer. I am the shade 1. We're just going to give that a little bit of a shake so that it's all nice and mixed. If you open it up and there's a little bit of separation, that's perfectly normal. Your product is not ruined. Just give it a little bit of a shake and then you'll be good to go. So we're going to uncap that. And we're just going to give a little kind of right there. I'm going to put half there and half. Yeah, is the technical term. Yeah, you're right. And we're just going to get that all over the lid from one side to the other side. This will help our shadows to wear better. They will be less likely to crease, although that's not really a problem so much nowadays as it used to be. We're going to go all the way from the bottom of that lid all the way up to the top in that eyebrow. And then you're going to cap that so that you don't end up with that all over the place. All right. Now we're going to move on. Now that we've got all of our primers done, we're going to move on to our concealer. Oh, I just realized something super important. If you're going to demo the Juvia's Place foundation, you actually have to bring the Juvia's Place foundation to the table. We'll address that in a second. So we're going to grab our Lancome Tinty This is the concealer. And, Juvia's Place has a new concealer. I have not tried it yet. I need to get my booty over to a Ulta or Sephora and pick that up so I can give that a try. I've heard great things about it, but I've not personally tried it. And in case he lands on the camera, we have a fly in the room at the present moment, and the snapping sound that you're hearing is my little adorable dog Wesley being irritated and snapping at it. There's always something interesting that happens on these episodes. Okay. Oh yeah, and so I guess I should warn you. So for those of you who use Google Chrome, just a heads up. Today when I came in, there's a Google Chrome update. And if you don't do it, it makes everything stop. So enjoy your Google Chrome update. That might be why at work yesterday, we kept having white screens. Maybe. We were prepping for that rolled out update. Okay. So, again, concealing. We're not highlighting. I mean, it is lighter at the moment, but that's only to give you a even color playing surface for your foundation to be able to do its job a little better, so I don't have darkness here. And on the inside, the redness on my nose has been removed. Top of the cheek with the redness, that has been removed. Now, we are doing a Juvia's Place foundation tutorial thing, so I'm going to roll on over here to the mirror. You can go with me, and we're going to grab our Juvia's Place foundation. You ready? Here we go. There we go. Oh, did you see that? Our little bit of makeup, whole lot of Jesus tank. You'll see that that's on the website too, and in the YouTube show notes. Love that. I just couldn't love that logo more. All right, so Juvia's Place, I Am Magic Velvety Matte Foundation. That is what we're doing this morning. I am using a damp beauty blender, an actual beauty blender, dampened. The Juvia's Place foundation is full coverage, and it's a little on the, I'm going to say thicker side, but in a good way, because that's how you get that full coverage. And so I like to use it with a damp beauty blender. You still get the full coverage, but it minimizes that just a little bit for my combo skin. So we're just going to give a little, okay, that was a lot. There we go, that right there, that's literally all you need for your whole face. So we're going to just put a little bit everywhere. We're just going to tap it out. This doesn't dry down like some, so you don't need to be like in a rush to get this blended out. But, I mean, you don't want to wait forever either. So I'm going to hold my hair up out of the way. We're just going to blend that up into that hairline, around the brows, right up into that concealer. I'm going to work it over my lip line just a little bit. That's going to help the lipstick wear a little better. We're going to go all the way over to the ear over here, under that jawline. We're going to go right up into that concealer over here. Let those two colors just come together. And you can see now you don't look like a crazy person. Okay. Hey. I'm going to go around my nostrils. Get on the tip of that nose there. Right here, I have a little bit of folds. I don't know. Maybe those are smile lines or something. I'm not sure. I'm just going to get that nice. And then make sure I blend out that jawline really good. Okay, once you are tapped and blended, we can go ahead and move on to setting this. Okay, so I see some struggles with mature skin. Crow's feet. And then we've got laugh lines. And, bags are another thing. And I showed an eye patch, I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. that I love those for that. So especially depending on your eye bags. Now, if they're fairly, oh, I didn't show what I was using. I am using the Juvia's Place. This is the I Am Magic Silky Finishing Powder, and this is in Cotton Candy. So under eye patches. They were by it's like 3 letters. Anyways, go back and look at it. It's like 3 weeks ago. They're green, and they're oh my goodness, my mind is completely drawing a blank. I'll think of it in a second. It was on National Self-Care Day, I believe. Okay, so we're going to take the Triangle Puff from Juvia's Place. We're going to put that tip in there. We're going to tap that off. Pure, P-U-R is the name of the cosmetic company. It'll all come to me eventually. Mellow something. Okay, it'll come a little bit at a time. Now we're going to switch to the wide end. And there's no magic order to doing your face. I just always do it the same way every time. So that way I can't forget something. Or let me say, it minimizes the probability that I will forget to put setting powder on something. There we go. I'm just going to tap that in there again. And you're just kind of hovering over and pressing in. The goal is to get that setting powder pressed into that foundation. So there's not a whole lot of like, we're just gently doing that so that it sets right into that foundation. We're not scrubbing off the foundation. Okay, and then our last area is going to be our forehead. So I'm just going to hold those stray hairs up. And I'm just going to press that in. Okay, I have a struggle with large pores. Yes, that is definitely going to be something that your setting, well, your primer and your setting powder and your foundation are definitely going to play a tremendous part of minimizing the pores. I will tell you also, especially if you're a combo or oily skin, there is a fantastic mask from Benefit Cosmetics. It's in a little can and it's purple. It's a purple clay mask. That, if you do that maybe twice a week, depending on the oiliness of your skin, that is a miracle worker. That will help pull out the oil. It will minimize your oil over time because it's going to suck that oil out of your pores. Literally, while you have it on, you will see the little pore spots and the oil coming out of it. It'll make like these little oil rings. But not only does it remove the oil in a gentle way, not the old school astringent way where it dries the heck out of your face and then your face produces more oil to cover up for you just taking all the oil out of it. It does it in a gentle clay. I can't remember the name of the kaolin clay, I believe is what's in there. So anyways, that also will minimize your pores. So it shrinks your pores in addition to that. So like I said, 1 to 2 times a week with that, keep that up and you will take a before picture because you are definitely going to notice an after result of that. Okay, so let us get on with our You Can Be. This is the You Can Be multi-use face palette. We're going to be using that today really just for one thing in here. I know it has all these colors, but we're just going to be using that for this one right here today because I love that Juvia's Place blush. So we're going to do this here. I'm going to grab my It Cosmetics brush right here. Love this one for the low, and then this one for the high, except when I use Cookie, I like a smaller brush, a little more control and not quite so wide of it because it's got so much shimmer. I don't want to look oily. Okay, so we're going to take this end again. We're going to go in here. Just give it 2 swipes. And then with the swipe side you just did, up. We're going to go from the top of the ear about to the corner of the eye right here. We're going to stay above that hollow of the cheek so that we're lifting. And then we're going to give our cheek more shape like you have contour you don't actually have. Okay, so we're going to go again. The part you got the powder on is facing up. We're going to go here, and we're going to go kind of in a curved, and then we're going to go right beside that hairline right there. Then I'm going to kind of come across that corner in a little triangle. I'm going to do that same thing on the other side. 2 swipes. And then right beside that hairline. Okay, 1 swipe. I'm going to come right here, and then I'm just going to use circles to just blend those out. Just giving your face a little end, especially if you have a tall forehead. This will help minimize that forehead space. We're going to take the side of that brush. We're going to go right here. 2 swipes from the ear, under the chin, right there. That's going to end our jaw, minimize any double chins. Same thing. I'm going to do 1 swipe. That's going to go right here beside the nose. We are giving just a little strip down the center without that color, and then going right under that tip. All right. Now, that is the lows. Let's go ahead and take a look at the blush color. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place Volume 4 because I love it. Heart. I would do heart, but I'm holding this hand. Okay. We're going to be using this bottom color right here. Gives us a little bit of pink, but not too much. If you have more pigment to your skin, you could probably get away with this one right here. Just depends on the look that you want. No wrong answers here. Okay, so blush brush. This is from MAC. We're going to do just like 2 swipes through here. You don't need a whole lot of this. Right on the top where we just put the low, we're going to overlap this just a little bit right there. And then we're going to go right up that middle right there. So 2 swipes right here, right up the middle. I'm going to do 1 swipe. I'm going to hold my hair up again. We're just going to go over that a little bit. So you're not really adding too much of the blush up there. We're just kind of blending it out so everything looks like it goes together and belongs together. I'm just going to hit that one little time right there, right there. I'm not sure if it's my lighting or what, but I feel like I need a little more today. Okay, so now we need a little highlighter because everybody could use a little more sparkle. So I'm going to do this right here, which is the Benefit Cosmetics. This is Cookie. And you can tell how much I love this one. So this one gives you just a nice champagne color. Does beautiful on just about every skin tone. There are, I don't know, like 10 shades in their highlighter line. So if this one is a little too lighter for you, they do have some darker shades. Still keep you in that kind of champagne family. There's a couple that are a little more warm. Oh man, there's one that's just as beautiful. If you have peachy colored skin, you have got, I can't remember what it's called, butterfly or something like that. Oh my goodness, it is gorgeous. Okay, back to this. So we're going to take our Anastasia highlighter brush. We're just going to swirl around here right on the top, overlapping that pink we put down, and then right beside that eye socket right there. Can you see that? Ooh, look at that. And we're going to swirl it again. We're going to go right from the ball. Let's see if I can. Oh, yeah, right there. Right there on that tip. And then up the center. Right there. Just right on that tip. And then we're just going to blend that out a smidge. I'm going to take it. I'm going to get a little bit more. I'm going to make sure I really hit that Cupid's bow. This is going to give you an extra plump look on your lips. So make sure you're getting that right in there. See that? Yep. Okay. There's your lip plumping, non-burning plumping technique. Okay. So let us say our verse together. We have to wait till it comes around, but it is time for us to do that. Yes, this is definitely a good way. Now, if you use the wallpaper on your phone when that comes out tomorrow, that's a good way to see the verse while you're sitting at your makeup table, because I just about always have my phone with me. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Are you ready? Make this your common practice. Confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you can live together whole and healed. The prayer of a person living right with God is something powerful to be reckoned with. Elijah, for instance, human, just like us, prayed hard that it wouldn't rain, and it didn't, not a drop, for 3.5 years. Then he prayed that it would rain, and it did. The showers came, and everything started growing again. James 5:16-18. And yes, I was reading the verse because I'm memorizing it right alongside with you. We just started it today. Okay. Let's take a look at what we're going to be doing with our lips. So, I am going to grab two things. I'm going to grab my NYX Suede Matte something liner in amethyst. Check the link. That'll be the easiest way. You can see that's just a nice purple color. And then we're going to be using our MAC. This is atomized. I did actually find a link to this actual color that has a picture like this and everything. So if you're on the website, it should be on that homepage. Because I just did that like last night. I found it. I was so excited for you. So that is this one right here. That is a liquid lipstick from MAC. Stays wonderfully well. You're going to love it. Okay, so let's take this amethyst liner. And this time we're not doing an ombre or anything like that. No need for that because that MAC lipstick is a full coverage and it does its job all by itself. We're just giving a nice clean edge for that liquid lipstick to go onto. So we're going to start out in the Cupid's bow. There we go. And now we're going to round that out to the outside edge. And I'm going just outside the lip line. Okay, now we're going to put a center mark down here just outside that lip line. And we're going to round that out to the outside edge. It should feel slightly abnormal because you're outside your lip line just a little bit, or by now, you're just used to that weird feeling. Okay, so now take a look. Make sure you like your liner shape and that everything is even. Okay. Nobody's lips are perfect on both sides. So you have to take a step back because even you may have followed your lip line around, you may find that your lips are just a little bit crooked and you have to fix that. So that's why we take a step back and take a look at it. Now I'm going to grab that MAC liquid lipstick. This is the Retro Matte Liquid Lip Color in Atomized. This is, I believe, in their Frost line. So we're going to go ahead and take that. It looks like this. Nice paddly lip thing there. We're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. Get that right first. All right. Then we're going to put that back in. And let's do that bottom lip. Okay, let me see.
Make this your common practice.
Okay, there we go. Okay, sorry, my audio lost connection for a second.
Confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you can live together
Okay. Take a step back. Make sure that you still like the shape of your lips. Everything good to go? All right, let's press on. Okay, so we already have the primer on our eyes today. I mentioned that we were going to be using the Pretty All Set for our colors today. Let me show you where we're going to be with this one. Okay, so we're going to be on the Color Splashes side right here. We're going to be in purple. We're going to be in the blue. We're going to be in the green. We're going to be just a little smidgy in this one. We're going to be in this one right here and this one right here. I know it's a lot of colors, but don't worry. And if that's not enough, we're also going to use a little liquid from the Fluid Eye Paint from, what is this? About Face. So this is going to help us to do a little bit of a cut crease as we finish out our look here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start out with just a fluffy brush. This is a Morphe M440. Oh gosh, I think it's 441. Could be 9, could be 7, not sure. Grab a fluffy brush. We're just going to go in this one right here, which is kind of a light, just a light color. Just grab a fleshy light kind of color. We're just going to go up here. We're not actually going to put like a color down for the sake of color. We're just going to put something to blend into. We just want something nice and soft to blend into. So we're just going to put that there. Okay, I'm going to set that brush down because I may need that later on as we blend in some of these other colors here. Now I'm going to grab let's do, I think this one. This is a Morphe M320. Oh my goodness, 321, I believe. So we're just looking for a blender brush. Now, as we put these colors on, don't frink. We're going to blend them out. It just may look weird for a second. Okay, so we're going to start out here in this. No, let's do this green. Let's do this green right here. Okay, sorry for you on verticals. I'm trying to get it over to you so you can see. Okay, so we're going to get it just on the tip there. And we're going to go, you can feel your socket bone, right? So for those of you who have hooded eyes, we're going to make sure we stay above that. So go to that socket bone and then go up. There you go. Socket bone and up. And we're just going to leave a little gap. What we want to do is when we look forward, we want to see that green peeking over it. And you're going to go about halfway. Okay? Let's go ahead and do that over here. There you go. And then, oh, you know, I do not have my fluffy brush. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, we're gonna have to make do with that. There we go. Same brush. We have used all the green product off of there. Tap it off on your tissue if you want to. We're gonna go in this dark purple right here. And we're gonna get it right on the tip of that as well. We're gonna go on the outside right here. And then we're going to go right up to that green. In fact, just overlap it a little bit. No, we're not doing a Beetlejuice look, although it kind of does look like that right now. And again, we're just going right up to that green. Now, we're going to take that same brush, dust it off if you want to, or just use it as it is. We're going to go into this blue right here. Oh, for you verticals, there we go. We're just going to get it right on the tip of that. There we go. I'm going to go right here in between those. And we're just going to go right underneath, just like that. And we're going to bring that blue down in front of that purple. Just let that hug that purple right there. So again, just on that tip, we're going right on the bottom of that green and that purple, right where they touch. And then add that right in the middle where the green and the purple touch. And then bring that down right beside that purple. And you don't have to worry about blending it right now because we're going to do something in a second that's going to help you blend. So don't worry about that too much right now. Okay. I'm just going to go into that purple a little bit, make sure those nice and touch each other. I'm going to grab my fluffy brush, which I'm using my highlighter brush because I don't know where my other one went. Now, so we got this going on right now. So we're going to finish this out by adding a little bit of a cut crease and then, well, I guess it's 3 more colors really. So this is the About Face, and this one is called, gosh, what is the name of this one? Oh, White Noise. So I'm going to grab this, and then I'm also going to have ready a liner brush. Yes, a liner brush. Okay. I guess let's do, I think this one's going to be the closest because I don't actually see the liner brush I thought I had. Oh my goodness. I think we're losing our head this morning. There we go. Just so you know, oh, this is a MAC. MAC one, it's either 184 or 194. We're going to use that one just for some precision with that white here in a second. So have that liner brush ready. So we're going to take this About Face. It's just a white shadow. We're going to go right here. And we're going to use that for our cut crease. So it can be a little bit messy right now because we'll use that liner brush to get it all nice and evened out. You're going all the way to the lash line with that. And I'm just kind of tapping the edge out a little bit. Okay. Now I want a nice smooth edge. So I'm going to put my shadow brush back in there. Oh, sorry. And then I'm going to take this brush, the MAC one, and I'm going to get it just on the tip of that. Just like that. And we're going to use that to even out and smooth out that line up here. Just like that. There you go. Oh, no. And then we're just going to, when it's almost doesn't have anything left on it, we're just going to kind of tap that out right there. Same thing. Just going to get a little bit of that on the tip there. And we're just going to get that nice and even. I'm looking at both sides. Here, let's just go over just a little bit more. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and cap that. I'm going to wipe the tip of this off because I want that to be nice and clean. So I'm just going to take that tissue that I always keep in my lap just because you never know what's going to happen. And we're going to fan that down for a little bit. While that is drying down, we are going to, I'm going to use, let's do this one. This is a Morphe M, 124. So with that 124, we're going to go back to our You Can Be palette. We're going to start out in this one right here. And then we're going to use the other side with this yellow one right there. So let's start out with that orange one. The orange one's going to go right here.
Make this your common practice. Confess your sins to each other.
Get it right where that blue and it meet. Now we're going to flip it over and we're going to get it in that yellow right here. Just give it a nice swipe. And we're going to put that right there. Now I'm going to take the brush that we started out with in that blue and that purple. I'm going to tap in that blue just a little bit. And I'm going to go over that edge where that blue and orange is, just to help those two colors blend a little better together. There you go. Now I need to do just a little cleanup on the green up in here. So I'm going to grab this. This is a Morphe M4, 218 maybe, 216. And I'm just going to go right here and blend out that green a little bit better right there on that inside corner. There you go. Just give that a little bit right there. Now, I mentioned that we were going to be using the pink color, and we haven't done that yet. So what are we going to do with that, Wendy? So first, let's add a little bit of color on the underside, and then we'll finish out with the lighter color. So I'm going to start out with a smudger. This is a Morphe M508, I believe. Just a nice short smudger. We're going to go into that purple that we started out in. So this guy right here, just get it right on the tip. And we're going to come around that corner and blend that into the top corner. There you go. And then come around that corner and make sure that blends in nicely with what you've got on that top up there. Make sure you're going all the way into that lash line. We're going to add a little bit of black liner here in just a second, but we want the purple going all the way up into those lashes. When we add that black, we don't like a gap in there. Okay. Now I mentioned the pink, which we haven't used yet. So we're going to take that 421 or 506, whatever this one is. And we're going to go into this pink right here. Now, don't be scared of it. We're only using it for blending. So we're just going to tap into it just like, you just want a little tiny hint of color on the tip there. This is what's going to blend out these colors right here. So right where the green ends and the purple and blue end, you're just going to tap it twice and let that blend into that lighter color that we started out with. And you can see it just softens that edge. We're going to go back, just 2 little taps. We're going to come around the corner and use it to soften out that purple edge on the bottom too. Right here. Okay. Now I think I'm going to go back to that brush we started out with. I'm just going to do that blue just a little right on that tip. I just want the blue a little more right there. There we go. Okay, there you go. That gives me just a little bit. Now we've got that white on the inside, and sometimes that white stays perfectly normal. But in my experience, when you have used a white in there, most of the time what happens is that white tends to, I don't know, crackle, I guess would be the word. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go in the light up side. And actually I'm going to take a tissue and clean that off just a little bit because it looks like it's got a little pink smeared in there. On the light up side, right here, we're going to use this color on the inside. So I'm going to grab, this is a fine liner from It Cosmetics, one of their brushes. We're just going to get it on one little side right there. And we're just going to put it over that white. It's not really going to do, it's not changing the color or anything, but my hope is that we're going to minimize the crackling that sometimes we get from liquid shadows. Okay. I'm also going to take it just on that tip, and I'm going to get it right in that inside corner. And now you got just a little bit of shimmer in there as well. Okay. So now we have our color down. We got a nice kind of like, I guess it would be a jewel tone rainbow going on. So let's go ahead and finish this out with some eyeliner and some lashes. You'll notice that the lashes, right now we got like a lot of color happening. Once we put the lashes on, it's going to minimize that just a little bit. So don't be afraid of what we've got right now. Okay, so I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place Egyptian liner in Kajal. Woo, there we go. Let me give that just a little bit of a sharpen. We want a nice point on that. Okay, baby. Okay, maybe I need a new sharpener. And I need a new pencil. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, now it's all over my hand. Ah! Okay, when your objective now is to not get that on your face. Okay, here we go. So we're going to go from the outside corner. And we're going to go about halfway. So there you go. Right over into that yellow. Well, I guess right through the orange. Let's go right through the orange. Okay, now we're going to do that same thing on the bottom. We're going to go from the outside corner. Okay, I'm going to need my magnifier for this. I thought I was going to get to escape it. Nope. Okay. right in those lashes, right in those lashes. Go halfway. Same thing on the other side. Okay, and I see while I'm up nice and close there, I need to take my fluffy brush. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead right now. We're going to do the waterline on the top. And then we're going to do the waterline on the bottom as well. There you go. Now we have added that. It's going to give us a little more. Sorry, I was looking for my lid. That's going to give us a little bit more dry. Helps if you try to cap it the right way. Okay. That's going to give us just a little bit more drama as we get ready to put everything on. All right. And I think I see, yeah, we got a little bit of straggler there. There you go. Watch the inside of the corner of your eye, because sometimes when you do this, you get a little bit of extra product there. So when you get ready to put your lashes on, you want to make sure that's removed because it looks kind of weird. All right. So what are we doing, Wendy? We are going to do our mascara so that we can put our lashes on. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. What do we not have? What are we missing? It's like a frame of a picture without a frame. We have no brows. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my NYX Jumbo Blueberry Muffin. This is actually it's a multi-face all-purpose stick. So you could use this for highlighter, you could use this for blush, you could use this for shadow. I'm gonna be using it for brow product. So whatever your brow product, I'm catching this shadow look in the camera, and that's really come out pretty. Okay, so back to this. So if you have fashion colored hair, this is an easy way to get a hair color, brow color that matches. Or maybe you have like a little extra Ariel red kind of going on there. You can do it this way too. So any kind of a shadow stick can be used this way. So I'm just going to take, I'm using a Real Techniques. This is a, what is this? 089. This is an angled brow brush. And we're just going to use that to get the tip. And I'm just going to put that on the brow. We're going to follow the shape of that brow around. And that's going to give me like my base kind of color. Then I'm going to come back in and I'm going to flick up to give me that little start right there. And then we're just going to flick it up a little to widen that brow. There you go. Now you have a brow. So let's do that same thing on the other side, or whatever brow product you're using. Again, we're going to start right there. Woo. We're just going to follow that around. Get more product as you need it. And then I'm going to come back in here. Okay, give a step back. Make sure you like your brows, that they're even. Oh, wow. this. I'm really, really liking this, but I lost a lid to my, there we go. Okay. I think I'm going to be super glad that we added that extra white on there because I already see that lasting a little bit better. But one thing I see that the yellow is kind of cracking just a little bit. So I'm going to take that little smudger and let's get that yellow in there because we can't be having that. Just doing it on one side. Nothing's perfect. Okay, so now back to what we're doing. So let's go ahead and grab our mascara. Let's grab our Tweezerman Onyx Great Grip Eyelash Curler. Okay, so y'all have been a little bit quiet in the chat here. So here's what I need. I need to see some hearts if you love playing with eyeshadow. Let me see some hearts if you love playing with eyeshadows. It could be the same colors. Maybe you use the same color palette every single day. That's okay. Do you like playing with eyeshadow? Let me see a heart. Okay. And if you are Beauty and Grace Insider, there's a super cute fun one in there with little sparkles on it for you. So let me see some hearts going on. All right. So we're going to again use our eyelash curler. We're going to use our verse as our timer. Oh, if I'm going to do that. That is too tiny for me to read. I'm going to have to put this over here. Okay, here we go. So get your lash curler ready where it's going to crimp your lashes. We're not going to read the whole entire thing. We're just going to read like 3/4 of it because that'd be a pretty hefty curl. Okay, so get that curler where you want it. Make sure it's not pinching onto your eyelid. Here we go. Verse together. Make this your common practice. Confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you can live together, whole and healed. The prayer of a person living right with God is something powerful to be reckoned with. Elijah, for instance, human just like us, prayed hard that it wouldn't rain, and it didn't. Not a drop for 3.5 years. Okay, so we're going to let that go, and we're going to start kind of in the middle again and do the other side. So here we go. Find that sweet spot, and let's start with the prayer of a person living right with God is something powerful to be reckoned with. Elijah, for instance, human just like us, prayed hard that it wouldn't rain, and it didn't. Not a drop for 3.5 years. Then he prayed that it would rain, and it did. The showers came, and everything started growing again. And that's James 5:16-18. I'm going to grab my L'Oreal Voluminous Curved, actually that I guess should go that way. Voluminous Curved Wand Mascara. And let's get that coat on. This, no matter what color your lashes are, this is going to help your lashes blend in better with the falsies. And also it's going to give you just a little more volume. So, which is one of the main reasons why we wear false lashes, right? Right. Okay. So just one coat. We just need to turn everybody black and full. There we go. And now we're going to do the other side. And then we're going to come back on those tips. We're going to use the point of that brush to really get to those outside corners. Okay. Now we're not getting false lashes on the bottom. So we want to make sure that on the bottom lashes, we're doing just a normal, regular coat with those. So let's go ahead and do that. You're going to go from root to tip on this, just like you did on the top. And we're sweeping back under the tips on those. Okay, this side is having a really good bottom lash day. You gotta love a good bottom lash day. Okay, let's try this on the other side. Again, we're going from root to tip. We're sweeping up under those tips.
Confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you can live together whole and healed. The prayer of a person living right with God.
Okay. Sorry, I think I might have been turning my head a lot. I hope you could catch all that. Just put mascara on. All right. So we're going to be using kind of a low medium lash. This is the Ione. This is actually called Birthday Princess, but I've seen this listed under other names. Right here it says Wispy Natural Light Doll. Okay, so look for the Wispy Natural Light Doll, and it's the same thing. They just didn't call all of them Birthday Princess. So this is a wispy lash, but just a little bit better. And it also has just a little bit of oh my goodness, words are hard this morning. I don't have coffee yet. Where it's skinny on the inside and wide on the outside, and I don't remember what that's called right now. Okay, you know, somebody tell me, somebody help me in the chat. So we're going to use our lash tool. We're going to grab this right here on the outside edge, or not. So let me get that little tip going. There we go. Doop. There we go. Let's get the other one. Take that right off. We're going to set these down in front of us. I'm going to look them over because I believe the last time I wore these, I was bad. I believe the last time I wore these, I stuck these in my makeup mirror instead of back in the package where they go. Do as I say, not as I do in this particular matter. So I'm just checking for things that don't belong. There we go. You can see right here, like I got a little adhesive that we're just going to get that off of there. Making sure we don't have any stragglers. Checking to see if I need to comb out this lash at all. Sometimes your lashes will get a little adhesive residue, like actually into the lash, and you can actually comb out the lash for that. Look at the tips of this. See how this has the uneven, can you see? Here, let me see. I love that in a lash. The unevenness to that makes it so, to me, glam, yet natural. So it's like a bonus. So I love that. I love that. Okay, so I'm just checking this one. And the other thing bad about if you do, so what I did was I stored it in a makeup mirror. And that makeup mirror made it lay flat. The bad thing about that is if you leave it like that too long, what is that going to do to the shape of your lashes? These have a nice curl. You can see the curl. If you leave it in a flat thing for too long, it is going to make you lose some of that curl. So it's not really an ideal situation, but better to put it there than, to like just stuff it down in your bag. Okay, so I'm going to grab my Kiss Super Stick. I'm going to grab the lash right there in that center. These have already been trimmed. If you need to trim them, you're going to do that from the outside edge. I have a video about, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks ago where I did this. We're going to add that lash adhesive right there to the top of that band. And then we're going to put it on the inside edge. And you're just giving it a nice even coat. We're going to make sure that we pay special attention to the, not that much attention, to the outside corners. Because we want those outside corners to stay put all day. And so if you can make sure that you get a nice even coverage on those outside edges, it will help it to stick and you don't have to mess with it, because I hate messing with stuff halfway through the day. Okay, here we go. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. We're just getting that top edge of that band. And then we're just kind of turning it this way and getting the underside of that band right where that band is going to go up against your lashes. Not like too much, but a little bit. You want to see the whiteness for a couple reasons. One reason is that is going to help you. Oh, sorry, little somebody that didn't belong there. The whiteness is going to help you determine when the lash is ready to be put on, because when it starts go clear, that's when it is ready to go. You're going to give it like, I don't know, 30, 60 seconds, and then it'll be ready to go. Once it starts losing its shininess and you get a little bit of clearness in a couple of spots, then you know it is ready to go. So we're just going to kind of fan this down a little bit, help it along a little bit. There we go. I'm going to grab my magnifier mirror because that's what you have to do when you get old. I'm going to set it right here in the middle. And then we're going to set it down over here. Oh, my light changed. Hold on. Doop, doop. Okay, there we go. I'm going to put that inside corner right down. I'm just going to kind of sandwich them together. I'm going to press in just a little bit to make sure that everything is making good contact. And then I also like to press, when I'm pressing in, I like to press up just a little bit. Give it as much lift as possible. There you go. I'm going to grab the other one, which is now ready. We're going to do that same thing. We're going to set it in the middle. Touch that skin with it. We're going to walk around one edge. And then we'll do the other. And I'm going to make sure that they're nice and close to each other. Just going to crimp them a little. I'm doing this right above where the band is. That way I don't get that adhesive actually on my tool. I'm going to press in just a little bit. Make sure I'm lifting up. And actually this corner feels like he's kind of... Let me see what we got going on here. Well, he's down. Okay, if you do happen to get adhesive on your tool, just make sure you get that wiped off before you go back in there. Or your tool with that adhesive on there is going to become sticky and it's going to make everything like lift as you pull it out. So I'm just going to press one more time. Isn't that comforting? You don't have to be perfect to pray. Okay, so you can see now with the lashes on that it has minimized that color somewhat when the eyes are open. Now, it's still colorful, don't get me wrong, but you can definitely see once I close my eyes, you definitely have more of that color. So it's just a nice little peekaboo when you close your eyes. Okay, so here is what we have done so far. So far, what we have done is, let me get back down. We have added our primer. We've done our Juvia's Place foundation, which you can see sets nicely in my 58-year-old skin. And this will wear well all day. Now, different people, different skin types. If you need a little more moisture, if you find it settling into fine lines and wrinkles because your skin is on the drier side, make sure that your primer is going to add an extra little hydration. An excellent hydration primer is going to be one from, there's a nice one from Urban Decay. And then there's also a good one from Benefit Cosmetics. Either one of those, you can't go wrong. Those are beautiful hydration primers. And then we used our concealer to conceal the spots we didn't want. Then we added the foundation, did a little contouring, added a little bit of shimmer. Speaking of that little bit of shimmer, we did some dusting off. I'm going to go ahead and grab my cookie. I'm going to grab a little extra cookie right here. Just right here on the outside corner, kind of. There you go. We used our Pretty All Set palettes to get our colors. So we got some nice jewel tones going on there. We grabbed our About Face, our, what was that color called? It was a white. To be our cut crease and add those nice, beautiful orange and yellow. And then we blended everything out together. So now that we've got this, we've got our lashes on, we've got our eyeliner on, we don't want this to move for the rest of the day. I don't want to look at it again. I'm done. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place. This is the Ready, Set, Sealed. I just gave it a little shake so it's kind of foamy. We're just going to tip our head back. Enjoy that smell, that finish, that setting. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That is just so lovely. I love that. If you haven't used that before, grab you some Ready, Set, Sealed. That's in the show notes for sure. Okay, so one thing I love about this Juvia's Place foundation is that it's going to give you a nice full coverage, but it's not going to look cakey. So, I mean, could it happen? Yes, you could do things to it that could change this. You have a different skin type than I do. So I encourage you, go to a store like Sephora and Ulta and try out a couple of different cosmetics, or a place that has a great return policy like Ulta. You can get the foundation, use it for a couple of days. If it doesn't work after, I would say about 3 days, because sometimes it takes a minute for your face to adjust, then go ahead and return it and move on to your next thing. Okay, so what is, oh, I'm on the products. Oh, have I been on this thing the whole time? I hope not. Dear goodness. Okay, let's do a review of our verses from chapter 5. Here we go, chapter 5. And a final word, my final word to you, the arrogant rich. Take some lessons in lament. You're gonna need buckets for the tears. When the crash comes upon you, you thought you were piling up wealth. What you've piled up is judgment. Your money is corrupt and your fine clothes stink. Your greedy luxuries are a cancer in your gut. What a cancer in your gut. Destroying your life from within. And that was James 5, 1-3. Then we moved on to James 4, 4-6 it was. All the workers you've exploited. I don't think it's caught up to you just yet. It looks like it's thinking. Okay, all the workers you've exploited and cheated, cry out. Oh my goodness, cry out for judgment. The groans of the workers you've used and abused are a roar in the ear of the master avenger. Ooh. Oh, you've looted the earth and lived it up. Oh, so you've looted the earth and lived it up. But all you'll have to show for it is a fatter than usual corpse. In fact, something. Let me look. In fact, what you've done is condemn and murder perfectly innocent persons who stand there and take it. Then we moved on to verse 7-8. Okay, meanwhile, friends. Oh, it looks like it's going to take you a minute to catch up. Okay, meanwhile, friends, wait patiently for the master's arrival. You see, farmers do this all the time. Waiting for the rain. Is that right? Hold on. Waiting. Oh, for their value. No. Farmers do it all the time. Waiting for their valuable crops to mature, patiently letting the rain do its work. Patiently waiting, letting the rain do its slow. Wait, letting the rain do its slow and steady work, I think. Be patient like that. Be steady and strong. Like that, I think. Be steady and strong. The master could arrive at any time. Okay, that one's a little bit rough. I mean, I could tell you the story, but I wouldn't call that memorized. Okay, so then we move on to chapter 5, verse 9. Friends, don't complain about each other. A far greater complaint could be lodged against you, you know? The judge is standing just around the corner. This is twice we have heard that the judge is standing just around the corner. The master, the judge. Okay, so chapter 5, verse 10 to 11. Take the old prophets as your mentors. They put up with everything and they put up with anything and went through everything and never once quit. All the time honoring God. What a gift life is to those who stay the course. You've heard, of course, of Job's staying power, and you know how God brought it all, about for him, brought all together for him at the end. That's because God cares right down to the last detail. Oh, I can't get the slide switch. There we go. Okay, and then we moved on to James 5, verse 12. And verse 12 is, and since you know that he cares, let your language show it. Don't add words like, I swear to God, to your own words. Don't show your impatience by concocting oaths and vows by concocting oaths to hurry up God. That's what it is. Just say yes or no. Just say what is true. That way your language cannot be held against you. And then we move to the section that we're currently in right now, which is talking about prayer. And so we had our verse from last week. Are you hurting? Pray. Do you feel great? Sing. Are you sick? Call the church leaders together to pray and anoint you with oil in the name of the Master. Believing prayer will heal you, and Jesus will put you on your feet. And if you've sinned, you'll be forgiven, healed inside and out. And then we've got our verse for this week. Again, I totally have to look at this one because I did not have this one memorized, working on it right alongside you. Make this your common practice. Confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you can live together whole and healed. The prayer of a person living right with God is something powerful to be reckoned with. Elijah, for instance, human like us, prayed hard that it wouldn't rain, and it didn't. Not a drop for 3.5 years. And then he prayed that it would rain, and it did. The showers came and everything started to grow again. And that's James 15-16. All right. So again, all of our verses from season 3 are coming from Color Me James. So if you're just now jumping in, no worries about it whatsoever. You still have time to jump in and make it happen. Go to colormejamesbook.com. That is going to have an email list. That email list will guide you through. These videos are where they are to guide you from beginning to end. All the flashcards and everything are in that email series for you so that you can use those to help make the most of the study and to help you memorize the verses that are in here. And you decide what your expectation of memorization is. Does that for you mean that you are extremely familiar and you could tell that story at any time? Are you more of a literal person who wants to memorize that in the Message version, literally word for word for word? That is up to you. You let God help you decide what your expectations are for you. So I'm really struggling with this new format thing here. Okay, so I talked a minute ago about the Beauty and Grace Insider. That lives on YouTube. The Divine Beauty membership is a $2.99 a month. That gets you a whole bunch of perks. There's loyalty badges. You've heard me talk about the custom images. There are private live chats. We've got priority response for things. If you have a question about the verse or about the makeup or the technique or the product or whatever, you get answered first. There is early access, shout outs, exclusives, and you get the ebook for free. So if you are a tablet kind of person, that is definitely the way to go. And that also helps support this ministry and to keep us online doing more of this. All right. So let me give us a blessing and then a prayer for today. So your blessing comes from Numbers chapter 6, verse 24 to 26. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. I feel like I may have said countenance twice, but God knows what I mean. All righty. Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for each one of these ladies that is hanging out with me, whether they are live or they are coming later on. Father, I pray blessings upon them. I pray that your Holy Spirit would just bring to life the verses that we have for this week, that they would be diligent in their study through the book of James, wherever they are in that study, and that you would just open their eyes and their ears to hear what it is that you would have them tell you during such a practical book of the Bible. I thank you so much for giving this to us, and it's kind of a little painful at times, but thank you for that, because sometimes pain is what makes us grow. So thank you for that. I pray that you would be with us this week, that for those who need healing, you would bring that. For those who do need to go to the church and ask to be anointed in oil, that they would do that. I pray that as brothers and sisters in Christ, we would support each other and pray for each other, and that sharing would be what it is meant to be, that sharing is an opportunity for you to pray for that person, not to share that with other people. Father, help us to be better prayers. Help us to be better communicators. And thank you so much for this word in the book of James, opening our eyes to the power of prayer. Father, I just pray that you would send us out this week, just covered in your grace. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. Well, it has been a delight to hang out with you. I just can't wait to see you on social media this week. Now, if you did this, or you did maybe the same technique with a different palette, or you just totally jumped out on your own limb, got a little brave and did something a little bit out of your ordinary, show me some pictures. Tag me in your post. I would love to see what you have done. It would be my delight to share that joy with you. And as we go throughout the week, I just want to show you what you're going to be doing in Color Me James. This is our coloring page for this week. And this week you have a word scramble. So fill the verse in here and then use that to help unscramble the words up there. All right. So this week, what do I need from you this week? Here's your task this week. What is your favorite mature skin foundation? I'd shared with you one of mine, which is the Juvia's Place, but what is yours? And if you found this video helpful, please like, share, and subscribe. Again, I just loved hanging out with you this morning. I hope you have a blessed week. Goodbye for now, and God bless. Mwah!
Make this your common prayer. A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. A little bit of makeup, and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursday, Saturday, can't wait. We laugh, we learn, we glow, we grow. Holy Spirit in the room, let His presence flow.
Good morning and welcome to a little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus, where the subtitle of this podcast should be we start at 8 o'clock ish. I know. Love me, hate me, that's just the way that it is. So let's set that aside. I am so excited to be here with you this morning. I absolutely love our song for our verses today. I'm going to tell you though, when you hear it, I mean, it's playing right now, but I'm talking over it. But, man, every time I hear it, it makes me cry. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on. So we'll talk about that when we get there. So what are we going to do today, Wendy? So we are going to spend about the next 45 minutes together in a full face makeup tutorial. We are going to learn a couple Bible verses. We're going to go over our Bible verses from last week, and we are going to continue on in our journey of Color Me James while we enjoy some colors from Juvia's Place this morning. I mean, we're going to throw some other things in there. So let's see. What are we doing? What are we doing, Wendy? So let's see. How can I create a gorgeous makeup look for mature skin using Juvia lace and some Urban Decay? Let's see how that's going to happen. So remember, while we are live, you can ask any question that you have, whether it's something about the verses, something about the makeup that I'm using, or the application technique I'm using, any of that stuff. Just ask it right where you are. And even if you're not here with us live, you're watching this later on, ask it in the chat, and I will get back and answer your questions. So for today, our easy makeup theme is mature women. Let's get gorgeous with Juvia's Place makeup and some Urban Decay lipstick while celebrating James 5:19-20. So go ahead and hit like and subscribe. Grab your palette, grab your lashes, grab your brushes, and then get on back here so we can get going.
A little bit of makeup and a whole lot of Jesus. Thursdays at 8. Can't wait. Come on in, sis. Grab your joy, take your place. We're talking beauty, talking scripture, talking God's good grace. From blush to Bible, He's the one who makes us glow. Faith on your lips, love in your soul.
Oh, sorry. I love the theme song. So that's like the first part of the theme song. Okay, so our foundation verse for this podcast is Psalm 119, verse 11. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. And all of our verses for season 3 are coming from Color Me James. So we have been on a journey from James 1 through the end of James 5. Today is actually our last verse in our James, but don't worry, we've got a review next week. So we're not done yet. And next week's song is going to be a little special for you. Next week's song is kind of like a cliff notes of James. Okay. So let's take a look at last week's verse, and we're not actually going to listen to the song this time because I really, really want you to hear and pay attention to the song for this week because, man, it's a good one. Okay, so make this your common, James 15:16-18 is where we were last week. So make this your common practice. Confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you can live together whole and healed. The prayer of a person living right with God is something powerful to be reckoned with. Oh yeah, I love that. Elijah, for instance, human just like us, prayed hard that it wouldn't rain, and it didn't. Not a drop for 3.5 years. Then he prayed that it would rain, and it did. The showers came, and everything started growing again. James 5:16-18. Okay, so I'm telling you, we're going to take a look at the song for this week. So just a warning, this may make you tear up because it did me. Maybe you need to check your pulse if it doesn't. Just kidding. So here is what we're going to be looking at for this week. So at the end of book of James, you know, and a lot of times in the other books of the Bible, like in the New Testament specifically, when the book finishes, the author gives you some kind of like salutation, you know, grace and peace be with you, or, you know, some sort of a, and you are now dismissed kind of thing. James doesn't really do that. When he finishes out the book of James, the end of chapter 5, with these 2 verses here, he kind of ends it with a summary, kind of an open-ended summary, more like a sermon with application at the end and not a goodbye, see y'all later. So that's what we're looking at in verse 19 and 20. So he's continuing on in talking about the power of prayer. And, you know, that, well, in the beginning of chapter, I think it was chapter 1, verse 3-5, we talked about when you don't know what you're doing, pray. And so we're continuing on in that theme of, hey, God is right here with you. He is waiting for you. You just need to put the words out there. And sometimes it's not even words. Sometimes it's tears. But you have to make a step. That is part of our free will. And so I love this, no matter if you're a verse 1 person or you're a verse 2 person. So, unlike other days, we're actually going to listen to this song from beginning to end because. Okay, so let me get over to the music here. So, let's say the verse together and then we'll do the song. So, I don't have it memorized yet, so I'm going to be looking at the words. My dear friends, if you know people who have wandered off from God's truth, don't write them off. Go after them. Get them back. And you will have rescued precious lives from destruction and prevented an epidemic of wandering away from God. All right, so let me get the song back to the beginning. First, we're going to crank it up. There we go. And let's go all the way to the back. Here we go. Just close your eyes, sink into it.
She stopped answering calls, stopped showing her face, sat alone in the silence, drowning in shame, thinking if she stayed hidden, nobody would know. But pain has a way of letting itself show. She thought God was angry, thought grace had run dry, but mercy was chasing her the whole time. My dear friends, if you know people who have wandered off from God's truth, don't write them off. Go after them, get them back, and you will have rescued precious lives from destruction and prevented an epidemic of wandering away from God. So I sat down beside her, said, girl, lift your eyes. There is nothing you could do to make God say goodbye. His love is still reaching, his arms open wide. Heaven's been waiting for you to come alive. My dear friends, if you know people who have wandered off from God's truth, don't write them off. Go after them, get them back, and you will have rescued precious lives from destruction and prevented an epidemic of wandering away from God. Oh, don't give up on the wounded. Don't walk past the pain. Today's prodigal daughter could come home again. Love keeps knocking. Mercy waits. God still opens wide the gates. My dear friends, if you know people who have wandered off from God's truth, don't write them off. Go after them. Go after them. Get them back, and you will have rescued precious lives from destruction and prevented an epidemic of wandering away from God. My dear friends, if you know people who have wandered off from God's truth, don't write them off. Go after them. Go after them. Get them back, and you will have rescued precious lives from destruction and prevented an epidemic of wandering away from God. Go after them. Go after them.
Wow. Okay. I know I told you.
So as we come to the end of the book of James, there is definitely time for, oh man, right now I would have to do that. Okay. So as we come to the end of the book of James, this is definitely an opportunity for you. No matter where you have seen yourself in all of these verses, whether you are the prodigal daughter that is talked about at the beginning in verse 1 of this song, you have wandered away, and maybe you have found yourself in a place where you think God doesn't want to hear from you anymore. That is absolutely not true. And I pray today that God would send somebody in your life that would be the verse 2 person for you. That you would come back to God. That you would walk back through that gate and just walk into his open arms, who is waiting for you to return to him. It doesn't matter what you've done. Doesn't matter at all. God sent Jesus Christ, his son, to die for you on the cross because that's how much he loves you. If you're the verse 2 person who has had a friend that you have seen who has wandered away, this is your opportunity to put into practice everything that we have learned in the book of James so far. That you would go after them. Don't turn the other way. Don't look at their pain and ignore it like it's not happening. God has called you. He has you here right now to hear this. He has called you to be that interceder, to go after that person, to pursue them, to continue to show them Jesus, to be their friend, and to guide them back into the arms of God. You're not the saving person. You're just a tool of something that is happening. But make yourself available to God. That this song would be something about you. That you would have gone after that person, and that you will have prevented a valuable life from destruction. And that you would have been a tool, a vessel, a clay pot at preventing an epidemic of people wandering away from God. Because what do we know about sin? When Adam and Eve sinned, did it just stay with them? No, it rippled out. And to this day, thousands of years later, we feel the impact and the ripples of that sin that happened way back then. That is the same now. That is what an epidemic is. And can't believe I'm bringing up COVID in here, but isn't that what happened with that? We had one person that had it, and an entire planet was affected by that. Sin is no different. And make no mistake about it, while COVID killed, it doesn't do anything compared to what sin does. But the great news about sin is you don't need a vaccination. You just need Jesus. So, verse 1, if that's you wandering straight away, you don't have an opportunity to come back to God. If you're verse 2 and you see someone, maybe you're to be celebrated and you've already been helping them and reaching out. Congratulations. I just cannot believe how amazing that is that you yielded yourself to the Holy Spirit in that way. If you're the verse 2 person and you've seen someone and you haven't yet reached out, past is past. You've got from here forward. So you now have the opportunity to reach out and help that person to not have a life of destruction. What they do with what you present them and give to them, that's on them, not you. Again, you are just a tool. But what a marvelous way to end the book of James with such a humbling application. Humbling, why, you ask? Humbling because it ain't about you. All right. So, sermon is over for today. I don't know if the lyrics are posted yet to that video. You know what? I'll go ahead and put that up later. Oh my gosh, I can't stop crying. I'll go ahead and post that up later today. But I would encourage you to just take a read and a listen again of these words when you've got some time and you've got a tissue. One reason why I think this impacts me is because I've been number one. I've been number one and felt that way and had everybody from verse 2 turn their back on me and ignore me. Best friend of 30 years, gone. A church I thought I belonged to and had my back, gone. Family, friends. But it took earlier in chapter 4 where we were talking about, hit rock bottom and cry your eyes out. Yep. Sometimes it takes that. If you're a little hard-headed like me, God may just have to remove everything from you like he did Job. So, this is your wake-up call. Let's cut that learning curve short. We need those times for refinement. We need that hit rock bottom, cry your eyes out so we can look up to God. But the mercy, grace part of me just says, let's just cut that a little bit shorter. Get the pain, get the thing, and then look up and get out. Okay, so verse 1 people, verse 2 people. Awesome. And I still have no sound in my ear, so I hope if y'all will give me a shout out. Let me see some heart emojis that you can hear me and everything's going okay. Or did I just preach to myself? Okay, you know what? God's got this. Give me heart emojis anyways. I need some heart emojis. All right, so today we are going to be playing with the Afro Galactic palette as we continue on in this conversation about... here, let me get this back over here. You know what? Let me turn it up just a smidge. There we go, because I feel like I was a little bit quiet. Okay, so... back to it. Here we go. We got Afro Galactic palette from Juvia's place. This palette kind of comes and goes. Once upon a time, it was exclusively available on Ulta, so you may check there too. Poshmark, because when I checked last night, it actually wasn't available on Amazon. So you'll have to just check and see where you can find. But I gave you the Amazon link there so that you can check it. So, but like I said, Poshmark is great. Oh, I'm loving that song. Yay! I've got a couple of good mornings from around the world. I love it, love it, love it. Okay. So excited. Yes. Okay. Okay. Let me get my head back on. Woo, woo, woo. I know a lot. I know it's early emotion. I don't even have any coffee yet. Okay. So we've got the verse scrolling across the bottom of your screen there. So we'll use that and talk about that as we go along. So as I get started here, have you ever found yourself in place of the person in verse 1? You're the down and out. You think God can't hear you. Maybe you think he's turned his back on you. If you have found yourself in maybe you're in that place right now, throw me a hug emoji. Let me see what you got. Let me be praying for you this next week. I can't pray for you if I don't know what it is. So give me a shout out, a good morning. Give me a hug emoji if you can identify with the person spoken about or sung about in verse 1. So we have got the milk primer. This is the, what is it called? Hydro something. There we go. I know, look, I barely have any left. So love the stickiness of this, especially for my combo skin. I'm seeing hearts coming in. I will, before I have this chat closed down, I'm going to write all your names down and be praying for you this week. And I'll pray for you at the end as well. So here we go. Ooh, that was a healthy pump. There we go. Yep, I see them heart emojis coming in. Well, that's probably the most... Oh my goodness, it's Anthea! Hello! It's so good to see you! I have missed you! A couple of the people that watch this podcast I know in person, and we were all talking about how we haven't seen you in a while. It's so good to have you back! Oh! Okay, thank you. I so appreciate that, Maria. Okay, there we go. Thank you for letting me know that. Maria was over on Instagram, and I forgot to hit live. So she came over on YouTube to tell me that that I forgot to hit live on Instagram. Okay, so there you go, Instagram people. Hello. You missed the sermon. You'll have to watch the YouTube recap later. Okay.
So we have our primer on. We got that nice little tackiness going on to extend our foundation, our concealer, everything that we got. Now we're going to use some kind of fun colors today. We're using the Afro Galactic palette, and that's an amazing palette. So we're going to grab our Juvia's Place I Prep, I Prime eye primer. We're going to give that a little bit of shake. So for those of you, I see a lot of people tricking in right now. For those of you who just come on, we are talking about, we just listened to the song for this week. And in verse 1, there is a story about I'm going to assume it's a woman. Actually, I'm the one who wrote it. So it's a woman. And she has found herself in a place where she thinks God can't hear her anymore. She has done so much wrong. She's hiding. And she feels like she is far from God. And, he just doesn't want to hear from her anymore. So if you have ever found yourself in that place, or if you are in that place right now, okay, yay! Or you are in that place right now, give me I think I said hug emoji so that I can pray for you this week. So, we all do things. We all got things. So give me a hug emoji. Let me see. Or you know what? If you find that's embarrassing or something like that, send me a private message and send me a hug emoji. That'll work too. Okay, I have got the Lancome Tinty Doll. This is the concealer. We're just going to use this here. I got darkness here. Got some in here. There you go. So yes. Oh, good question. Let me think. Hold on. Let me get the name of the song. I think it's called Go After Her or Go After Them. That's the name. Go After Them. And when I looked last night before I went to bed, 1 o'clock in the morning, it wasn't on Spotify yet. Usually it comes out there and then YouTube and then everybody else. So you'll have to take a look. I didn't see a link yet, but it's called Go After Them. And it's James 5:19-20 by Sailor Soul. And, I think I say this every week, but I think this one is my favorite. If you're a verse 1 or if you're a verse 2, just such a powerful message. So thank you, God, for the book of James, for all these reminders that we have had. We came through all the power of the tongue. We came through the power of prayer. We came through the, grace and mercy, relationships between people. Yes, absolutely, Anthea, that is correct. You do not reach our age without having been through a few things. That is so true. So don't waste, I'm not saying you're doing this, but don't waste those years and those experiences that you have, because the things that you have been through, while they may have been awful, God put you through those things so that you can help somebody else, that somebody else can benefit and not maybe have the deep pain that you experienced because of your testimony and your story about how God brought you through it. So don't ever miss an opportunity to share and come through those things, because you're exactly right. We all got some things. Okay, so let's do our, let's see, am I in the right place? Yes, we are. So let's get our Juvia's Place Velvety Matte Foundation. I am the shade 710 Maricao. And we're going to grab our Damp Beauty Blender. You can use a dry one, and you are so welcome. You are so welcome. We're going to use the Damp Beauty Blender because this is a very thick foundation. It's a full coverage. Love that. You can use a dry one. It will be a thicker coverage when you do that. I like the dampness of it because I feel like that gives you the full coverage still, but it just blends it out nice, especially for my combo skin. So if you have dry skin, you will probably completely love this foundation with using a dry sponge. So totally your call. Try it both ways. See what your face likes the best and what works best for you. We all have different level of wrinkles and different places of wrinkles too. So, try it. Use the same foundation in several different ways. See what's best. You could use a brush that gives you more coverage, goes on just a little bit thicker. You could use a dry sponge that's going to go on, that gives you nice coverage and you get more of a blended, flawless look with a sponge. And then you could do a damp beauty blender. And there's different textures of sponges and all that. Just get you, if you're new to makeup and you don't know what you're doing, get you one of them sponge variety packages things. And for a week, try a different kind of sponge every day. Take selfies and see which one you like the best. But make it a fun thing. So, okay, here we go. We're just going to tap this out. And never, ever, ever try something new when you're fixing to go somewhere important. Give yourself some time and space so you can enjoy it and learn how to do it before that important event. When you're walking out the door to go to the Met Gala, this is not the time to try a new foundation. Save yourself some trouble. Set yourself up for the best success by trying it ahead of time. When you're getting married and you're doing a wedding, you are going to have a dry run of, the wedding itself. But then also your hair, you're going to go in and get that done ahead of time to make sure that their vision is the same vision you have because you're the bride. And then when you get your makeup done, you're going to give them maybe a picture or a thought of what it is, the look that you want for your wedding. And then you're going to go in and you're going to make sure that that person you've chosen to do your makeup can do it the way that you envisioned, because it really doesn't matter what they think. It matters what you think. So if you're going to do a dry run for that, you can certainly do a dry run for this. All right. So we're just blending that out. I'm going right over the top of that concealer so that it all looks like it came from the same thing and it's all nice and smooth. I'm going around the edge of my lips so that when I put my lipstick on, it's got a little bit of something to stick to. We're going under the chin there so that can blend out. Around the nostrils. Okay. Once you've got that all nice and blended out, we are going to set that and then do some contouring. So I'm going to grab my Juvia's Place. This is the I Am Magic Silky Finishing Powder, which has an awful sound as it opens. Let's see. Last week it didn't make this sound, so let's see if we can do it again. Oh, it didn't do it. It makes this literally like nails on chalkboard sound. Love the powder. Hate the sound. But this is the second week. It didn't do it on air. So we're going to grab our triangle sponge. I'm going to use the top little pointy part, and I'm going to go around the eye with that. This one is the shade Cotton Candy. So it is a brightener. If you may just want to use this around the eye area just to kind of give a little life and lighten up there, especially if you didn't go to bed till 1 o'clock in the morning like me. And then we're going to switch over to this end here. I have pale enough skin though that I'm just going to use this all over. There we go. And we're just pressing that in and setting that foundation. There we go. And then we're just going to finish it out by doing our forehead up here. Making sure I catch in the corner there. There we go. So now we have our foundation. We have the setting powder on. So, oh man, now I can't get the lid on. There we go. Oh, it almost made the sound. Okay. So we're going to do a little contouring now, because now we're all just one color and we look like a ghost. So, but I still have some tears coming from the song. So let me get those first. There we go. All right.
I am going to grab this is actually a foundation brush, but I love this end for the, there we go. I love this end for the low. So I'm going to grab my You Can Be multi-use face palette, and I'm going to be living in this one right here. So we're just going to take the side of the brush. We're going to give it 2 swipes right there. We're going to go from the top of the ear in a curve to about the corner of the eye. We're going to stay above the hollow of the cheek there. That's going to give us a little bit of a lift. And then we're going to go right beside that hairline over here. And I'm just going to blend that out. I'm still using the flat side. Just one little swipe. We're going to go up here, right there, right there. Let's just blend that up into that hairline. Now I'm going to switch to the skinny side of the brush right here. I'm going to go from the ear to under that jawline to about the corner of the mouth. This is going to give us more of a edge to our jawline. So if you have an extra chin or 2 or 3 or something like that, it's going to help minimize that. So we're going to go back here, under here. Same, going with the side of the brush there. We're going to go from the inside of the nose straight down to the tip. And then right under that right there. That's going to narrow our nose. Just going to get a little right here. Just want to give it a little more something. There we go. So that is our low. Now we're going to switch to a blush brush. This one is one from MAC. I have no idea what the number for that is anymore. We're going to go to Juvia's Place. This is the Blushed Volume 4. And we are going to be in this bad boy right here. We're using some pretty good colors today on our lids. So, wait till you see, because I love the Afro Galactic palette. So we're going to stick with that lighter pink color today. If you have more pigment to your skin than I do, you could probably still use this. I think you'd be totally fine. So take your pick. You could start out with the light one. If that's not enough for you, then do the darker one. Once you do the darker one, you're like stuck there. So, okay, we're going to take that blush brush. We're just going to give us a couple swipes. Right here on the top, like you're overlapping just a little bit right here. We're going to do that pink here and then up there. So again, right overlapping right there, right there. We're going to tap it in. Oh, let me pull my hair back. Here we go. We're going to go right over that contouring that we did with that low and just add a little touch of the pink. Not too much, just a little. I'm going to go ahead and hit the tip of the nose and my chin. Just going to give me a little bit of color. And actually, I think I'm just going to do a little bit more. There we go. Okay, so love that pinkness of that. And our shadows today doesn't really have a pink. There's kind of a plummy, pinky color in it. So that'll kind of be a nice balance of that. Then we're going to grab I almost grabbed the Heroine 2 from Juvia's Place, but it was a little too rosy. So I'm going to use Cookie today. I know, look how much I love this. It has a little bit of shimmer. It's kind of a champagne color, so it just is beautiful. I actually prefer this on darker skin. So if you have more melanin to your skin than I do, I'm so jealous. But enjoy this because I think it's just going to look spectacular. So we're just going to swirl that around a little bit. And we're going to go right on the top of that cheek, right next to that eye socket there. And this is just going to give us a little highlight, little bit of shimmer right there on the top. And then just because we can, we're going to hit that tip of the nose, and then we're going to go right up the center, right there. I'm going to get right here, get my Cupid's bow. Cupid's bow right there, and then back to the ball of the nose. Okay, words are hard. Words are hard. Okay. I keep hearing the words of that song, and it's just... Okay, so I've got some hug emojis, and I really thank you all for sharing. So before we do our lips, we're going to say our verse together. It is scrolling across your screen, and I waited until it wasn't right. Here we go. My dear friends, if you know people who have wandered off from God's truth, don't write them off. Go after them. Get them back, and you will have rescued precious lives from destruction and prevented an epidemic of wandering away from God. James 5:19-20. Okay, so let me just say a prayer for you right now. If you're one of those people who gave me a hug emoji, I'm looking over at the chat, gave me a hug emoji, or maybe you were thinking about doing a hug emoji, but you don't want anybody to know or to see or whatever, and that's okay. Maybe you've sent me a private message and I just haven't seen it yet. Let me just pray for you right now. Heavenly Father, we come to you, Father, for these precious lives that are represented here today. Father, I pray wherever they are, whatever they're in the middle of, that you would just shower down on them, pour on them your love today. Send them someone who is a verse 2 person. Father, I pray that you would just send them a little token of affection, that they would see that it is true. The words that I speak, the words that James have spoken are true, that you are there just waiting, that you are never to the place where you don't love them, that you are never to a place where they are too far gone, that you can't pull them back. Father, I just pray right now that you would let them know how loved they are, that your gate is open wide, your door is open wide, and you're just waiting for them to take that step. Father, I pray for all of these things, for all of these people, the verse 1 and the verse 2 people, in Jesus' name, amen. All right, so I didn't know it was going to be a crying episode, sorry. So let's take a look at our lips. Now we got this wonderful makeup set. Let's take a look at our lips. So we've got NYX. This is the professional line. This is called Blackberry, and it is a lovely blackberry kind of color. So we are going to line our lips with it this morning because, wait, do you see the Urban Decay lipstick? Now, the Urban Decay lipstick I'm going to show you has actually been discontinued, but don't worry, I found you a fantastic dupe. So I just didn't get it in time to actually use it for you, but I think you're going to love it because it is beautiful. Okay, and they look very, very similar to each other. Okay, so we're going to start out with this Blackberry pencil from NYX. We're just going to give it a little bit of a sharpen. Woo, there we go. We're going to start out in that Cupid's bow. Now, if you have light skin like me, you are definitely going to make sure that you do a good job of your shape of your outline. Because you're going to see it really well because this is black against white or fleshy or whatever. If you have darker skin, you got a little bit more forgiveness there, but lining is still important. So when we get to the end of this, make sure you take a step back and look at your lips and that the shape is even and you like it. So here we go. We got that Cupid's bow going. We're going to round it out to the outside edge. Okay, so I just got asked, how do you keep your sides so even? I set my pinky on my chin and I use it as kind of like remember when you were in school and you used a compass and it had the pointy thing and then the pencil and then the pointy thing is what went around so you could get that perfect circle? Well, my pinky on my chin is kind of like the point of the compass. And so literally the round is happening from my chin around. So if I was to keep on going, you would see there's really like a half a circle happening here. You do what works for you. That's just how I do it. So thank you, Miss Ross from 10th grade geometry class. I'm actually using what you taught me. Oh, I think she has since passed away, so I don't mean to make light of that. She was actually a wonderful geometry teacher. Okay, now we're going to start in the center here. We're just outside the lip line, top and bottom. We're just going to give us a starting point. We're going to round that out to the outside. And now we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Now, check right now and see if you like the shape that you just did. Do you need to like adjust a little bit something anywhere? Okay, now this is a pretty dark color. We're not doing an ombre thing today, but I am going to come just inside that and just give it a little line, just so that my lipstick will have something to stick to have a little more staying power. So we're going to kind of turn the pencil on its side and do just to the inside of that. There we go. Check your shape. Okay, everything's still good. We are good to go. Wait till you see this. This is Urban Decay, and this is the metallicized, and this is called Voodoo. So I don't like the name of it, but let's get past that and let's celebrate the color. So I don't know if you can tell. It looks like in my monitor that I'm looking at, you can see this. This is like a blackberry kind of color, and it's black lipstick base, a matte black lipstick base with a purple metallic in it. Ah! Yes! Okay, so this one has actually been discontinued, although I saw some on eBay and I saw some on Poshmark. But in the show notes, I have put an Aflano pencil in there. I did not catch the name of it. I think it's called Blackberry something. And it is a liquid lipstick, but let me tell you, it looks almost identical to what we have got here. And yes, Anthea, that is correct. Lip liner, I would definitely... Oh my God. I have to put this up there because that is funny. Lip liner is essential for me these days. Otherwise, my lipstick starts trying to escape and make a run for it. Like Steve McQueen in The Great Escape. Thank you. I needed that this morning. Oh, y'all are such a treasure. Okay, so we're going to... I'm going to be thinking about Steve McQueen all day now. So, yes, the lip liner for sure helps with that as well. So some of my favorites, I love the MAC lip liners. They don't have a whole lot of fun colors, but MAC lip liners are fantastic. They really help with the creeping. I like the suede matte lip liners from NYX. I don't like that one line that they did. I like their twist out, the mechanical ones. Those work well. The Revlon lip liners, they don't really have very many fun colors, but I like the Revlon lip liner, the mechanicals as well. They do really good staying power. So there are others that I'm sure are wonderful. Those are just some of my favorites that you can find. Also, there's a nice plumper liner in what is that called? Oh, I can't remember the brand now. They're known for their their plumping lip glosses. And I can see the section of the store in my head, but I can't think of the name. So they're known for their plumping lip liners, plumping glosses, but their lip liners are amazing as well. I can't even, okay. I'm going to think of the name at some point and I'm just going to shout it out. So back to Urban Decay. We're going to take this Urban Decay Voodoo Blackberry looking lipstick and let's fill in what we've got. So we're going to start out in the top. I'm going to do the part that doesn't have anything yet and then work to the outside. Look at that. Okay, now we're going to do the bottom. I don't know if you can see that shimmer of purpleness that is happening. Yes. So whether you're using the Aflano liquid lipstick that I put in the notes, or you actually have this Urban Decay Voodoo, or you find one on eBay or Poshmark or something, any way you turn it, I just love that. It was actually, I think, some of the keywords that were on it was a gothic. So the sound in the background that you're hearing is Wesley having a rubbing session on his dog bed. So sorry about that. Okay, so Afro Galactic. This is what we're doing today. Here's where we're going to be today. We are going to be a little bit in orbit, and then we're going to go just a little bit over here to spirals, and then we're going to come over here to Mother Earth. You know, we did just have Earth Day the other day. So we're going to come over here to Mother Earth, and then we're going to end up with a little bit of Wakanda. So, lots of wonderful African names. Let's see. I like the Maybelline lifter liner. Oh, nice. Okay, good. If I have used one, it's been a minute, so I will have to check that out. Thank you so much for that recommendation. Let's take our fluffy brush. This is a Morphe M441, and I'm going to go into, I should have brought a fleshy color, but I didn't. So I'm going to go into Spirit right here, which is just kind of a lighter color. It's sort of a little yellowy, but it's just kind of pale. So you may use Solar. You may use a blend between the two of these, depending on the color of your skin. So we're just going to do a color that's sort of not really anything. You're just going to put it up here, and it's just going to give you something to blend into as we do our colors for today. So this, again, is Spirit. And we're just going to go right here. You know what? I've been crying so much. I'll be glad when we get the shadow on here, because now the outside of my corners and my makeup are messed up. There we go. I try to refrain from crying while doing my makeup usually. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to set that fluffy brush to the side. Oh. You know what's one thing? Have you noticed this? If you use tissue to dab the corner of your eye while you're doing your makeup, if you do it too many times, it actually leaves a tissue residue on your face. I find that very annoying. Okay, so back to the real world, Wendy. Here we go. So we are going to take a look at Orbit. So I'm going to grab, I think I'm going to actually start out with a smudger. This is a Morphe M4321, something like that. We're going to go into Orbit here, and I'm just going to, this color I know has a tendency to have a little bit of fallout in it. So in order to try to prevent that, we're just going to use the tip right here and try to minimize what could possibly happen. So I'm going to start out here on the inside, and I'm just going to give a little orbit right here. There we go. And better, if you've got a darker color like this, it is better to go ahead and do several lighter layers than to try to do like one swipe layer, because that's when you're going to get the fallout the most. So let's go ahead and do that. Now we're going to do the outside edge over here. I'm just going to come out a little bit, and I'm going to come over. So I'm going to start out with a little bit of a V. I'm going to go all the way up onto that socket bone right there. And let's go ahead and get this even up there with that. So it almost looks like they're going across even though they're not. Okay, we're going to do that same thing on the other side. So we're doing the inside here. I just got a comment. When do you always start out like looking like a crazy person and then it comes together at the end? Yes, that happens. So again, this is the color Orbit. We're going to come out here just a little bit. We're going to bring that in. And then we're going to give it a little bit right there on that socket bone. And then we're going to fill in the middle of this. And this, I don't know if you can see this or not, but this has the most fantastic shimmer to it. This orbit is just, if you look one way, it's blue. If you look another way, it's purple. It's just beautiful. Okay, any fallout, just go ahead and whisk that away right now. I'm going to go ahead and take this. We're going to get that right there in the corner. Get my tears out. I'm going to try this instead of the tissue because I was getting tissue residue. There we go. Okay. So with hooded eyes, you want to make sure when you're looking forward, you're seeing that color we just put peek out above the fold there. So I should see it above right here. So when we blend this out, this will kind of, it'll extend it just a little bit more. But we just want to make sure that, because this is going to make you look less like you've got a bunch of fold of eye. Okay, so let's move on to our next color. So for our next color, we're going to go into, actually, let's do Mother Earth next. I'm going to do Mother Earth. And I'm going to grab just a regular shadow brush. This is a MAC, we're just going to put this on one side for right now. So just one side of the brush. You're just going to go right down the center. And actually, this may be easier to do with my finger. Let me just do it with my finger. And you can see it's kind of a pretty, it's just a pretty kind of a goldishy color that has sort of almost like a hint of pink once its shape shifts. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to go all the way to the blue at this point because we're going to add one more color here. So we've got this right now. And we're going to go into the, what's that called again? Spirals. We're going to go into spirals right here. I'm just going to do this on the tip of my finger. And right here between Orbit and Mother Earth, we're going to put that spirals right there. And spirals gives off a very kind of a purpley. All right. Now I'm going to take a fluffy. This is a Morphe M506. This one, it's kind of, it's a smudger really, but it's just sort of fluffy. So we're going to take this, and I actually want to punch up that purple just a little bit. So I'm going to go into Discovery. I just want a little bit on the tip of that. I just want to make that be a little more purpley. It didn't come out quite as purpley as I was hoping. There we go. Right over the top of that. I'm just going to punch up that purple a little tiny bit. See the difference that made? This gives you that color right on that outside edge. All right, now the brush that we used in the beginning, our fluffy one up here, we're just going to take it. Well, actually, let's dust off. I see there's a little bit of fallout here. Let's do that first. We're going to take this fluffy brush, and we're just going to go right here where those colors meet. And we're just going to kind of go back and forth. Actually, I think I'm going to tap it into Orbit for a second. There we go. We're just going to soften that top edge. Just a smidge. Now it did minimize the intensity here a little bit, so I'm just going to come back in. Let's just get that back a little bit. Okay, I'm wondering if... Let me see what would happen if we do this. Okay, I just tapped my finger a little bit in this right here. I feel like this kind of muddied this. So let's just do that. Lighten it up just a little bit. Okay, now we need to do the under of the eye. We're going to introduce another color, which is the one I told you about, which is going to be the Wakanda. So this one right here. I take that back. I decided we're not going to do that. We're going to take our smudger, which is the Morphe M50. I think it's 869, something in there. Originally, I was going to use Wakanda on the bottom, but I'm really loving this orbit. So I'm just going to get that right on the edge. And we're just going to extend. We're just going to bring that from here all the way out to here. And then let's come up around the edge just a little bit, just so we can make sure that that outside corner is nice and developed. I'm going to come around it right here. There we go. So I sat down beside her, said, "Girl, lift your eyes. There is nothing you could do." I'm going to take my Egyptian Kajal liner. I'm going to go from the outside edge. I'm going to go to about halfway. There you go. And I'm going to do, because we're going to use a lash, and the lash is going to like tone down the shadow just a little bit. So I'm going to waterline line the upper. I just put in fresh contacts, so I'm going to try to not get it on them this time. And then we're going to do the water line on the bottom. All right, then let's add a little bit in the lash line on the bottom, going about halfway across, just like we did on that top one. Yes, absolutely. That is for sure today. Okay. Okay, let's see if that... There we go. Okay. Now we're going to... I'm going to tap my... Try to not mess up my shadow over here with that. Now I got tears in here. All kind of fun stuff today. All right. So now we've got this great shimmering shadow thing happening, and we don't have any brows. So let's go ahead and grab our brow product of choice. I am using the Jumbo Multi-Use Face Stick in, what color is this one? Blueberry Muffin. Blueberry Muffin. Oh, great. So now I need coffee and I'm hungry. I'm just gonna grab an angled brush. This is a Real Techniques. I think it's like 89 or something like that. So we're just gonna take a little bit on the tip of that. If you're using a pomade, this is how you do it too. You're just gonna get a little bit on the tip of it. Start out in the inside. Just work your way around. This is a great way to do it. You could use if you have like an eyeshadow that you like the color of, maybe the eyeshadow matches your hair really well. Take a little spray, setting spray, put that on the back of your hand, dip it in there, dip it in the shadow, and you could use a shadow as well. So I know auburn and reds have real trouble trying to find a good color to match. And so this is just a way that whether you're a fashion colored hair or maybe you just have a hair color that's unique, a special shade of red, maybe like my daughter, you've got like an Ariel red going on. This is just an easy way for you to be able to get a thing that matches. Let's see. I was looking for something that was good for us. They were hard to find regular shops. Oh, okay. Afro Beauty Shop. I do not know of such a thing. Now I'm going to have to look and see if I've got one around here. There is an African market in a neighboring city, and every time I go to this restaurant that's over there, and every time I say I'm going to go to it, and then I run out of time. But I would love to go in there. I was born in Morocco, and so I would love to know how to make some things from, where I was born, where I came from. And I do not at this moment in time. I have a few things from when I was a kid, but I don't know how to cook anything Moroccan. Other than, I do have this really good tapas restaurant, and I believe that is actually, while there are a lot of cultures who do that, I believe that is largely a Moroccan thing. Could be wrong though, as I have not been there as an adult. Oh, I love that. I love that. You guys talking to each other in there. I know one thing that drives me crazy, and I wish they would change it, but when you do a live, it does not save the chat. Like, even I don't get to see the chat. Once the live is over, the chat like disappears into Never Never Land. And I wish that was not that way. YouTube, are you listening? We wish it was not that way. Okay. So I'm going to take my little, now that I've tapped a couple of times, my orbit is a little bit messed up over here. So let me just fix that. Okay. We are going to add some mascara and then some lash. So I am going to grab my voluminous mascara from L'Oreal, and I'm going to grab my lash curler here. We are going to say our verse together as our timer. So let me actually get to where I can see it over here. There we go. So grab your lash curler. You're going to find that sweet spot. We're just going to do one coat. We are doing false lashes. So we're just going to do one coat so that it's going to make our lashes blend in better with the falsies. So get there, find that sweet spot. Make sure it's not pinching on your eyelid. We're going to wait till that verse rolls around. Okay, Okay, wait till that verse rolls around. It's not a particularly long one today, but it is a little bit long. Okay, here we go. It is about in the middle of your screen now, so there we go. My dear friends, if you know people who have wandered off from God's truth, don't write them off. Go after them. Get them back, and you will have rescued precious lives from destruction and prevented an epidemic of wandering away from God. James 5:19-20. So before that goes away, we're going to switch sides. There we go. My dear friends, if you know people who have wandered off from God, don't write them off. Go after them. Get them back, and you will have rescued precious lives from destruction and prevented an epidemic of wandering away from God. James 5:19-20. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, thank you for that definition. The shops initially meet the news. Oh, okay. Nice. I know just about everywhere is, what's called a melting pot, where there's different nationalities mixed together, melted together. And I love that. I love when things are diverse, because then you get to know about different cultures, about different foods, about different, how people live. I think sometimes we get stuck in our little spaces and we forget, there are other people who do different things different from us. You mean there's one more version to happy birthday? Yes, there is. There's more than one way to sing happy birthday. And I'm not talking about happy birthday, we're really glad you came, happy birthday from the Poncho Gang. I ain't talking about that. Okay, so yes, great verses today, absolutely. A challenging, depending on if you're the first part of the verse or the second part, challenging for sure on either level there. But yes, a call to arms it is. Let's see, we Brits try to communicate with Yanks. It all goes wrong. Well, I'm sure you do it with grace and respect, and I'm sure it will all work out. Okay, so we're going to do the bottom lashes now. These are not getting false lashes, so these are just going to get a regular coat of mascara. Okay, there we go. Yet hopefully not on your cheek like I just did. There we go. You saw me reach in there and dab that off. There we go. All right, let's get the other side. The bottom lash is there. You mentioned the Caribbean a minute ago, and oh man, I remember the first time we went to St. Martin, and I had actual Caribbean jerk in the Caribbean. Oh my word, it was so fantastic. We have places around here that have things that are supposedly Caribbean jerk. It's not quite the same. It's good, but man, there's just something about the Caribbean jerk. When you're in the Caribbean, it is spectacular. I think they pretty much jerked everything. We had jerk in our eggs. We had jerk in our... Why am I doing second coat mascara? I don't know, because I started talking and I lost my head. So the it was delicious. It was like jerk was on everything though, but man, it was amazing. The migas in the morning was fantastic. That's kind of like a mix of Caribbean and Mexican together, but okay, let me get over here. And while I was up close, I noticed that I do have a little bit of eyeshadow falling out happening. So I'm just going to tap that here. And we're just going to use a little bit of that setting powder to clear away the extra sparkle. There we go. That can happen, but no worries. It's easy to fix. You could also use your bullet in the powder if you wanted to. That might be an easy way to do it as well. So we'll just clear that out, get that out of the way. And now let's celebrate the lash that is Zaria. This is a Nubian lash from Juvia's Place, and I love this flare. So narrow on the inside, wide on the outside. I'm going to use my velour tool. We're just going to grab that outside corner, take that off, set that down. Gonna grab the other one, outside corner, take it off, set it down. Now I think I saw right here. There you go. I got a little extra of shadow just sitting in there trying to be irritating. Let me see if I got all that. Especially when you use these darker colors, sometimes that can happen. The little duct on the inside of your eye will become a collection of shadow. And if you don't want that getting in your eye, or if you wear contacts like I do, you definitely don't want that sitting in there because that will become irritating as the day goes on. So I'm going to grab my lash right there in the center. These have already been trimmed. You can give it a little bit of, I haven't worn these in a while, so I'm just going to give it a little bit of a round out. We're going to let that kind of become more shaped to my eye. I'm going to grab that lash right there in the middle with that tool. I'm grabbing the Kiss Super Stick. This is the clear adhesive. They do have a nice black one too. But I think the clear is a little better for this kind of application. And actually, let me hold the lash different because that's kind of weird. There we go. So we're going to get the top of the lash right here. Oh, I don't have the whole lash. Let's try that again. There we go. So we're going to get the top of that lash right there. We're just going to get a nice even coat.